golf we went to talk, and he brazen it. No, just a collision of two big guys. So O'Neill come in and said, the golf is a collision of two big guys. I mean, he's right, it was. But that's not quite the full story. So, do have a seat, by the way, as well, Tom. You make yourself a Phil mentioned you need to, so the press box is the level, so you just go upstairs.
The boy, Ali, what's his first name?
No, that's a
Yeah, he's not on cricket. Yeah. Former Derbyshire player.
So Booth's coming in here. So I might really, but it's been 22 years now.
Still in. But if it came to Derby, which we more than welcome to do, see us broadcasting using a Raspberry Pi. We've got a Raspberry Pi and a mixer and an ISDN, which I got to solve the problem with somebody in the studio.
Also, goes straight to I was impressed with it.
The bit with the Raspberry Pi is very reliable. I use it at home to be honest. For a sports show.
Just been named in England under the but that's really good. So Henry Brooks is in our places. Boone was quite Beckles. So Beckles is as well. That's Colson. So there might be over it.
Sold out and get bowled out for a minute.
So yeah, I've got a swap shot through this tap. Are you on the hour? Oh, wait.
All the time. We're off the radio. Can't get enough of it.
With the time at 3.5 minutes to 11. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, welcoming you to Edgbaston for coverage of Warwickshire's 5th match in the One Day Cup this season against Derbyshire today. And the first and most important news of the day is that it's the best day of weather for some little while, I think. Why can't I hear myself?
No, you can't hear yourself because you haven't plugged yourself in.
There's a plug missing. That's better. Hello.
Who are you again?
Yes, I've been asking that for years. Should we start again? It's a good job we're not trying to impress anybody today. Hello, this is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM with all the plugs in all the right holes. And this is Warwickshire against Derbyshire in the one-day cup at Edgbaston that's going to start very shortly. They're due to start in 3 minutes, but at the moment we only have Warwickshire players on the outfield. But we will shortly have Derbyshire's batsmen coming out because they have won the toss and chosen to bat first. The conditions are more favourable than they've been here at Edgbaston for a little while. I don't know what it's like where you are. There's no play in my garden until about the end of September, I don't think, after all the recent rain. But happily, Edgbaston drains rather better than that. And so we'll be starting on time with the pitch almost in the centre of the ground, very slightly towards the Holly stand side, but a very big playing area today, with the rope back close to the fence all the way round, except on the straight boundaries. So out come the umpires, out come Warwickshire, who have won all 4 of their games in the competition to date. And here come the Derbyshire openers. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby is the other voice that you will hear largely throughout the day. And Derby have won the toss and batting first.
Yes, interesting decision. Morning, Mike. Morning, everybody. Interesting decision given what Warwickshire did to Worcestershire on Sunday. But these two, Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, have been the entire reason why Derbyshire have been competitive just about in this competition so far. I say competitive, they've won 1 game, but they've been relatively competitive, and it's thanks largely to the openers. So I'm sure that Warwickshire's analysts will know all about that, and will be taking them on accordingly. Just one change for Derbyshire. Anuj Dal returns to the starting lineup in place of Wayne Madsen, who's gone back to Old Trafford to not play. And he hasn't played yet. Because you're allowed to recall players if they don't play for 2 matches in a row. But I think the only 2 players who've actually been recalled by the counties are Bell Drummond and Madsen.
Yes.
So it's obviously batsmen who they can call back rather than bowlers, because Scrimshaw's not played either at Cardiff, but he's not been called back. That could be because he's leaving at the end of the season, of course. But anyway.
Warwickshire have had Danny Briggs started the competition and then has gone back to the 100.
Yes.
Ed Barnard's going to bowl the first over, and the first ball by Harry Kame is tipped into the leg side, and it's picked up sharply by Jacob Bethell, who is close in a rather straight mid-wicket. There are 3 changes to the Warwickshire team that dispatched Worcestershire in short order on Sunday. Jacob Bethell gets a game in favour of Kai Smith. Henry Brooks playing in the competition for the first time this season in place of the seamer Michael Booth, who played in the last 2 games. And Tazim Ali, an exciting day for a young cricketer. Barnard bowls, and forward comes Kame, who defends out into the leg side. Tazim Ali is a 17-year-old off-spinner, a product of Attock Cricket Club that's based not too far from here, in a lovely ground as well, right next to Moseley School. It's very nice. I went there for a game earlier in the season. It's lovely. And he has come in. Craig Miles has come out. So it's been a feature of the competition so far for a lot of counties that a few young cricketers are getting an opportunity to take their first steps in first-team cricket. An exciting day for him. This is Brooks pitching this up outside the off stump, and Kame drives up to mid-off. Dave's going to go and talk briefly to the listeners of BBC Radio Derby. It's none for none in the first over. Derbyshire are in their almost sky blue uniforms with decoration to the front, while Warwickshire are in their all dark blue in slightly 2 different tones. Barnard goes in again to bowl to Kame, who's very correctly forward and pushes back on the offside. Warwickshire have won all 4 games, 2 of them in very short order indeed. Here against Gloucestershire, and on Sunday at New Road, where they finished off the Worcestershire game by before 3 o'clock, I think. Having bowled them out for just 108. Barnard bowls, and Kame, it's a ball that just bounces a fraction and pushes it away square on the offside, and there isn't a run. None for none in the first of the 50 overs. Barnard has been opening the bowling and the batting to good effect with both in this competition, particularly with the bat, where he's made 3 half-centuries in the first 4 games. Off goes Barnard to complete his first over, and came again. He's forward, thinking only of defence, and has seen off the first over from Ed Barnard. None for no wicket, Derbyshire, having chosen to bat first today. And as I say, conditions are favourable. There is some broken cloud around, but there's a bit of blue sky too, and the forecast is good for the day. In a few moments I'll update listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. It's the way you'll perhaps be familiar throughout these BBC local radio commentaries. Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who's been in tremendous form, is going to bowl from the Birmingham end. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire, looking to continue their winning run in the One-Day Cup, take on Derbyshire here today, and have made a number of changes to the team that beat Worcestershire very quickly on Sunday. Jacob Bethell and Henry Brooks come into the team, and they're joined by the young off-spinner Tazeem Ali, who makes his first team debut at the age of 17. Kai Smith, Michael Booth and Craig Miles are the players who step down. Ed Barnard and Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who've been very productive opening bowlers, are getting first use of the ball on a pleasant morning here, and Derbyshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are none for no wicket in the second over. Hannon-Dalby's first delivery to the left-handed Rees was wide of off stump, and Dave's already moved back in.
I just followed a story about a farmer who's hoping to get his crops in so he can feed his cows. It's all kicking off in Derbyshire. And Dalby's next delivery, bowling from the city end, is wide of the off stump and left alone by Lewis Rees. Not a shot in anger in the first 8 deliveries of this match. And these two have, as I said, been in exceptional form. Between them, Harry Kane has scored 251 runs, Lewis Rees 225. They're by far and away. Hayder's got 198, but you wouldn't want to risk your life on him scoring a lot of runs. These two, however, different matter as Rees defends. This next delivery from Hannon-Dalby out into the offside, and there's no run.
Barnard and Hannon-Dalby have equally been exceptionally productive with the ball. Barnard's got 9 wickets in the 4 games, and Hannon-Dalby 14 wickets at 9. 4 in Neath the other day in the game against Glamorgan, where in quite a high scoring match he was the outstanding bowler on both teams.
Was it nice there?
It was a bit squelchy.
Yeah. Hannon-Dalby in, bowls to Rees, who guides this down to third man, where it's going to be fielded by Jake Lintott, and they are going to get the first run of the day. Rees off the mark and Derbyshire off the mark.
There's a lot of outground cricket, isn't there, in this competition? Warwickshire are playing all their games here, but a lot of other counties are on tour. I was a bit surprised to learn that the 2 games scheduled in Neath last week were the only 2 games that Glamorgan have got away from headquarters this year, because St Helens, alas, as Swansea has dropped off the circuit.
I think it just fell apart in the end.
Yes, I fear so. And there's no Colwyn Bay games either this year.
No, they've been playing at Newport as well, haven't they? Last season and the season before, I think they played at Newport. Hannon-Dalby in again, bowls to Harry Kane down the leg side, wide. Signalled by one of our 2 umpires, Ben Peverell and James Treadwell. I'll try and work out which one's which in a minute. They look very
yes.
Well, one's slightly, how do you put this delicately? One is slightly larger than the other.
Yes.
But that isn't helping me at the moment.
Yes.
I might have to get my glasses out too.
Sportingly, for our radio listeners, you haven't said which is which, so
yes, no, I'm not
most
going to
diplomat.
I'm not going to. I'm in no position to suggest that somebody is rounder than somebody else. 2 without loss. Hannon-Dalby in again, and bowls to Kane, who just dabs it into the leg side. He'll pick up another single. They run it quite quickly, but there was only ever going to be 1 run there. And it is now 3 without loss as the ball is picked up by Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, I believe.
He is, yes, and taking his opportunity in this competition. Didn't get to play in the 2020s. But I know I enjoyed the day in Neath very much. It was proper outground cricket. The place was full, I guess, about 1,500 people. But they'd lost the first game that week,
Yes,
as against Durham, and it was still pretty wet.
yeah, Durham haven't had much luck recently. As this one beats Lewis Rees. Really good delivery from Hannon Dolby through to Burgess behind the stumps. That was an excellent delivery to finish the second over of the innings. Hannon Dolby conceding 3 runs from his first over, and that's why Derbyshire are 3 without loss. Harry Kame and Lewis Rees have 1 apiece, and there's been a wide.
So they had to move the boundary in a bit. It wasn't a very big boundary anyway on the side where we were broadcasting
away from the mud.
Yeah, exactly that. And I gather that the umpires, when they had a look first thing, were not really that keen, but both teams were, and there was a real feeling that, you know, the Neath have put a lot of effort in and they've lost a game already and we need to get a game on, and they did. Barnard bowls down the leg side and it's going to be called wide. Harry Kame just steps inside it and lets it go. So that was good, that both teams were up for getting a game on, and the place was full and everybody came in and had a pretty good time and saw 3:30 play 3:10. So it was an entertaining game. It was rather higher scores than we were all expecting when they started. Barnard bowls and Kame drives without timing it up to Tazim Ali at mid-off, because it was damp. It was really damp, and it nipped around to start with. Warwickshire's, with Barnard and Yates opening, it was like old-fashioned one-day cricket, like one-day cricket used to be. There were 36 for none in 10 overs.
Excellent.
And then kept wickets in hand and accelerated to the end. That was how it used to be played, kids. Oh, now Barnard swings one back in, and Kame drives loosely at it. It goes between bat and pad. He's got one hand off the bat, but that was a very slippery delivery, and it just scooted past the off stump somehow.
He likes to get on with it, Harry Kame. His strike rate in the competition going into this game in excess of 100, so he likes to be getting on with things, and he isn't at the moment.
Barnard bowls, and forward comes Kame and defends. There's a good photograph put out by Warwickshire near the end of that game in Neath, because Hamza Sheikh, the young fielder, was a young batter, made some quick runs. He's in the covers at the moment here today, another teenager. But he fielded in front of us on the boundary for much of the innings, in the bit that was only just playable. Barnard goes wider of the crease. Kame gives him the charge and misses. He was aiming towards us, but he hit only fresh air. And Sheikh had been fielded marvellously, but he'd been throwing himself around to such an extent that he was wearing most of the outfield by halfway through. And there's a smashing photo that Warwickshire tweeted, and as they put it, he did look like he'd been playing rugby.
Yes.
He was absolutely plastered, but he fielded tremendously. Barnard bowls and Kame drives. He's got this through a gap. He hasn't hit it hard, so it won't go all the way to the boundary, which is quite a long one. And they will have 3, I think, by the time that Rhodes has got the return back. So 3 to Harry Kame. He's 4. And Derbyshire is 7 for none.
Yeah, be feeling a bit better with life, about life. Will Harry Kame after that. Bat on ball. It's always nice for an opening batsman to get bat on ball. I hadn't done it too often, other than in a defensive way prior to that shot.
There's going to be some running to be done today. The pitch is, as we're looking at it out of the pavilion, it's slightly to the right of centre, which is to say it's marginally towards the Hollis side of the ground, but it's pretty central. Barnard round the wicket, and the left-handed Rees scores a run here, turning it off his pads to square leg. And 2 fielders clumsily almost run into one another, but Bethel's got the ball and sends it back. It's 8 for none at the end of the over. But the rope, it's more or less about 10 yards in from the fence all the way round, the same. So that's quite a big playing area.
It is, isn't it?
Not quite the full extent of the straight boundaries, but it's a rather wider playing area than there was for the 100 game here the other day, for people who were here at that.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. They do
Safe
it,
for both teams.
they do it a lot at Durham and at Old Trafford with very large playing areas as well. And there's lots of 2s and the occasional 3. And Derbyshire have been undone by that many, many times. Well, I've been watching them. Hannon Dolby continuing from the city end, balls to Lewis Rees, who pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. So yeah, they'll have to be wary of that. If they can turn the 1s into 2s, then they need to do it, because they're going to need a few runs, I imagine. 298 in their first 2 matches. They got past the 300 barrier, which they don't do very often, against Glamorgan. Then sort of fell apart, really, unfortunately, at Durham, as this next delivery is defended by Rees out into the offside. There is Hamza Sheikh doing the fielding in the covers. It was a game that they looked like they were going to win on about 3 separate occasions up at Chesterler Street. But of course, we all knew what was going to happen, and they fell 27 runs short. And then they got past 300 again, I think. I'm fairly sure they did. I really ought to keep records, but rather than rely on my memory, as Hannon Dolby's in again and beats Lewis Rees. He tries to present an image of himself pulling the bat inside the line, but not until it had thudded into the wicketkeeper's gloves, really.
He didn't do it very convincingly there.
No,
They left-handers sometimes do, don't they?
He didn't convince me.
No.
He didn't convince me at all.
And Dolby's had his on a string in this competition. He's bowled very well again this season. Over 50 championship wickets last year. He's got 36 championship wickets already this year. And a bag of wickets in this competition too.
Been a good player for a long time, hasn't he? He's in again, very tall figure. He tucks Rees up a bit there. The ball dribbles into the offside. Ed Barnard will do the fielding at point.
He's never been quick, but he does have bounce, of course. He's a very tall chap. And he has become, I would suggest, in the last 2 or 3 years, increasingly skillful. So if there is any movement to be had in the air or off the pitch, he's the man to find it. And he was in charge at Neath the other day in a high-scoring game.
Still people coming in as Dolby bowls to Rees, who drives up to mid-off, but without any real force. And again, it's a dot ball, 8 without loss, with 1 ball of the 3rd over, 4th over, still to be bowled. I've just worked out where the overs are now on the scoreboard, which is handy. We don't have the big screen in operation today. That's only for special occasions. A lot of branding about the place, though. As Hannon Dolby is in and bowls to Rees, who clips this one up to mid-on. They're going to go through for a quick single, and they're going to make it as well comfortably enough. In fact, there wasn't really a shy at the stumps in the end. Harry Kane was running to the end, to which the ball was being thrown by Rhodes, and they scampered through fairly comfortably. 4 gone, 9 without loss. Kane has 4, Rees has 3. A fairly sedate start. They have made in excess of 60 a couple of times in the power play, these two, without either of them being out, which has laid a decent platform for Derbyshire, which they've singularly failed to build on. It was Jacob Bethel who fielded, incidentally, not Will Rhodes.
They've won chasing 3 times out of 4, Warwickshire, in the competition so far, but twice very low targets. Barnard round the wicket to Rees, who's turning this to Bethel at mid-wicket. In the first game at Taunton, it was a day-night game, and a tricky chase of 231. They got there in 44 overs, which was a good win, but dismissed Gloucester here for 120 and Worcestershire for 108 on Sunday. Made 331 batting first at Neath, which was only just enough in the end. Barnard, from round the wicket, takes Rees on the pad, and they're going to get a leg by. Runs away just behind square. A group of fielders converge on it, but none quickly enough to stop the run. It looked at, we all thought 331 was going to be far too many. in that game when the Bears batted first, but they needed all of them. Glamorgan had a young cricketer called Ben Kellaway.
Yeah, decent, isn't he?
He looked a big talent with bat and ball, I thought.
Absolutely.
Barnard bowls, and forward comes Kame and defends. Because he came into bowl these spinners when it was flying around a bit, and he didn't flinch, picked up some wickets. And when he came in, it was, seriously need to get on with it. And
certainly picked up a couple at the county ground from memory. Well, 3 for 41, in fact, from 8 overs.
Yeah, looked a courageous young cricketer. Barnard bowls, and this is run by Kame quite skillfully off the face of the bat down to third man, and Lintott does the fielding. They take 1 run. Kame is up to 5, and it's 11 for none. Scoreboard's very quick today. It's very good. Years ago, the scoreboard wasn't so quick, but it really is here. It's efficient these days. I quite often have the run up before it's been completed. 11 for none. Rees, the left-hander, facing Barnard around the wicket to him, and Rees is forward cautiously, dabbing it into the offside. And Derbyshire have not really tried, with the exception of one charge from Kame, they haven't really tried anything too ambitious yet.
They barely hit it off the square so far. That one drive that picked up 3 for Harry Kame is about it. It's the only time they've scored more than 1 run off any delivery.
We haven't seen any prodigious movement. So the one ball from Barnard that burst through Kame's defence. He is reshuffling forward rather than charging, but he's covering up and turning it to Bethel, close in at mid-wicket. And 5 overs are complete. And Warwickshire keeping Derbyshire on quite a tight leash at the moment at 11 for no wicket, with Kame 5 and Rees 3.
Yes, it's not been the quick fire start that you necessarily expect from a 50-over match, but this is the only game in this group today, from what I can see.
They've been scattered a bit, these games, haven't they?
There was nothing yesterday,
No.
I noticed. This is the only one in this group today. They are playing elsewhere. I noticed they're playing at Kibworth, Leicestershire. First of 2 matches there, so they've gone to an outground. They haven't gone that far from Leicester. 11 without loss as Hannon Dolby comes racing towards us, and Harry Kame plays an inside edge into his pad as the ball dribbles out into the offside. It goes no more than 10 feet from him before it's picked up by Henry Brooks. Tall figure of Henry Brooks, the former Derbyshire player. I think he's still amongst our leading wicket takers now. He's only played once.
The 2 brothers are in the team today, which for the first time in this competition, and there won't be many more because Ethan's on his way out to Worcestershire.
Hannon Dolby again. This one's guided by Harry Kame down towards Tazim Ali. They pick up a single at 12 without loss. Kame moves on to 6. Rees has 3. A couple of wides.
Seems to be more and more traffic between Warwickshire and Worcestershire in either direction over the last few years. Ed Barnard, of course, came from Worcestershire to here last winter, and Moeen Ali, in a way, at least for the Blast games at least, coming back here.
There's been a lot of transfers recently, isn't there? Or announced, certainly, as Rees pushes this next one out into the offside. And Hamza Sheikh does the fielding. Look, Rees wanted a single there, it was never on.
Slightly odd to have so many announced so far from the end of the season.
I think it's ridiculous, personally.
Quite right.
Derbyshire losing George Scrimshaw to Northamptonshire.
Are they?
Yeah, the bright lights of Northampton have have lured him south.
It's an unusual move, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, he looks a talented boy.
A slightly longer contract has helped, I think,
Okay.
as Hannon Dolby bowls to Rees, who drives out towards the extra cover boundary. He hasn't hit it sufficiently well that Will Rose won't pick it up inside the rope, but they are going to come back for 3, and they do. So each of the batsmen have a 3 to their name now. Rees moves on to 9, 18 without loss. And the bright lights of London have taken Leas Deploy, the skipper, He's going off to Middlesex
Oh, okay.
for, again, no apparent reason. Says it's not to play First Division cricket. It's not to play at Lords. It's not for more. So goodness only now. Not to. I've no idea why he's going, but he is. In comes Hannon Dolby and bowls to Kame, who defends. The final ball. Was it the final ball? They've already added that on.
No, they do. They're all they're
that was
super
that
fast.
was sharp.
They are quick.
They barely let it go.
They're very quick.
Yeah, so there's two who are going, but Derbyshire have already announced a few arrivals. Mohammed Amir is coming
Oh, that's an interesting sign.
for the first half, as an overseas player for the first half of next season, which is, of course, has set everybody chatting because he's married to a British woman and may well become local during the season. As Hannon Dolby is in bowls to Kame. It strikes him on the pad. There's a half-hearted appeal from Hannon Dolby. It was probably a bit high and going down leg side. It's the end of the over. 15 without loss. They've signed Pat Brown from Worcestershire. So if they can keep him fit, that'd be nice. He took a magnificent catch in the T20 match between the sides, Worcestershire and Derbyshire at Derby earlier this season. I'm sure they've signed somebody else. Oh, how could I forget? The best of the lot, which I think is David Lloyd, who is with Derbyshire on loan for the 50-over competition.
Yes.
But he's going back to Glamorgan at the end of the 50-over competition, but he's already very immersed in Derbyshire culture.
Okay.
So
yes, there was a bit of chat about that while I was at the Glamorgan game last week. He's Barnard around the wicket, and Rees pushes away in the offside.
well, they're not massively happy.
I got that impression, Dave,
Yes.
I'll be honest with you.
And then when Glamorgan came up last week, he was very, very noticeably wearing lots of Derbyshire kit and one of the pale blue caps.
Oh, okay.
Which made him stand out. So he warmed up with Derbyshire. He went for a net in Derbyshire kit. It was great.
And the wicket comes Barnard, and Rees turns this to Bethel at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
I have a slightly earlier one at
okay.
25 past this one, but the rest of them are normal.
All right. 15 for no wicket. Dave's going to go and have a chat to BBC Radio Derby. We shall hear from Phil Britt in a little while as well. Round the wicket comes Barnard, and Rees comes forward and plays his most attacking stroke so far, pulls it down to deep backward square leg, but there's a fieldsman out for the purpose, so he gets only one run. I'm not sure he really hit it quite as he intended to. So he picks up one, and it's 16 without loss. Kame is back on strike, the right-hander. And it's been generally cautious stuff so far. Barnard back over the wicket, and Kame always hacks across the line of this, gets off a thick inside edge, and it runs out to deep mid-wicket. And they've one rather ugly run. And it's 17 for none. Rees is up to 7. And Kame joins him on 7, but that's twice now that Kame has come down the pitch to Barnard and hasn't been conspicuously successful either time. Round the wicket comes Barnard, and Rees scoops him over the short fine leg. Lintott is chasing back, but he won't catch it. And that'll be the first boundary coming in the 7th over, and a slight change of gear from Derbyshire, but that's the first one that they've really got away of an attacking or inventive stroke. And Rees played it very delicately as Barnard pitched up. Lobbed it over Lintott, who's just inside the circle there at fine leg. The two fieldsmen are outside the circle at the moment, as the restrictions allow, are at third man in front of the Thwaite scoreboard, quite a wide third man, and at deep square leg. And Barnard's round the wicket, and Rees is driving into the ground, and it's tipped up and over an invisible crossbar by Ethan Brooks. But there's a fieldsman running in behind him, so he doesn't get a run. It's 21 for none. We've had 7 overs, and Rees has gone up to 11. and Came is 7. So at least wickets are in hand. Warwickshire have on a couple of occasions quickly knocked the top off their opposition after fielding first in this competition so far, but that hasn't happened yet. Hello to Nev, listening from Sussex, who describes himself as a, quote, seasoned fan. It's very self-effacing of you to say, Nev. Experienced. He makes an observation about Oliver Hannon-Dolby, which I'll come to in a moment, because here is Hannon-Dolby just drifting onto the pads of Harry Came, who's going to get his first boundary as a result. Tucked it wide of Jake Lintott, who's at sort of 45 degrees on the leg side, inside the circle. And that's an unusually ill-directed delivery from Oliver Hannon-Dolby in his recent form, and Came picks up his first boundary. He's 11, 25 for no wicket. And Hannon-Dolby gets the ball back and starts again in his run from the Birmingham end, and Came is forward and defends out on the offside. And there's no run, 25 for none. Nev says, isn't Hannon-Dolby reminiscent of Tom Cartwright, the legendary line and length Warwickshire stalwart? Well, if he gets well on the way to Tom Cartwright's record and reputation, then he will have had a fine career, and he's certainly enhancing his numbers all the time, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, at this stage of his career. Whether he'll have the longevity of Tom Cartwright, I don't know, but he's looking good at the moment. And here he comes to bowl to Came, who turns into the leg side, and there's no run. I will defer to those with longer memories and better knowledge. I think he's probably a little bit taller than Tom Cartwright was, and maybe has a bit of extra bounce as a weapon, but certainly in terms of being the most reliable in finding an accurate and regular length and line, he's very much in that tradition. And here he is to bowl now to Came, who chips it in the air, and he's very nearly caught by Bethel chasing across from mid-on. It would have been a fabulous catch, but he was 2 strides short, I think, of making it, despite the great swallow dive towards it. And Came gets away with a slightly false stroke and gets 2 runs. But that hovered in the air for a teasing amount of time before dropping just out of Bethel's reach. 27 for none. Came is 13. He was living a bit dangerously there. And in comes Hannon-Dolby to bowl to him. Came makes a bit of room outside the leg stump, and he's going to get 1 down to third man. And it's fielded by Tazim Ali, who is the newcomer to the Warwickshire lineup today. I can't remember long enough to when I got my first game in the school team, but and this is, to put it mildly, several rungs above that on the cricketing ladder. But I'd imagine that Tazim Ali is the old heart pumping a bit at the moment. If you're playing your first game at this level, that'd be an exciting occasion. Good for him. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and Warwickshire have dispensed with any of the slips at all now as he bowls to Rees, who drives him up to mid-on for a single. It's 29 for no wicket. We've had 8 overs, and this is looking a perfectly satisfactory start from Derbyshire. Now they're trying to play a few shots, Dave.
Yes, Lewis Rees will have noted that I wasn't on commentary when they hit either of those boundaries. He did mention Ed Dawes took over from me again in the Glamorgan game last Wednesday. At 4 o'clock I had to go elsewhere to watch Burton lose, and well, they were playing Leicester City, so it was expected. And he spoke to Lewis Rees afterwards and said, you need to come more often because I score runs when you're here. But he's been scoring runs when I've been watching him, but he just hasn't noticed that I'm here. We're going to see a change in the bowling now. Is it Rob Yates? It is Rob, isn't it?
It is Rob, yes, and this will be an unusually early introduction for him.
Bit of spin?
Yes, only a little bit, but he has bowled quite effectively. He took wickets in the championship match at Canterbury, actually, at important times.
I hope it turns, because Derbyshire have got Matty McKeon and Alex Thompson and Mark Watt in their side. All very much specialist spinners, a leg spinner, an orthodox off spinner and a left arm spinner. At the moment, Lewis Rees wants somebody to sit down, and he's reasonably insistent on that before he settles over his bat. Should I carry on?
No, transfixed by Rob Yates preparing to launch into his two-step run. And a full toss is bunted down the ground by Kame. It is an unusual introduction for him to come in this early on. I think once or twice, maybe in the 2020s. Well, it was more usually Dan Mosley, of course, he was away playing in the 100, who had the duties of being the slow bowler introduced in the early overs, and he ended up having a fabulous competition, took 20-odd wickets. But Yates, with still the close fielding restrictions in place, and bowls another full toss here. The pitch isn't long enough, and it's fielded this time by Ethan Brooks on the mid-wicket boundary.
It's a rapturous applause.
Yes.
Terrific. It was a very straightforward piece of fielding. I think Ethan would have been disappointed had he not been able to complete that and throw the ball back.
But, you know,
as a professional cricketer,
you take one's acclaim where you can, don't you, these days?
Yes.
Round the wicket comes Yates to the left hand. Oh, and that one does spin a little bit.
Hello.
Outside Rees's off stump. Okay, that's got the interest of a few on both teams, I think. But he's got young Tazeem Ali's interest. Up goes Yates round the wicket. That is a little bit shorter, and that turned as well. And
Hello.
Rees pushed at it, and he's glad he didn't touch it.
This is interesting.
Yeah. Okay. He's got a slip in, Rob Yates. And he's certainly got Rees's attention as he comes round the wicket. And Rees plays that very late, and chops it down safely enough to third man's no run. Well, we might have an interesting element to the game here then.
Also speed it up if there's three spinners in the Derbyshire team.
Yates round the wicket, and Rees is very respectful now. Well, once he started landing them in that over, things started to happen. So 9 overs, 31 for no wicket. The very fact that he was introduced with still 2 overs of the fielding restrictions in place was a bit of a clue, but it turned already for Rob Yates, who I think even he would admit he's not the biggest spinner of the ball in Warwickshire's staff. There
is a very large footmark outside Lewis Rees's off stump.
Yeah.
Which
well, Ollie Hannon Dolby has very large feet.
Well, yes, which would have made Yates's eyes light up, I'm sure. He did certainly turn at least 2 quite a lot. So stand by Watt, Thompson and McKiernan. You may have a very large part to play. Derbyshire very rarely bowl out a bowler because they've got so many options with those 3 plus Dahl, plus Rees, plus Lloyd, plus Connors and Lackmell. I mean, everybody bowls apart from the wicket-keeper and Haider Ali, of course. And that one is clipped to first. A new over from Hannon Dolby, clipped into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Hamza Sheikh is there. They come back for 2.
This is, I think this is Henry Brooks.
Oh, it's Henry Brooks. I beg your pardon. It is yes, if I'd have looked at the scoreboard properly, I would have known. I would have known as well had I spotted the full head of hair that Henry Brooks has.
Yes.
As opposed to Oliver Hannon Dolby, who doesn't. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I applaud it. Henry Brooks is in again, and that one again is whipped into the leg side. Again, it's Hamza Sheikh who has to move around from square leg to mid-wicket to do the fielding. And again, they get 2 runs, so 2 off each of the first 2 deliveries of the Henry Brooks over. 35 without loss. They are motoring now, Derbyshire. This is the last over of the power play, though. So it might be too late to get a big power play score. But the 0 down is always good. And Kane waits. Brooks, he dances down the track to him and flat bats him to mid-off. Didn't get hold of that at all. I think Brooks spotted him coming and just dropped it a little shorter. Perhaps leave the dancing down the pitch until the bowler's about to bowl rather than just about 5 yards before his delivery stride. But 35 with for no loss it remains. Phil Britt reminded me, as if not that I should have needed reminding, that Derbyshire looking for their 3rd win of the season against Warwickshire. Remarkably. if indeed we count Birmingham as Warwickshire, which I tend to.
Yes.
That one is clipped into the leg side by Harry Kame and fielded by Jacob Bethel, including the remarkable run chase here in the T20 when they chased down 200 plus for the first and indeed only time in their history. I was sitting at the far end for that one. I was on strike, so I didn't actually get to commentate on their finest game of T20 cricket, as Brooks is in again and Kame guides this off the back foot out into the offside, fielded by Ethan Brooks.
I'm beginning to get Lewis Reese's point. I know Henry Brooks was only there for 5 minutes, but did he make a good impression?
Yes, and he's a very good interviewee as well, I
Yes,
thought.
he is. No, he's good fun.
He was very honest. All the rest of it, I mean, he was quite clear he was going to come back here, but I think he enjoyed himself. He's in and bowls, and Kame is caught at backward point. A fairly straightforward catch for Ed Barnard. He went back, cut the ball, and Henry Brooks picks up a wicket in his first over. Barnard takes the catch. Came out for 19. Derbyshire 35 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, it came quick, but he picked out the fielder pretty accurately. So Kame departs, having tried several times to get things going in the last 2 or 3 overs. And maybe it is going to be a little bit tricky to time your strokes, because he didn't really get any sort of flamboyant strokes away, and they're trying to square drive. He's not managed to control it.
No, that was the final ball of the power play as well. So disappointment for Harry Kame, who, as I said, has had a pretty good competition so far. He is leading scorer, but he will score no more. And here is David Lloyd, who's done pretty well himself. 86 not out the other day when Derbyshire won their only game of the tournament so far against Sussex. I didn't see a single shot that he played, but I believe it was brutal, and he has that in him. David Lloyd, he's a very good cricketer, and will almost, well, I don't know, almost certainly might be over-egging it. He's among the favourites to be Derbyshire's captain next season. No one at the club will tell us, even the coach, but when the coach says we brought him to the club for his leadership qualities, it rather suggests that he might be the captain next season.
Clues are there, aren't they? Because it's a slightly odd business in being out on loan from Glamorgan, which I think was the point of their angst about it. Given that he's the captain there.
Yes, but he'd been told, I think he'd been told he wasn't going to play any 50-over cricket.
Okay.
So he jumped at the chance to get himself acquainted with his new teammates. And when you watch him out in the field, Brooke Guest, the wicket-keeper, is the captain of the 50 side. And David Lloyd is involved in a lot of discussions.
Well, he's a very experienced cricketer now, isn't he? Now we're through the power play, the tighter fielding restrictions. So now there are more fielders back, but Rob Yates is going to stay on, and not surprisingly, after a bit of encouragement in his first over, especially, well, yeah, to the left-hander Rees, who he's going to bowl to again, but that's a little bit shorter, and Rees has time to go back and force it square on the offside, and takes one out to a deep cover. Lintot's out there, so he'll be looking forward to a bowl if there's any spin, and I'm sure the youngster Tazim Ali will as well. So maybe we're going to see a lot of spin. Warwickshire in the 2020s, they bowled an awful lot of spin. I mean, we did wonder at one point whether they might dare to do a full 20 overs of spin, because they were quite close to it a couple of times. Yates bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this with a little flick out onto the offside.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
No.
Alex Thompson has opened the bowling in this competition once this season, the off spinner.
I think they got through 16 overs of spin in the one game that I reckoned up. Yates turns this into Lloyd's pad, but even from here we could see that turned a bit.
I like it. I don't mind a pitch that
No.
turns to here. just brings something a bit different.
Different to the game.
Yeah.
Tests out different things. Yates, he gives that plenty of loop, and it's very full. And Lloyd pushes it down to mid-on and takes one. Mid-on's gone back towards the rope for Lloyd, but now with Rees, the left-hander, on strike, he's got long off back. Hannon Dalby's up in the circle at mid-on. Round the wicket comes Yates, and Rees is letting that go outside off stump. Derbyshire chose to bat first, and they are 37 for 1 in the 11th over, and Yates pushes that through a bit flatter. And Rees wants a quick run, and it is a quick run, but they're through. It was fielded. The runner coming in was Barnard. I'm not quite sure he picked it up as cleanly as he'd want to, and he threw the ball into Michael Burgess, who took it in front of the stumps, and there was just time for David Lloyd to make his ground, but it was tight, 38 for 1 in 11.
Yeah, a little punch of gloves between the two batsmen there. I'm not sure whether David Lloyd would have been massively thrilled with that. Lewis Rees was almost run out 3 times in a game recently by Harry Kame, so it seems to be catching. And Haider Ali hasn't even come out to bat yet. He can be slightly erratic. Beautiful to watch, but running between the wickets, not so much. So Henry Brooks, who took a wicket with the final ball of his previous over, is going to bowl his second, 1 for 4 in that first over. He's going to be bowling it to Lewis Rees, over number 12. Still people arriving. And Brooks around the wicket, bowls to Rees, who pushes it out into the offside, and this time Lloyd sets off the run, which isn't there. Excellent. I think it'll do him good so he can work out who he can and can't trust. David Lloyd with the shouts for next season.
You don't want to be running the future captain out. That's even worse than running the current captain out.
They can run the current one out because he's going. I'd be surprised to see him go before the end of the season, if I'm honest. But Brooks bowls, and it's high up on the bat. A defensive shot out into the offside from Lewis Rees. I think that would depend on them getting Lloyd full time. And the word is that Lloyd might come, but it depends on how Glamorgan's promotion push is going. Well, it's not going to change between now and the start of September, and they're very much in the thick of the promotion hunt. And it'd have to join permanently because Derbyshire played Glamorgan in the last game of the season, in which case it would be almost pointless him coming. Here is Brooks, bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside again. A no ball, was it? It was signalled no ball. It's fielded by Ethan Brooks. 3 successive deliveries pushed out into the offside. A free hit, of course. How exciting. Where will this go? Presumably not to Ethan Brooks for the 4th successive delivery. 40 for 1 the score has moved up to. Brooks is on his way in again. Bowls to Rees, who launches him out towards Cow Corner. Well, it's actually curving back towards Lintott, who's out there, I think it is, yeah. And he picks up on the slide, and the free hit has cost just 2. So, well done to Henry Brooks. Derbyshire moved to 42 for 1.
Doesn't feel easy to time attacking strokes, does it?
It hasn't looked it, certainly. No, absolutely not.
I wonder what score Derbyshire have got in mind to try and post. Because I think you'd start off with a number, wouldn't you? So let's see if we can score this. I wonder if it's gone down a bit.
Don't aim too high.
Yeah.
Brooks bowls. 300's the sort of minimum requirement these days, isn't it? That one's pushed out square on the offside. Out towards Hamza Sheikh, and they go through for another single. Was that? No, he was just signalling 2 more for the over, I think.
Yeah, it was. It was unusual about that game in Neath the other day, in that to begin with, you thought, well, if you'd been put in, if you got 200, with it being soft and damp, you'd be quite pleased with that. Warwickshire 36 for none after 10 overs, but had all those wickets in hand. Ended up galloping up to 330. They actually lost momentum for a short while, and then pushed it on again. But they turned out to need them all, so you just have to adjust your sights sometimes, don't you?
Derbyshire would snap your hands off for 330 as Brooks bowls to Lloyd, who defends it up towards mid-on. and there's no run. I think 22 times in their history. It keeps changing. Derbyshire have scored 300 or more in a List A game, so it's not something they've done regularly in their history. They've done it twice this season, as I say. But they scored 298 at Cheltenham College, which looked about 30 short and turned out to be about 70 or 80 short. Very rare you see square boundaries as short as Cheltenham College. As Lloyd defends the next delivery from Brooks out into the offside. Picked up by Rob Yates. No run. End of the over. 12 gone. 43 for 1 to Lloyd. 18 to Rees.
Were you still up on that balcony there, square on?
Yes, yes. It's a beautiful place.
It is, it really is.
Absolutely
I haven't been
beautiful.
there for quite a while.
That's the first time I'd ever been. And yeah, they made 298 for 9. And you thought, well, they're probably in the game, but they weren't.
No.
Not by a long stretch. And they scored 298 for 8 in their second match, and weren't in that one either. So it's gone pretty well, really. The whole campaign's gone really well.
Yeah, Yates is going to bowl for Warwickshire. His campaign's gone very well thus far. In the 13th over, and that turned a bit away from Lewis Rees, who seemed to lose his balance very slightly as he pushed it away into the covers.
Should have smacked that somewhere because it was very short.
It was, but he's being reasonably cautious at the moment, Rees, against Yates' off spin, and he comes forward to defend out into the offside. Yates made a century in the Neath game, and he's still looking for a first wicket in this competition. Well, that one turned, but there was time for Rees to adjust and sort of went with the spin and pushed it away down towards third man, and he gets a single. So it's 44 for 2, and Rees is 19. They've lost Harry Kane, caught at backward point by Ed Barnard, off in Henry Brooks' first over for 19. Yates coming round the wicket now to the right-hander, and that turns into his pads, and Lloyd pops it up into a gap on the leg side and takes 1 run. But Yates now fancy coming round the wicket to the right-hander because he can turn it into him.
I assume it's been used recently, this pitch, has it?
Almost they all have recently.
Well,
Is Yates round the wicket, and Rees pushes away on the offside, and there's no run. I mean, the roller never goes cold here. There's games all the time.
As you said, it's reasonably central, so you think it might be used on TV, this one.
Yates round the wicket, that's pushed through quicker and flatter, and Rees pushes it again to backward point, and there's no run, just 2 from the over. So Yates has got through 3 in quick time, and it's 45 for none in 13 overs. I mean, there was a 100 game here only the other day, and I couldn't swear it's exactly the same pitch, but it's similar
It can't be far
area.
off, can
No,
it?
so
Can't
it
be far
might
off.
be. I mean, the ground staff here do have a lot of games to put on. Last year, when we had the Commonwealth Games and the women's games were here, I mean, they had an extraordinary number of games to fit in. And by and large, the pitches were pretty good. And the ground still looked in good order in September, but there was some long shifts put in.
Well, Birmingham wins the right to host the Commonwealth Games permanently.
Well, there's a lot of people in this city who'd be all for that.
Absolutely. Good luck to the ground staff then. Brooks to continue from the city end. Lloyd pushes it into the onside. There is no run. Ethan Brooks does the fielding and takes the ball all the way to the stumps before throwing it away to Jacob Bethel to do something with his. He's basically spinning it from one hand to the other. There's no polishing goes on with these white balls. Well, I think it'd be a good idea, since nobody else seems capable of hosting it anymore. Lloyd waits, and this next one slaps him on the pad. It goes backward a square on the offside for a leg bye. He wasn't entirely sure what he was doing there, David Lloyd. Leg bye finally signalled by the umpire. 46 for 1.
No, that was a bit awkward. Whether the municipal finances are in a good enough health to be able to host it again, I think I wouldn't profess to know, but it's the municipal finances generally are a fairly hot topic, which I'm not going to go near because we've got specialist people for that. But
it sort of makes sense, wouldn't it? Then get some funding from else for all the other countries or something like that. Reese pushes this to Ed Barnard at point.
I mean, it was. Look, you never have no pleases everybody here, but for anybody who had even the slightest inkling of sympathy for sport in this area, it was terrific. You know, I can speak personally with my family, not in a professional sense. I didn't work on any events in terms of covering them, although we did a lot around it as a radio station. But to be part of it and going to events with families was terrific.
Brooks bowls, Sarisa pushes it out into the offside, straight to Barnard, no run.
And the atmosphere around the city.
Yeah.
Well, of course, it was a bit wider than the city because there were events scattered about over the wider area.
Do some motocross, or not motocross.
Cycling, the mountain
Cannock.
biking was over towards Cannock Chase, which is lovely. The bowls were in Leamington, so I mean, the velodrome cycling was in London, so that was not quite part of it.
I'd have preferred it to have been in Manchester, to be fair.
Yes,
which is a bit close. Well, it's not really close, is it? It's equidistant, but Brooks bowls and Reese drives, and he's going to get runs this time. He's pushed it out towards wide, long off. There was a sort of despairing dive from Ethan Brooks, and they go through for three, in fact. That's the third three by my calculations. And Derbyshire's, no, it isn't. They move up to 49 for one. Reese has 22, nearly fell into the scoreboard trap. Lloyd on 2. We're in the 1 ball left of the 14th over.
Look, having covered the football at Old Trafford last night, I can tell you exactly how far away Manchester is.
Yes, that is true. Yes.
It's a very long way away. But if you go at the wrong time.
Well, that is. I've come down from Bolton this morning. But I wouldn't recommend it, really. This one is hoiked into the leg side. It's going to drop shy of Hamza Sheikh out there on the mid-wicket boundary off the bat of David Lloyd. He picks up a single, slightly fortunate, and Derbyshire's 50 is up now. 50 in exactly 14 overs. And very helpfully, the scoreboard tell us that Derbyshire lead by 50.
I'm glad you've cleared that up.
Yes.
Yeah, but look, from a sporting point of view and from a lifting the atmosphere around the city point of view, I think that people have a lot of sympathy with it. But as I say, there's more to it than merely that.
There's a lot.
A lot.
Yeah,
I mean, the one thing, look, this area has an awful lot of connections with so many Commonwealth countries.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just generally, so it felt a very good place for it. And a lot of families certainly enjoyed it. Here's Yates coming round the wicket and slides one past the outside edge of Lloyd, who's groping for that. And Yates is having fun, I think, at the moment.
Is.
He hasn't got a wicket, but he's in the market for one. Lloyd tries to reverse sweep him, and he hits it over Tazim Ali, who was at backward point, and they're going to get probably 3 runs, I think, because it's fielded just inside the boundary by Sheikh, and they do get 3, but Sheikh's got an awful lot of ground to cover there. Good job, he's a lithe youngster.
Yeah, he'd be all right, wouldn't he?
It's a jolly good boundary fielder. I saw that the other day. It was the first time I'd seen him play. Looks a capable young batter too.
Gonna have a line in the morning.
But, yes. Round the wicket comes Yates, and this is cut hard into the ground. Oh, a misfield by Bethel, and they might go all the way for 4 runs. Yeah, it's a pricey one, and that was a straightforward fielding error for 4 runs, an unusual one.
I'm afraid so. Only the 3rd boundary that Derbyshire have scored.
Yes,
and we're in the 15th over.
You have to run a lot of runs today.
4 threes now. I have to make a little column for my 3s, but
Yates is getting ready again. They only conceded 7 runs up to this point, and 7 in the last 2 balls. Not all, he would say, his fault. And there's another one here as Reese pushes away through the covers.
We had an all-run 4 at Durham. I do like an all-run 4.
Yeah,
and a magnificent piece of fielding on the boundary from Haider Ali, and he dived and slid and pulled it back, threw it in, and then looked up to see the batsman going through for the 4th run, which must have been fairly soul-destroying.
Yates comes round the wicket and Forward comes Lloyd and defends. One of my rare spots from the schoolboy I used to take around watching county cricket when I was a student, but I saw a 7 here.
A 7?
A 7. It was again Warwickshire Derbyshire game, actually.
They already run 3 with the overthrows.
Yeah, that's right. The throw, Yates bowls, and she's defended by Reese. It's the end of the over, 58 for 1. It was a Trevor Penny throw. He chased one all the way and threw it in, and he got away. I think Darryl Cullinan was the batsman who made a very good century on a dark September day, but boosted by getting 7.
Yeah, you don't see. I don't think I've ever seen a 7. There is a story, apocryphal or not, I'm not sure, but in the early part of the 20th century, they were trying different things out. They had a net around the boundary. If you got the ball in the net, you got more runs. A bit like going over the boundary, but Derbyshire have the record for the most runs off a single delivery because the poor old fielder got caught up in the net.
Oh dear.
And they just kept running, which I think nowadays it would be signalled dead ball, but yeah, he couldn't get himself out. It was in the 20s, I think, off a single delivery. Here is Henry Brooks bowled to Reese, who dabs it out into the offside. Ethan Brooks fields, and there is no run.
I've got an update at 12, and then I think I'll get Phil Britt in, for a bit.
Yes, I'm also to let everybody know the great news that Derbyshire got to 58 in 15 overs. At midday. The 12:30 one's a bit hit and miss. I've got to be fair. Ones in the afternoon could be absolutely any time, really. As Brooks bowls and Reese drives past Ethan Brooks, but fielded by the man at mid-off, and there's no run. The man at mid-off being Will Rhodes. Beautiful sunshine. There's to the north. There are some unpleasant-looking clouds, but they are to the north, and in fact, moving to the west as well. No, the east. If I can work out the points on a compass.
Yeah, you're about right.
It's that over there. As Brooks bowls short delivery, pulled around the corner. It might go all the way to the boundary off Reese's bat, and does. This is about a disappointing ball as Henry Brooks has bowled in this current spell of 3.5 overs. Reese moves on to 31. There was a statistic about Reese that I really should have written down. I'm going to have to trawl through the internet to find it. I think he's heading, well, he's still 19 away, but he would join Kim Barnett with 6 successive scores of 50 or more. No, only Kim Barnett's done it before. As Reese waits, and this one's wide of the off stump, cut away out towards Hamza Sheikh on the cover boundary, and they go through for another single. Reese moves to 32, 63 for 1.
The local cricket clubs in this area being very proudly represented by some of the young players in this game. Hamza Sheikh's one of them. Gather originally out of Smethwick, but now I think I'm right in saying playing for Nolan Dorridge. And Tazim Ali, product of Attock Cricket Club.
Brooks bowls, he tries to pull this one, Lloyd. It strikes him somewhere on his body and dribbles out into the offside. 63 for 1 with 1 ball of the over left. Nolan Dorridge were represented at New Road. I couldn't tell you the lad's name now. They had a 12th man, Derbyshire. They had about 15 12th men,
right.
But he was one of them on day 3, I think it was. He was an overseas for Nolan Dorridge. Why Derbyshire needed somebody from outside the club to act as 12th man that day, I have no idea, but he seemed to enjoy himself. Final ball of the Brooks over is pulled into the leg side by Lloyd. Hamza Sheikh fields. Lloyd takes a single. He moves on to 7 and pinches the strike. Reese has 32, and after 16 overs, Derbyshire are 64 for 1.
Dave will do the update for Radio Derby. When Dave comes back, I'll get Phil in here for me, and then we'll start changing it round a bit. 64 for 1. We had 16 overs of the 50, and Yates is going to continue. So Warwickshire have got some spin options. Jacob Bethel's not been bowling. so far, or in recent times. He's been nursing a back injury. As far as I know, that's still the case. He has Yates to start. He's 5th over already. None for 15, but it looks as though he's found a bit of assistance. But here there's a run for the right-hander Lloyd, who's had a slightly uncomfortable start, but he's up to 8. And now he comes round, stays round to the left-hander and takes Rees on the pad. Rees has been very careful against Yates since he beat him twice in his first over. And has not taken any liberties at all. Yates tries again. That one turns, but Rees is in position early to push it into a gap on the offside and takes a good run there to Barnard's right hand. So 33 to Rees. It's 66 for 1. He stays round the wicket to the right-hander, and Lloyd is in position early here to guide this down. Crouching low, guides it down towards third man. And Tazim Ali fields. So they have 1. 67 for 1. Derbyshire ticking along at the moment, but carefully against the spinners. And wonder when Will Rhodes is going to introduce his other spinners. Yates has Rees coming forward here to play this square on the offside. Update our local radio listeners. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have taken 1 wicket so far in their attempt to win a 5th successive game in the One Day Cup. They're playing Derbyshire, who have chosen to bat first, and they're 68 for 1 in 17 overs. The successful bowler Henry Brooks in his first over had Harry Kane caught sharply at backward point by Ed Barnard. Lewis Rees has played carefully, especially against the spin of Rob Yates, who's finding a bit of assistance from this pitch. Rees is 34 and David Lloyd 9, but it looks like the pitch might be assisting the slow bowlers, and Warwickshire have 3 in their team. Derbyshire, having chosen to bat, 68 for 1 in 17 overs. And now we're going to see spinner number 2 by the look of it. So it's going to be Jake Lintott to bowl his left arm wrist spin from the Birmingham end. So Yates has bowled 5. It's 68 for 1, but there is a suggestion, certainly more than a suggestion, and that the pitch is going to help the slow bowlers. And if Yates has managed to get a bit of turn out of it, then I would imagine, Dave, that Lintott is going to.
Yes.
And I'll leave you to enjoy that, and I'll get Phil Brick to come in and join you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, a bit of left arm leg spin from Jake Lintott. I'm surprised he's in the 50 over competition rather than that other stuff, but he's flicking himself a couple of catches, and he's on his way in now to bowl to Lewis Rees, and that one does turn, and it's pushed out into the offside by Rees, fielded by Ethan Brooks, and there is no run. Phil, how are you?
Hello, Dave. I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Morning, everybody. Solid start from Derbyshire.
If unspectacular as that one is defended by Rees. Back to Lintott. Just pushed it through perhaps a little bit quicker and a bit fuller. I'm surprised to see Jake Lintott in this and not in the other stuff, but
He wasn't selected
Yeah.
this year, which after the way he burst onto the scene.
absolutely. He's one of those who burst onto the scene, isn't he? As this one bowled wide of off stump and left alone by Rees.
Yeah, it was him. I suppose Chris Benjamin was another one who
Yes.
came through.
Yeah.
Not quite been able to reproduce those first season performances.
Lintott in again. This one's clipped up towards mid-on by Rees. There is a shy at the stumps by Ed Barnard, who's now holding his elbow and his shoulder because that one didn't come out right at all.
No, it wasn't even close, was it, to
No.
the stumps?
No, so you automatically feel your shoulder when you miss throw like that.
Always down. He's always now taking a.
It did look awkward the way he let go of it. Perhaps it just stuck in his hand or something. I don't know. Rees has moved on to 35, 69 for 1.
week off work job, that one, I think. Oh, he's still rubbing that shoulder.
Yeah, might need an anti-inflammatory in between overs. I'm sure the physio is poised. Yeah, Will Smead was another one, wasn't he? Who burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
And then retired from red ball cricket, which was very amusing because he'd never played it. As this one's wide of the off stump, and Lloyd chops it into the offside, and there's no run.
He's another one playing for Phoenix. Not again. This season struggled a bit.
Well, all the teams merge into one. I'm afraid. If I couldn't tell you who was. Actually, I could tell you who was top because I found out yesterday. But nice sweep shot there from David Lloyd. Picks him up another single, or he picks up another single out to Henry Brooks. He also pinches the strike. He moves into double figures. He's got 10. Rees has 35. Derbyshire 70 for 1 after 18 overs.
Well, the only reason I know that Smead plays here is that somebody came into the museum on Sunday and had Smead on his back shirt.
Oh, okay, that would make
and
sense.
I said to him, "Well, who's he? Is he playing for Phoenix?" And I said, "Oh yes, he's not done very well." And that's it. So my knowledge has come from a 7-year-old.
Well, that's who it's aimed at.
Exactly.
I believe.
It's the new audience. And
Yes.
Yates to continue at the pavilion end. We've had 18 overs, 70 for 1. The first ball brings Lloyd forward carefully, playing it into the onside. There's no run. Yates in his 6th over, so he's a long ball. So this is short and whipped away down to a long leg. It's going to go down for 4. It was a poor delivery. Short, outside leg stump, and help yourself time really for Lloyd. He's not going to miss out on those. He gets a boundary, and the total goes on to 74 for 1.
Yeah, Yates' poorest delivery by some considerable distance.
Yeah, you can't drop at his pace. You can't drop them there too easy. In again, bowls, and this is again turning down and will be signalled a wide. Again, pitching outside leg stump and turning even wider. Lloyd has a little go at it, but it's through. Burgess stops it. He can't take it cleanly, and there's a wide signalled. Here's Yates again in bowls, and that's a better one. Gets Lloyd playing defensively across his crease.
So if you can get 5.5 overs out of your spinner for just 24, it's a decent effort. He started bowling in the power play.
He's in again, gives that plenty of air, and again an awkward looking shot by Lloyd, sort of defensive, just jabbing down on it, playing it with his right leg entrenched in the crease and his left leg up in the air. His next one, he gives himself space and cuts it away in front of square on the offside, down to deep cover point for 1, 76 for 1. Lloyd moves on to 16 and 15 rather, and Rees on 35. Left-handed Rees is facing forward, runs this to backward point. He wants the single, but Lloyd says no. It's the end of another over from Yates. That's his 6th over. He's 0 for 25 from those 6. So we're tidish figures for Yates, who's still would be classified as being sort of an occasional rather than a regular bowler. He's bowled certainly a lot more this season than previously, but in the counties, in the championship side, you probably play. Danny Briggs would play. Rarely do you have 2 spinners, as you well know. So he will play all occasionally. Jake Lintop plays virtually no championship cricket. He's all white ball cricket. But obviously,
does he want to? As he said,
he
wants
would
to.
do.
Yeah.
I think he would do. But to be honest, he's not really been able to break through into the championship side.
He begins a new over from the city end now, and it's guided down to a short third man by David Lloyd, fielded by Tazima Ali. And there's no run.
I think Jake Lintop certainly at the beginning of the season, was bowling far too many full deliveries, full tosses, and which, as a leg spinner, it's helped yourself time.
Yeah. Tosses himself several catches before bowling. That's a full delivery. Oh, has it been dropped? Did it hit the bat? Not entirely sure, but it has been put down by Rob Yates. Whether it hit the bat or not is open to conjecture. There are no hands on heads. Yates is now just flexing his left hip.
I wonder whether that
Come
went
off
there
something.
off the wicket
Yeah,
keeper's pad.
it certainly hit something, hasn't it? But what? I'm not sure. This one is driven out into the offside square by David Lloyd out towards Brooks. Lloyd moves on to 16, 77 for 1 Derbyshire in the 20th over, halfway through the 20th over. I don't think 300 is going to be posted today. As Lintot's in again, and it's just dabbed into the leg side by Lewis Rees, and once David Lloyd gets through Jake Lintott, he completes the single.
He set off, and just at the point that Lintott got across to the ball, and bang, straight into the back of him.
Straight into him. Neither man flinched.
Very politely sort of helped after you in the end.
I'd have been on the floor. Imagine a professional footballer. He'd have been holding his face, and
It'd been down. Yeah.
that one was crashed into the offside, fielded by Jacob Bethel. No run. Final ball of the 20th over, about to be bowled. The long on has become a long off for the final delivery. There are 2 men backward of square on the offside as well, as this one is just dabbed into the leg side by Lloyd. Lintott has to go and field himself about 5 strips to the left as we're looking, and it's the end of the over. Lloyd picks up a single, moves on to 17, keeps the strike. Rees has 36, 20 gone, 79 for 1.
Getting through the overs fairly quickly here. We've had an hour and 10 minutes this morning, and 20 overs bowled with the spinners. Then we've had 8 overs of spin, so it's going to be a change. Having said all that, and Rob Yates, who we were just talking through, is now out of the attack. He's bowled his 6 overs, and Ed Barnard is going to replace him. Barnard has bowled 4 overs at the start of the innings, took the new ball. He's on at the pavilion end. His shoulder obviously fully recovered from that throwing incident. So he's on his way into David Lloyd. He's in and bowls that full delivery, just held it back a little, but Lloyd drives it back at him.
Warwickshire virtually qualified already, Phil, haven't they? 4 wins and a 4.
Be. You would think perhaps
6 would probably get them into the latter stages, but the way they've been going,
you would think they should do. This is another good full delivery. It's going to be a run though, flicked away square on the onside. Got 3 home games coming up now today, and then Northampton and Durham on Sunday. Northampton Friday, Durham Sunday, and then the final game down at on the coast, south coast, down at Sussex, and that would be it. Barnard in and bowls, and he gets away with this one. Barnard, it's a ball which is a little bit short, which Rees looking to pull away behind square on the onside. Ball just wraps in the end, and gets up a little bit more, or on him a little bit quicker than he thought, but perhaps he'll feel he missed out there on some runs. Barnard round the wicket again to the left-hander, in. That's again just gives it plenty of air, doesn't he, for a man of his pace. But,
they're quite loopy.
Yeah. Driven into the offside, there's no run. You played Sussex. We'd been so long since Warwickshire have played Sussex.
Yeah,
I haven't played them since they were relegated, which I thought Sussex would come straight back when they were relegated, but they've been in Division 2 now for quite some time.
Several rebuilds.
Barnard in bowls. This is going to be runs, turned onto the onside. It's chased down, and he comes in off the fence, does the fielding, and just a single, 81 for 1.
We've already been to Hove in the Championship, which is always a joy. And Derbyshire have got away with it in the 50 over competition because their home games have been Sussex, Somerset, Glamorgan and Worcestershire, which isn't too far obviously, but the 3 big trips have all been at home, if that makes sense. Potential trips.
This next one is again clipped out to the offside, to deep cover point, where they come in for one more, 82 for 1. Yeah. So you've done Durham away. Durham at home?
No, Durham was away, but we go to Durham 73 times a season, it seems. It feels like it, certainly. We've been to Durham in the T20, in the One Day Cup, and we've already played them away in the championship as well. Yeah. And they, in fact, I signed off on Friday by telling Martin we'd see him in 2 years, and I imagine really that was more to do with Durham coming down than Derbyshire going up. So, but they will get promoted this season back to the First Division.
Yes, I think that's looking fairly certain.
They do well not to now.
Yeah. I feel sorry sometimes. Well, I don't feel sorry for Martin, but the journeys he has to do.
I've never felt sorry for Martin. Here's Jake Lintop beginning a new over. That one is cut away, but again he hasn't timed it. David Lloyd out towards the backward point boundary, and they pick up a single. Henry Brooks does the fielding out there. Away to our right hand side, 83 for 1.
I noticed the other day he had Durham were playing Glamorgan at Neath, and it was rained off.
Terrible. That's
some journey for nothing, isn't it?
Yes, he wasn't shy in telling everybody how many miles he had to go not to watch a game of cricket.
Yeah, I saw that.
Next delivery. Oh, beats Lewis Rees. Taken nicely by Burgess, but that one went straight through, possibly missing the inside edge. Good delivery from Lintop without any reward. Just 6 in the 14 deliveries that he sent down so far, though. 83 for 1 in the 22nd over. Derbyshire won the toss and decided to bat first. And that one struck the pad. Big appeal for lay before wicket, and he's gone. And Lewis Rees has to go, and Lintop, having beaten him the previous delivery, strikes the pad in front of the stumps this time. And Rees goes for 37, leg before wicket to Lintop. Derbyshire 83 for 2 now.
Yeah, it's a little half step across, ball striking, and I think it was a fairly straightforward decision there. Umpire.
Yes, I still haven't worked out which umpire's which.
Okay.
I know. One of them's James Treadwell. He'd be the small one, won't he? Or is he the big one? Not that you should answer that by saying that James Treadwell's the big one.
Who's the other one? I haven't looked, actually.
I think the other one's Ben Peverell. I think it's Ben, isn't it? I don't know him.
I wouldn't know him if I was in a lift with him. I wouldn't know who he is.
Me neither. 3 fours in his 37 Lewis Rees, but he did take 66 deliveries. It's been a struggle.
So, Lintop continues to be fairly miserly. 1 for 6 after 2.5 overs.
And Haider Ali has been sitting in the dugout, so he's just wandered in from our left.
Right, he's come out from
Yes, he's come out from the dugout. I noticed he was down there. I meant to mention it. I wish I had now.
I think that's quite sensible, actually.
Well, he's used to the light, isn't he?
Yep.
And the atmospheric conditions, such as they are. But yeah, Haider's had an interesting tournament. He's a good player. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again. He's got the best average of the Derbyshire batsmen in this competition. He looks $1 million until he gets out, and it sort of just happens. He never really seems to scratch around like he's doing at the moment in his green boots, where he's marking his guard. But he looks absolutely superb. He needs a couple of runs for 200, and this is a 5th match. So strike rate as good as anybody, 122, in fact better than everybody, 122. 9 sixes he's hit as well. What's he going to do with Lintop? Have a look. He guides it nicely out towards Henry Brooks on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single, so he's off the mark straight away. That'll cheer him up. 84 for 2. I imagine it'll cheer him up. We've never spoken to him. He doesn't speak English.
Okay.
Well, he does, but not sufficiently for a radio interview, is what I keep being told. So he smiles and says hello. Lintott bowls to Lloyd, a bit full that one, and he's pushed it up towards the extra cover boundary. Bit of work for Brooks to do here, and he does it rather awkwardly, and takes a huge bit of turf out as well, close to the boundary, which he's not going to put back. No, he's taken quite a divot there.
Gary Barwell will have noticed that,
as he should be. He'll be disappointed in his quick bowl. He's now looking at the divot that he's taken out, so he might go back and put it back in a minute. 86 for 2, Lloyd 22, and Lloyd's beaten by this one. Just props forward, it goes past the outside edge into Burgess's hands. Good over. It's been a good spell, in truth. And Derbyshire 86 for 2 after 22 overs.
Brooks is not replacing his divot,
No.
so you don't want to play golf with him or have him on your golf course.
He's pointing to say somebody should replace that divot over there. Look, he's just pointed to his divot, and he's going to send somebody else out to do it. That's outrageous. Jake, nice over. Just replace that divot, will you?
Whilst you're out there. It's very soft here. We've had this a few times over the last few weeks. As people have slid, that the turf coming up has been quite considerable. Ed Barnard will continue from the pavilion end to start a new over. And this one, Hadarali places it back down the wicket. There's no run. 86 for 2. We're in the 23rd over of this with the weather.
Well, Mike posed the question, what do you think Derbyshire would have had in mind? Oh, I think they'd be happy to get a 250 here.
250 I would have thought at the moment, yeah. Barnard in bowls, and this is run away off. It just opens the face of the bat and runs it down to third man for a single. So he goes, Hadarali goes on to 2, 87 for 2.
The perfect example of how Hader bats is that he hit 2 glorious 4s at Durham in succession and then was out caught the next ball, trying to hit the ball goodness knows where. Remarkable.
That's Barnard. He's in bowls. That's has Lloyd trying to get, just bending the knees, crouching, looking to cut a ball which was probably a bit too full, and in the end bounced through to Burgess, who's standing up to Barnard. He just practices the shot again a couple of times. No run. Barnard in bowls. This is pulled away down to deep mid-wicket for 1. That's all it will be. The ball comes back in.
Reenan, who's listening in South Africa, says can't see 250 being enough, but you never know. I don't know if they're going to get any more than that. Reenan, they haven't been able to time the ball particularly on this pitch so far.
No, it's not quite coming on, I don't think. Barnard in to him bowls, gives this a bit more air, and Hadarali comes forward, almost slightly deceived by that loop which Barnard puts in. And it plays it out in the end to extra cover, and there's no run. .88 for 2 in the 23rd over as Barnard in, and Rally will get a run, pushing it through the vacant mid-on spot down to Brooks, who comes in off the long-on boundary, and they get 1. That's all it will be. 89 for 2, so 3 singles off that over from Barnard. He's 0 for 18 after 6. And it will be Jake Lintott to continue at the Birmingham end.
Yes, 1 for 9 from 3 overs. Terrific effort from Jake Lintott so far.
I think it should be called renamed Crane City. It's
there are a
enormous.
lot, aren't there? Yeah. It's a sign of a prosperous city, I was told some years ago. Always building. Lintott is in. That's a very full delivery, and it's crashed away for 4 runs by Hadarali. Fielded in the far distance. I'm trying to work out who that is. I thought originally it was Mickey Arthur, but he threw the ball back left-handed, which suggests it's Mark Watt walking around with Matt Lamb, who's inconvenienced by a back problem at the moment.
Has he got on this year?
He's barely played, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he's got a bulging disc, I'm told. This one is edged and dropped by Yates. Hyder Ali went for the cut shot, and it was juggled about half a dozen times by Rob Yates at slip. And eventually, as he hit the floor, it sort of went over his right shoulder and dribbled away. So Hyder gets a life on 7.
Collector's item, that one, Dave.
He's good in there,
oh
yeah.
Gosh, he's taken some. He's one of the leading catchers in the championship. He's holds on to everything, but rarely see that.
Oh, now there's a wild swing at that one from Hyder, whose front foot ends up out by the blue line on the leg side, the guideline for the umpires, as he put everything into a pull shot.
Gosh, if he'd got hold of that, it would have been travelled somewhere up towards Bourneville.
Next delivery is a full toss that he drives up to mid-off. It's a bit of a curate's egg of an innings. This. I take it all back about Hyder always looking $1 million.
Yeah,
because he's looked a bit frantic to me.
He played that lovely cover drive off that over pitch one from Blintott.
And this one's turned into the leg side by Hyder. And there's no run. So one delivery of the over left. Lintott's 4th. Should have had a second wicket.
You do feel with him, though, he's waiting to go. If he does start put back to ball a couple of times, he could look very, very dangerous.
He waits now as Lintott bowls to him, and he reaches for that one outside the off stump. Pushes it into the offside. It's the end of the over. Jacob Bethel did the fielding. Good over. Another good over from Jake Lintott.
Yeah, a
4
little
overs,
unlucky
1 for
there.
13.
That one was that last ball kept very low, and in the end, Hyder Ali was sort of reaching for it, trying to cut it away, but the ball which was a little wide and got wider. So 93 for 2, and we are going to see the first ball for Warwickshire's debutant, Tamsir Ali. So he will be replacing Barnard, who's had a very short spell there.
Yes. 2 overs.
Yeah.
It's the modern way. It's the modern way.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to get into a rhythm anymore.
No, he was.
I need to leave you just momentarily.
I don't think he'd done anything wrong either.
No. I don't think it's a punishment.
So, first time I will have seen him bowl, and he's bowling to David Lloyd. So, the first ball is on the mark, and has Lloyd in a bit of trouble. So, nice first delivery for you, young man. He's got a slip backward point. He's in and bowls, and this one again is played at the middle of the bat, straight to extra cover, and there's no run. 94 for 2, flicking the ball from hand to hand. He bowls, that's right on the mark, and they're going to take a quick single up to deepish mid-off, mid-on rather, for the left-hander. Lintott's throw is fired in at the stumps. They get through for 1. 95 for 2. Lloyd moves on to 24. In comes Ali and pushes this one. Good length ball, which has Tamsir Ali playing it into the short mid-wicket, fielded by Brooks. Is hit in the air. One bounce down to Will Rhodes, who's down at long on. He comes running in off the cover, off the boundary, and there's some argument he might just have got to that, but in the end decides on just restricting to the singles. That definitely could force the error, but. Tamsir Ali gets a single, 96 for 2. So it's Lloyd just waiting here while Hyder Ali does his laces up. The field just being adjusted slightly. The leg side. Field has been pulled round a little bit as this next one is pushed into the vacant mid-wicket gap. They're going to come back for 2 and will get there because there's no mid-wicket at all. And Ali has to come round and chases round to field off his own bowling. They get back for a second run. Got 3 men out, got man down at long on. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and huge gap into the onside. This next one is punched away out to shake it out on the cover boundary. But it's the end of Ali's first over in cricket, senior cricket. 5 runs from it. And a nice tidy over, 99 for 2. Lloyd has moved on to 27 and Hyder Ali is on 8. 27 from 40 balls. Hyder Ali is 8 from 13. And we have had 25 overs.
Hello, Phil. I'm just going to introduce in a moment. Andy McLean is going to join you in a moment.
Okay.
He's a cricket commentator from far and wide. He'll tell you, I'm sure himself, but was with Clive at Worcester the other day. So he's going to pop in for a bit, and I'll pop back at 1 o'clock when I've got that update to do. Bit of on-air production is the way forward, I think, for radio.
Absolutely. Well,
people want to see how sausages are made, I think.
It's a good time to do it because they've decided after 25 overs in relatively quick time, it's an hour and a half, then they're going to have a break. So good afternoon, Andy, is it?
Yeah, Andy is what my friends call me, but my mum calls me Andrew. So
well, we'll call you Andrew then. In that case,
for official
do as your mum does.
Engagements like this, I think we should stick with Andrew, Phil. Thank you very much. It's nice to be back here at Edgbaston. Lived in the UK for about 13 years, and some years before that I watched New Zealand lose on the, I don't know if it's the final day, but certainly the last day of the match against England, where Alex Tudor made 99 not out.
Yep, that's some years back now.
Yeah, 99 it was.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who, not many of them, have made 99.
Yeah, five, I believe, have made 99 not out. I saw that come up the other day.
I think it always comes up. Bairstow obviously had that one the other day, and
that was it. Yeah.
So you get the other ones who've been on the similar situation. So you take this over from the Birmingham end, Andrew.
Okay, so who have we got coming into bowl here now?
Jake Lintop.
Oh, it's Lintop, of course. Yes. So I watched the match at New Road on Sunday, where it was a dominant performance by the Bears, with the home side being bowled out for just 108, and a 9-wicket win for the Bears against the Rapids. So it's going to be Lintop, left arm over the wicket. And this time Lloyd is just defending that one into the covers. It's picked up there by Jacob Bethel. He didn't play on Sunday, but he's out there today.
Yeah, in this competition they revert back to pretty much to their county titles.
Here is Lloyd lofting that one over the head of the man at mid-off. That's Ethan Brooks, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. So not a completely convincing shot there by Lloyd, but he cleared Brooks, and it raced away for 4, just to the left of the scoreboard here. So that takes Lloyd on to 31.
Yeah, for a moment that looked like it was going to be a catch, but it kept on going and evaded him.
Here's Lintop again, and this time Lloyd is sweeping, and he sweeps nicely, and that's picked up there, sort of in a deep mid-wicket position there by Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Of course, he took 5 wickets at New Road the other day, so it's time for Lloyd to get a single. He moves on to 32. And that brings Hyder Ali in strike with his green Pakistani boots. Here is Lintop. He That's worked by Ali behind square, and Hannon Dalby picks that one up. Been looking forward to watching Hyder Ali bat, Phil.
Yeah, he's. We were just talking with Dave. He's one of those who can really change a whole game very quickly.
Here's Lintop once more, and this time Lloyd is cutting, but he can't beat the man at cover. That's Bethel, and there's no run.
Not ball to here, I think, quite coming onto the bat. I think he's finding it at the moment. It's a little bit difficult, Hyder Ali, just to read the pace of this wicket.
Here's Lintop bowling to Lloyd, and that is on the line of the stumps and beating the outside edge of Lloyd, groping for it. It's taken by the wicketkeeper Burgess, and that is the end of the over. So now we have the visitors, of course, Derbyshire. They are on 105 for 2, and at this stage we've had 26 overs gone, so 24 remaining.
So are they going to continue?
It's only 17, I read.
17, that's all he is, yeah.
List day debut. Has he played any other fixtures for the county?
No, first match.
Wow.
Yep, very first match. So nice to see, good to see a youngster, and it was good to see as well his very first over. So has played it right up to the bat. So in he comes and bowls, and this one is just drifting onto leg stump, and Hyder Ali turns it way down to long leg for a single. That brings Derbyshire on to 106 for 2. But
they've picked a good match for him to come on because there's turn in this wicket.
Yeah. Well, we saw that with Rob Yates earlier on. He was getting a little bit. This one is again flicked away by Lloyd off his legs down to the deep mid wicket for a single. So just scoring in singles at the moment. Field is sensibly got the mid wicket area covered this time, and it's Ethan Brooks who does the fielding there. There was they sort of took mid wicket out and left an enormous gap there, which had to go running across to try and cover himself, but he's got the fielder in this time. This one is again getting Hyder Ali to go back and turning it behind square on the onside, but only for a single. The boundaries dried up here, 108 for 2.
Well, he's got good protection on the offside with 3 men in the ring, and then also the captain, Will Rhodes, at slip. So let's see what he can do.
This brings this one again. It will be a single tucked into the onside. That's all it will be. This man comes off the cover, the deep mid wicket boundary, and restricts them again. Hyder Ali was looking for to try and turn that into a second run for Lloyd, but wasn't to be. This is there, and again pushed back down the wicket. And Ali does the fielding, goes running across, gets through his over quickly. It's 110 for 2, another tidy over.
Yes, and I guess that's why they don't need a mid-wicket fill when you've got the bowler chasing off his own.
He'll learn.
He'll cover that area just fine.
Yeah, as time goes on, he'll learn that you don't bowl and chase like that. Yeah. But that's, I think, a bit of enthusiasm of youth there.
Youthful enthusiasm. Speaking of youths, I can see a whole lot of kids down there wearing bright clothing. And I thought that was security for a moment there, but it looks like a school trip's come in here today at Edgbaston, so that's great to see.
Yeah, that's. I wonder whether that's a community group rather than a school, because schools would be obviously on holiday now.
Here's Lintop beginning a new over to Hyder Ali, and he just works that one away to deep square. It's picked up there by Hamza Sheikh, and one further run to Ali. That takes him on to 13, and the Derbyshire total on to 111 for 2. Here's Lintop over the wicket, the wrist spinner, this time to Lloyd, and he's picking up another single. And just playing that one behind square Hannon Dalby came and picked that one up, and there's one more to Lloyd. So the scoreboard's ticking over, as you would expect in the middle stages of an innings. This is the 27th over being bowled by Lintott, who comes in again. This one's a little bit wider, and Hyder Ali goes back and cuts that ball out to the cover boundary. A sweeper out there picks it up. That's who's that one out there? Is that Barnard out there? Just couldn't quite pick
It might
up.
be Brooks, I think. out
Brooks.
there.
Oh, Henry Brooks, yes, of course. So here's Lintott once more, and this time he beats the outside edge of Lloyd's bat. So getting some movement here, Lintott. That's a couple now that have slid past the outside edge of Lloyd's bat into the gloves of Burgess. And of course there's a slip in place. That's Rob Yates. He took 3 catches at New Road on Sunday. Here's Lintott once more. And this time Lloyd tries a reverse sweep. And don't think he made any contact with that, or perhaps got a bottom edge because it just dribbled past his leg stump to Burgess. As we see a change in the field now, Yates is going to go to backward point.
Did that get signalled? It didn't get signalled as a wide.
Yeah, it must have been very close to being a wide.
Yeah, because I don't think he hit anything.
Here's Lintott bowling to Lloyd, and once more he's beaten, and smart work there by Burgess. Whipped the bails off. There's an appeal, rather a hopeful one for a stumping.
Yeah, just looking at the replay on that, his foot never moved there, the back foot.
Seen a little bit of that recently. I was in the Caribbean doing a test match out there, and Ishan Kishan loves to do that. He loves to just watch and wait to see if the batsman moves. So it's 113 for 2, as the new over is going to be bowled by the debutant, Tazim Ali.
So Tazim Ali's 2 overs so far, gone for 11, but he's now into Hyder Ali. So in he comes, bowls the short, and that's going to go away for what will be wides, and it will be 5 wides. It was short. Burgess standing up to the wicket, wasn't able to get to it. It got started off on just outside leg stump and turned and got wider, and Burgess had no hope at all of getting to that. So
yeah, he's got to work on his line a little bit here, get more outside the off stump, bowl to his field a bit more.
this one again is an appeal for LBW. He's got him. He's got Hyder Ali, LBW, looking to play the ball away down the leg side. Just looking at the replay on that, I think. Well, congratulations to him. He's got his first wicket in senior cricket.
Yeah, he was back on the crease, but just with the angle. I mean, we're not. We're pretty much in line here. I thought that might have been missing the leg stump, but I still think it might be missing the leg stump.
I'm of absolutely no doubt whatsoever it was missing the leg stump. But anyway, he doesn't matter what I think. He's out in the book, and he gets his first wicket. Derbyshire lose their third wicket. It's 118 for 3. Hyder Ali's gone LBW. So Tazim Ali for 14.
I'm not overly familiar with the umpires. I know it's James Treadwell and Ben Perival out there, but I can't recognise with their hats on who's at what end. So anyway, whoever it is, I suspect that young Ali might be feeling pretty happy with himself.
Yeah, I was about to say that line is still not quite right. However, what do we know?
You'd have to say the local side. The Bears are mounting a bit of a fight back here. It looked all fairly comfortable early on by Derbyshire, but having 3 spinners in the side on a pitch that's, I don't know if they've played on this pitch before or not, Phil, but it's an offered turn, as you mentioned, with Yates, the off spinner, right from almost the very first ball.
Yep. It's Well, that's right into new batsman Guest, who's come in at 118 for 3, 29th over. So Derbyshire going to have to put the foot on the gas here a bit quick soon, because the overs are slipping by. Warwickshire using all these spinners. This next one is just drives into the ground and it runs out to cover point, and there's no run. So just comes bowls, and that, again is punched down the ground and very well fielded, running across by Ethan Brooks, who probably saved a single. It was hit quite firmly. There's no mid on. This one's given plenty away. That's a much better line from Tazrali as he brings Guest forward to play it away out to extra cover. So that wicket just giving him a little bit of confidence as he brings in, and again it's driven down. Deflected into the stumps. Fortunately for Lloyd, he was back in his crease, but and checking the replay there, he definitely was. A round of applause from the crowd, which has built up to be a decent crowd for this 50 over competition. It's certainly, people are keen to see this sort of cricket. Sort of been pushed very much into the background, this competition, by the press and some of the media sites, but people are coming along to see it and to enjoy it. 118 for 3, we've had 29 overs, and Jake Lintott out of the attack to be replaced by Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Yes, and Hannon-Dolby, after his 5 wickets at New Road the other week, on Sunday, he's had figures of 4 overs, no maidens, none for 16 so far. Here he comes in again, charging in over the wicket to Lloyd. He just taps that and runs it down to third man, where Ali does the fielding, and there's 1 run. Got the keeper Burgess standing up to the stumps for Lloyd, but looks like he's going to go back into a regular position here for the new man Guest.
You were at New Road on Sunday. It was a fairly quick and early finish, wasn't it, for the full house?
Well, let's say I was hoping to get out to watch the football at 4:30, and I was out a lot earlier than that. Here's Hannon-Dolby bowling this time to Guest, and he punches that one through the covers. There's a sweeper out there. That's Henry Brooks, and there's 1 run to Guest. So Guest is off the mark, I believe, with that ball. Yes. He's on 1, so he's off the dreaded duck. And yeah, once again with Lloyd on strike, we're seeing Burgess come up to the stumps with the helmet on. It's always an amazing effort off the opening bowler as Hannon-Dolby comes in once more, arms swinging around. This one is on the line of off stump, and Lloyd just cuts that one behind point where Barner does the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, Brooke Guest has just struggled a bit to get going in that over from Ali, which he faced, but was able to get on his way. 120 for 3.
Well, last time I watched any cricket played at this ground was on television. It was the Ashes, which was feels a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Here is Hannon-Dolby, and Lloyd's cutting this time through past cover, chase around the boundary there for Brooks. That's Henry Brooks, and there's time for Lloyd to get back for a second run. That takes him on to 38, so he's going along quite nicely now. Of 56 balls, I think that is. My eyes don't deceive me.
Yes, that was mid-June, when the first test.
Oh, well, here is Hannon-Dolby, very front on action, and Lloyd just plays that one away up to long on, where Ethan Brooks comes in to do the fielding, of course, brother of Henry Brooks, 2 Brooks boys on the side today.
Yeah, Ethan going off to Worcester for next season. He's leaving Warwickshire at the end of the summer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's come up through the whole system. Both of them obviously have from youngsters. all their career, but Ethan's not been able to break into the first team, certainly in championship cricket.
Here's Hannon Dalby, a bit wider on the crease this time, and Guest is looking to drive that one but doesn't time it, hits the ball into his pad, and there's no chance of a run there. So that is the end of the over. So we've had 30 overs gone now, 20 remaining, and Derbyshire, who won the toss and elected to bat first, are 123 for 3. Lloyd is on 31 and Guest is there with them on 1.
So he'll be going down the road down to play at New Road next season, and wish him well. He'll be joining one or two ex-Warwickshire players there. Ed Pollock's down there, playing again. Moderate success this season.
Yeah, he made 8 on Sunday. Here,
Ali Bowles starts a new over, and his first delivery is punched to mid-wicket and fielded by Ethan Brooks, who we were just talking about. And Adam Hose is down there. He went there at the end of last season. This is flicked away by Lloyd, just in front of squared at cover point. For a single. So
looks like Ali's got a wrong in there. That looked like it came back into Lloyd.
He's got the line a bit better now. And he comes again and brings... Oh, that's a beauty, and that goes right through, and a shout there for LBW. He played... that was a lovely delivery, which brought Guest forward and wrapped him on the pad, perhaps just outside the line there. But
beautifully flighted, Phil. Really nicely bowled.
Well, really was. In he comes again, and that one is played to mid-wicket. And this, I have to say, this lad looks as though he's got a little something here. In he comes to Guest, gives that air. This is driven, but just to extra cover. There's no run.
Well, this is, I guess, the upside of the 100 being on at the moment, is it frees up some spaces for younger players.
Exactly, it does. It started to see this right from the start of this the 100. 3 years ago, we started to see Warwickshire playing people who you wouldn't normally have seen, wouldn't have had an opportunity. This one is hit into the ground and is fielded at slip and is very well received. Another really good over from the young man, as you can hear from the applause from the crowd. So it does do that. It gives that opportunity, and this competition, I'm really thinking that a mixture of some of the experienced players who haven't made the 100 groups. And some clubs have got plenty of players in that category, and others have been very completely wiped out. You know, clubs like Somerset have really lost a huge number of players. Warwickshire have lost, I think, 9 or 10. So it does give others chance.
So here's Hannon Dalby coming in to start a new over, and Lloyd punches that one off the back foot out towards the backward point boundary, and he timed it beautifully. Henry Brooks was out there, was coming round to his left from deep point. He couldn't cut it off, and 4 runs to Lloyd. That takes him on to 44, and a lovely stroke.
Glad to see Henry Brooks has replaced his divot, or at least somebody has. He took a huge divot when he went fielding and left it, and it's been replaced by somebody since.
Here's Hannon Dalby again to Lloyd. That's tight. It was a tight line on the line of off stump, and a good length, and it's just defended to Barnard at backward point.
Very late on that one, they're just dropping the bat onto that, running it away.
I'd love to know how fast he's bowling with Burgess standing up to the stumps here. You always want to see a nick in this situation, don't you? See what happens. Hopefully he gloves it if it happens. There's no slip in place, of course. It's just a ring field, 5 men inside the ring. Here is Hannon Dalby, bowling right arm over the wicket to Lloyd. He's just defensively forward, a right-hand bowler to a right-hand batsman. So we've got a backward point, we've got a cover, we've got a mid-off. On the leg side, we've got a short, fine leg, and we have a regulation mid-wicket, a long on, and a backward square who's about 5/6 of the way back to the boundary, and then we also have a deep point, who I mentioned earlier, Brooks. So here's Hannon Dalby. He's bowling tightly in this over so far, up after that 4. And this time Lloyd whips this one away behind square, and it's down to the boundary for 4. So just erring in line there slightly, Hannon Dalby, and Brooks lifted it away. No danger of being caught there. It was into the gap and it ran away for 4. So that takes Lloyd on to 48.
Yeah, he's doing a good job for his side here, David Lloyd. He's just beginning, and Derbyshire will be just now going to have to. They've got 7 wickets in hand. Just got to start. They really need to double this score if they can by the 50 overs.
Here's Hannon Dalby bowling to Lloyd once more, and this time he's defensively forward, or playing from the crease really, and there's no run. So David Lloyd, is he any relation to the gym guy or Bumble?
No, no and no. It's a fairly, he's from South Wales, so it's a fairly common name. I would think there's many hundreds of them down there, if not thousands.
Here's Hannon Dalby, the tall, bald man, bowling to Lloyd once more, and looks like he's struck on the pad. There's an appeal from Burgess, the wicket keeper, but given his movement down the leg side, probably indicated the line, and that's given not out. So that is the end of the over. 32 gone now. Derbyshire are 132 for 3. Lloyd's there on 48, and with them Guest on 1.
I think that appeal from Burgess behind the stumps there was, to say it was hopeful would be, I think, understating it. It was fired in and probably may only just have hit a second set of stumps. But he was quite convinced there was something to shout for. That's right, to continue from the pavilion end in bowls, and Guest runs this one out into the offside where Barnard does the fielding. There's no run. 132 for 3 in bright sunshine here at Edgbaston, as this one brings Guest down the wicket, looking to force it into the onside, but can only get it to Ethan Brooks. And again, there's no run.
You said that they need to get a move on. He's faced 11 balls so far, or might be 12 now. Guest.
This one is going to be runs this time, just probably a single. Ethan Brooks runs round to square leg from mid-wicket as the two fielders converge from the sort of long leg and from deep mid-wicket, but Brooks was able to get there first and restrict Guest to a single, so he doubles his score. He's on to 2. Lloyd on 48 waits as this one brings him forward defensively and fielded off his own bowling by Ali. There's no run.
Yeah, so Guest's taken 14 balls to get to 2, so one feels that he needs to, well, he's a skipper, so he's only letting himself down at the moment, I guess, but
this mid-wicket has been taken out, but this one is played out into the offside. The ball dropped exactly where it should be. There's no mid-wicket as such now, so there's that big gap. 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary, and sort of short fine leg as this one is driven down to Lintop down at long on, and there's 1 run to take Derbyshire onto 134 for 3 after 33 overs. Mike Taylor will be coming in to replace me, and he's got a news update to do. So I'll leave you with Andrew.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, another very tidy over there from the young leg spinner Ali. Of course, just 17 years of old, making his debut today for the Bears. And he's got the prize wicket of Hyder Ali earlier on, who was LBW to Tazim Ali for 14.
So, hello, Andrew. Looks as though he's got a bit about him for 17, doesn't he? The boy.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Warwickshire in a really nice position of having 3 spinners. It's a good selection choice, as it's going to be one of those. Lintott starting a new over, bowling this time to Lloyd, and he tries to force that one up to mid-on and doesn't quite time it, but Hannon Dalby's deep in that position, and that takes Lloyd on to 50. So he's batted very well, 68 balls for his 50, and Guest just walks down the wicket and gives him the obligatory tap of the gloves.
It's been a value of patience, hasn't it, today? I don't think it's necessarily easy to play, certainly attacking strokes.
So here's Lintott again, this time to Guest, and Guest is forcing that one through extra cover. He beats the man at cover, but not the man on the boundary, which is Henry Brooks. So Bethel couldn't cut it off at cover. Brooks was able to get round because it wasn't fully timed, and 2 runs there to Guest. That takes him on to 4. And here's Lintott once more, and Guest is driving, and once more it's not stopped by Bethel, and this time it's timed beautifully to the wide mid-off boundary for 4. So Guest must have heard us talking, and he's getting a move on now, because we're into the 34th over now, so not a lot of time left. We'll be going to Phil for the sports news shortly. Here's Guest, this time looking to sweep a full-length ball from Lintott, and no response from the umpire.
It was pretty full, perhaps just struck him outside the line of off stump. Yeah, I'm just going to barge in for a moment, Andrew, to the local radio update in a few seconds' time.
Sorry, Mike,
That's
I
all right.
think I just called you
No, it's
Phil
okay.
there.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been chipping away at the Derbyshire batting in the one-day cup game. Derbyshire 141 for 3. We're in the 34th over, and success for a newcomer to the Warwickshire lineup, Tazim Ali, a 17-year-old, a product of Attock Cricket Club not far from here, and celebrated his first-team wicket a few moments ago when he dismissed Hyder Ali LBW. He's bowled with increasing confidence and giving the ball a good fizz in his 5 overs so far, 1 for 19. Jake Lintott also has a wicket, but Derbyshire making gradual progress at 145 for 3 in 34 overs.
Here is Lintott, and this time Guest is working it into the leg side. There's no one there, but it's a very keen chase from the bowler, Lintott, and he restricts the scoring to 1. So that takes Guest on to 13. With him is Lloyd on 50. And the Derbyshire side, after 34 overs, are 146 for 3.
Looked a little bit more confident there, Guest, in that over. He's had a bit of a look, but the 2 strokes that he played either side of Bethel at extra cover were very cleverly placed, and looks as though he's starting to warm to his task. 12 from that over as Derbyshire lifted the pace a bit.
So very tidy from Ali so far, as you said, Mike. 1 for 19 off his 5.
Yeah, I wonder how far they'll try and push him if the batters do try and accelerate a bit. Guest goes right back in the crease here and turns a single away into the leg side. 147 for 3, because we're now, 16 overs to go, including this one. They're bound to try to want to lift the pace a bit. So might be a different challenge for young Ali, but he's bowled with good control so far, and here he is again to bowl to Lloyd, who's back in the crease and turning this away just behind square leg, and he might get 2 if they're quick. Oh, and the throw was maybe just a fraction wide from Henry Brooks, and Burgess had to adjust to flick the bails off, and hard to tell from this end, but that might have been a very tight one had the throw been a bit closer.
And also Burgess not collecting that cleanly. I think he threw that one at the stump, so it was difficult for the umpire.
To get Lloyd, who's beaten by the next one, goes back and pushes at a ball that skips over the top of the stumps, and he's managed to cause problems for good players here, Tazim Ali, and he looks like he's enjoying it. He walks quickly back to his mark, tosses himself a catch, and he's here again, and bowls to Lloyd, who's going back, and he's cautious here in doing so, pushing it backward to point, and the fielder is Hannon Dalby. they clearly don't feel they can take too many liberties to the young spinner. Into his 6th over. He's now got deep square legs gone out to the boundary. Mid-wicket's also on the boundary, and Lloyd reverse sweeps, and that's a good shot. And he's accelerating away from Oliver Hannon-Dolby, and runs away for 4. 153 for 3.
Yeah, very nicely played there. There was a big gap behind point for the right-handed Lloyd, and he just played that reverse sweep, which is so common in the game today. But the main thing was he timed it beautifully, and it went all the way along the ground for 4.
Well, adjust it. It looks like they thought about leaving Hannon-Dolby back at 3rd man, but there's a man also in at backward point, gone a little bit finer. He's drifted outside the leg stump, and Lloyd nudges it away behind square for another single. So 8 from that over, 20 from the last 2 as Derbyshire tried to pick up the pace a little bit, and they're 154 for 3 in 35 overs. And I wonder, with wickets in hand, what they would think is a good number from here. 250, maybe looking north of that with 7 wickets still in hand.
Yeah, I would say I always tend to think around about 6 and over from about here on in. But as you say, Mike, wickets in hand is probably the crucial thing. And yeah, so somewhere around 250 would be about what I would be guessing if I had to. Here's Lintop beginning a new over, bowling this time to Lloyd. He looks to play that one away behind point on the, well, play it behind point off a good length ball, and he's not able to make any significant contact, and there's no run. Here is Lintott bowling to Lloyd, and this time he looks to drive that one, gets an outside edge, but Ali's very fine at short 3rd man, and he cuts it off, but they do manage to get through for a single, so that takes Lloyd on to 58.
It's not a lot of luck in the last 2 or 3 overs, Lintott. He was pretty confident with the LBW shot in the last over, and that was a proper nick.
Here is Lintott, and once more it's another edge. I believe it's an edge, although let's just wait for the umpire. In fact, I think no, it's a leg by. So a stifled shout there, in fact, from Lintott, but the ball ran down where first slip would normally be. Ali did the fielding, and 1 leg by to the total. That takes Derbyshire on to 156 for 3. Here is Lintott into his 8th over, of course, and this time Lloyd looks to reverse sweep, but it's gone past the leg stump this time and down to the boundary for 4 byes. So extras contributing in this over, but that must have been very difficult for Burgess, having to try and gather that one with the batsman playing a reverse sweep.
Yeah, he confused everybody that time. Lintott, he does have the tricks that have made his career so far.
Here is Lintott bowling to Lloyd. Got a question for you, Mike.
Yeah.
In days gone by, you would call him a Chinaman. But given that man's kind of going out of cricket commentary these days, what would you just call him? China? Or something else?
I think that one's still probably up for grabs, Andrew. Left arm wrist spin, and I think we'll leave it at that for the time being.
Okay. Here is Lintott, the left arm wrist spinner. This time it's swept, beautifully timed by Lloyd. And it's picked up there by Will Rhodes, the captain, in the deep, and there's 1 further run to the total, so that takes Lloyd on to 59, and Derbyshire are 161 for 3 with 14 overs to go.
It's a fair bit of surprise in the Warwickshire circles that Lintott was not selected for the 100 this year. He's had a remarkable rise in his career from being merely a school teacher 3 or 4 years ago. I say merely a school teacher. Hello, school teachers. I know they might also be listening. There's nothing merely about it. But in cricketing terms, to go from teacher to professional cricketer was quite a change. Here's Tazeem Ali, who is still young enough to be taught. And his first ball of a new over, his 7th, he's swept by Lloyd, and they're going to get 2 out to deep square leg. 163 for 3, and a definite change of the tempo of late.
Yeah, Lloyd looking to pick up the pace now, so he's he's looking to play a lot of attacking shots, or a wide range of attacking shots. And I'm sure there's more to come.
Well, it's going to be a challenge for Tazeem Ali, who has Lloyd going back and forcing this away through the extra cover gap. He gets one out to Hamza Sheikh, who is another very talented teenager in the Warwickshire lineup today. I enjoyed seeing him bat briefly but brightly at Neath the other day, and I'm sure we'll see him a bit later on. So there's one more to Lloyd, who's now 62, and Tazeem Ali bowls again to Guest, who defends with a straight bat into the offside. Crackling with energy, Tazeem Ali. He picks up the ball, he's walking at fast forward back to his mark. Now 3 or 4 paces, accelerates into the crease and has Guest forcing this away again off the back foot through extra cover, and shakes in to keep them down to 1. He looks like he's going to be fun to watch, this boy, doesn't he? He's,
well, he looks like he's got a wrong in as well.
Yeah.
Mike. I saw one few overs ago that came back into the right-hander.
Goes wider on the crease this time, and it looks like might even have taken Lloyd on the pad, and it's very smartly cut off by Ethan Brooks, running round at short fine leg. Lloyd is 62. Jake Lintott, the senior spinner in this Warwickshire team, just gives him a word of advice. Never stops moving, Ali. Here we go. 3-4 paces up to the stumps, and back goes Lloyd, and pulls a slightly short delivery out to Jacob Bethel at the mid-wicket, who does the fielding. It's the end of another over. Warwickshire are moving around quickly. Derbyshire trying to push the board along, so there's more momentum to the game just of late. 166 for 3 in 37 overs, with Guest 15 and Lloyd 63.
And it looks like we're going to have a change in the bowling here. So Lintott coming out of the attack. He's got figures of 1 for 36 off 8. And in fact, apart from Barnard, who's got a economy rate of 3 off his 18 overs, all of the Warwickshire bowlers have bowled basically all roughly about the same economy rate. Rob Yates 4.16 up to Hannon Dalby 4.83, and everyone in between. So, but it's going to be Henry Brooks this time. He's going to be coming in from the far end of the ground, the Birmingham end of the ground, here at Edgbaston. All the bright 100 Birmingham Phoenix signs behind him, up in the top of the stand. Here is Brooks, and Lloyd is driving up to mid-on. It's fielded there by his brother Ethan Brooks, and there's no run. Actually, I saw it's Henry Brooks's birthday in about 6 days from now. He's 23 and 359 days.
Well, he's packed a fair bit in already early in his Warwickshire career. Very confident, bubbly character. Enjoys a bit of the spotlight when he gets the chance.
Here is Brooks once more, and Lloyd looking to work this one away through square leg, but he gets a, I think perhaps a bottom edge there, and Hannon Dalby comes round from long leg to do the fielding and restricts the scoring to 1. That takes Lloyd on to 63 and brings Guest into strike on 15.
I wonder whether they will be able to accelerate. I think this might be a good pitch for batting on if you're batting at a sort of a steady tempo. I'm not so sure it'd be easy to score quickly.
Here's Brooks bowling to Guest this time, the Derbyshire skipper, and he's just defensively forward, and there's no run.
Do get that here occasionally. Pitches that I'm not sure if this is a used pitch. I suspect it might be, where just a little bit of the pace has gone out of it. So they're good pitches, but they're not necessarily easy to really accelerate and start playing big shots. But we're going to get a view.
Here's Brooks, the right arm, very front-on action, bowling to Guest, and he's defensively forward out to Lintott in the covers. He fields, and he looks like he's just limping there a little bit, Jake Lintott. Perhaps that's why the bowling change was made by Will Rhodes at the start of this over.
Yeah, he's just a bit cautious. He's bowled 8 They, Warwickshire were quite surprised he was available for this tournament. He's been in the 100 the last couple of years, made his name in 2020 cricket, and he's made a nice living for himself playing franchise cricket around the world in the last 2 or 3 years, and it's been quite an adventure for him.
Here's Brooks once more, and this time looks like it's a slower bouncer because Guest tried to pull that one away. Didn't make contact, and it bounced in front of Burgess, who was able to prevent any run or any bye that would have been.
Will Rhodes said to us that he thought it was, I quote, a disgrace that Jake Lintott hadn't been picked up for the 100, such has been his effectiveness in that tournament. He didn't have a great blast this year by his recent high standards.
Here's Brooks once more, and it's a full toss, and it's worked by Guest out to mid-wicket. There's a man coming around out there. That's who's that out there? That's Rob Yates, and it's time for Guest to get back for 2. So that is the end of the 38th over now, and I'm just looking at that's actually the 50 partnership now between Lloyd and Guest. 51 runs from 59 balls. So there is that acceleration that you're talking about there, Mike, and yeah, so with 12 overs remaining, it's now Derbyshire 169 for 3.
So I think you might, with 7 wickets in hand, and looking at some of the other scores in this competition, on a really good day, I think Derbyshire should be saying we could put on another 100 from here. That wouldn't be out of the question, seeing some of the other scores being made, but I wonder whether that is going to be possible, because it has been quite difficult to hit boundaries. Here's Tazim Ali being kept on into his 8th over. Now that was hit low and hard off the back foot to extra cover, and it wasn't taken cleanly. Whether it was a chance to Barnard, it went pretty low, but we think
looked like
on the balance it probably was.
Yeah, based on his reaction, I think it was.
I think so. To Henry Brooks, I think that is actually. Oh no, it is Barnard at extra cover, and this one darts into the pads of Guest, and it squirted away on the offside for 1 run. So a rather uncomfortable start to this over.
Yeah, you got a feel for young Tazim Ali there. That would have been his 2nd wicket, and another top order batsman as well.
Yeah, he's done well. A couple of catches gone down there. Tazim Ali goes wider of the crease, and that was only a fraction short, and Guest leaned back and thrashed it hard, but picked out the fielder again at extra cover, Barnard. So there's no run, 1 for 34 in his 8th over. He's done a good job. And here again, Lloyd goes back and forces it hard, out square on the offside, and they take 172 for 3. Now picking up singles, but boundaries hard to come by just now. Tazim Ali goes in again, and this is hit hard by Guest, but he's again picked out one of the fielders, 3 of them on the leg side boundary. Bethel taking it on the bounce, so again there's only 1.
I've got a feeling Lloyd's going to go over the offside here. There's just 1.1 over left in this power play, so I think
Tazim Ali leaks that down the leg side, and that's running through. It might be wides again. He's already had 1 burst of 5 wides, and it's leg buys. He must just flick something on the way through. So it's only going to be 4 extras instead of 5. I wonder whether that might have been the top spinner. He's clearly got a bit of variation. That seemed to skid through quickly. Anyway, it's runs for Derbyshire, and they'll be glad of that. 177 for 3. And with Lloyd 65 and Guest 19, they do have the potential to add quite a bit in these closing overs.
Yeah, and as I just mentioned there, I just thought with all the field that was set for Ali, there was just 1 man back at deep point, but no one back in the arc from there to behind the bowler on the offside, that maybe there was an opportunity to go over the top, but it wasn't to be. As the last over of the power play now, it's Henry Brooks once more, and this time Guest comes down the wicket using his feet and thrashes it up to mid-off, but there's a man back there. That's the captain, Will Rhodes, and there's just 1 run there for Guest. That moves them on to 20 off 30 balls. brings Lloyd back on strike. He's on 65 off 88 balls. Quite a nice little crowd here. And maybe some more will come in this afternoon, depending on how the match pans out over the next hour or so, couple of hours. Here's Brooks. And this time Lloyd's down the wicket, and he looks to use his feet, and then it's dropped short by Brooks, and Lloyd goes to pull it and gets hit on the body and is in some level of discomfort.
Yeah, he can be quite sharp, Henry Brooks. He's got quite a variation in pace. But poor Lloyd out there. And the Derbyshire batter is in the unusual career position of being Glamorgan's captain, but out on loan. He's taking a moment there to compose himself.
Yeah, I think he got hit in the ribs there, or certainly in the chest area. Painful. Here's Brooks steaming in once again, and this time it's a good length ball on the line of off stump. Lloyd looking to cheekily get a single into the offside there, but there's no gap to be found. And it was Lintott who's in the cover position, and Barnard both swooping there, and no run there for Lloyd. So he remains there on 66. As Brooks comes in again, it's the fourth ball of his over, and this time Lloyd's looking to pull that one away, but no real timing in that shot, and it's picked up by Rob Yates at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The timing is still hard to get, even for players who've been in for quite a while.
How do you reckon Bazball would go on this pitch, Mike?
Might neuter it a bit, although they seemed to take them all the same, didn't they? They took everything alike, for better or worse.
Here's Brooks, and oh, that's got to be out. Yeah, he lined up for a scoop shot, and the ball hit him square on the foot, right in front of middle stump, and Lloyd has to make his way off the field. LBW to Henry Brooks for a very well compiled 65 off 92 balls, but just picked the wrong ball. Very premeditated, that shot, and he walks off a little bit dejectedly. But nonetheless, a good innings from Lloyd, exactly what his team needed. But perhaps he was just struggling a little bit, as you said, Mike, with his timing, and he's got to make his way off the field, and the new batsman will be Anuj Dar.
Forced him to try and manufacture a stroke, which wasn't necessarily there for the making. And he's absolutely nailed there, isn't he? Right in front.
It's not often as a commentator you can say that's definitely out. They're not even perfectly in line, but that was clearly out.
You've got a problem there. So a handy wicket for Warwickshire, because that partnership was bubbling without necessarily ever really getting into top gear. And at 178 for 4, 250 looks a fair score to me. I reckon that I'd take that as about to give both sides an even chance. But we'll see. You never can be quite sure how. Warwickshire have been in good form with the bat, particularly both their opening batters. Rob Yates got 100 last week. Ed Barnard promoted to open in this competition. I don't know whether he's ever done that before, but it's something of a new venture. 3 half-centuries in 4 games so far. So.
Well, this is Anuj Dal, and he's coming in to face his first ball from Henry Brooks, and it's just defended. So at the end of that over, successful over from Brooks, and he now has the bowling figures of 1 for 36 off his, oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong bowling figures there. That's Ali's figures, but it's a second wicket there for Brooks after he made the initial dismissal. And so Guest remains unbeaten on 20. Dahl has joined him, yet to score. Derbyshire are 178 for 4.
His return to the crease, to the bowling attack, Henry Brooks, conceding just 3 runs in 2 overs, and taking the wicket there of Lloyd was exactly what Warwickshire needed, just to arrest any progress that they were making. And a great vote of confidence from Will Rhodes in the young bowler, young Ali, to keep him on for a 9th successive over. And his first ball is just a fraction short, and it's seized on by Guest. That's perhaps the most authoritative stroke he's played so far, forcing it off the back foot through extra cover, and picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, and probably the worst ball Ali's bowled so far as well today. Got the treatment it deserves, and he'll look to float that one up a bit further this time, I should think.
Batters have predominantly been on playing him off the back foot, and Guest does so again here and gets a ball that's sliding on down the leg side and nudges it away towards mid-wicket and takes 1.
Just the update on Brooks's figures that I didn't call correctly before. He's got 6 overs, 2 for 22.
Well, that's a good contribution. See how Dahl plays Ali. Generally speaking, they've been back rather than forward. There is a danger he's going to skid one through if you go back at the wrong moment. This is Fuller, and Dahl is forward and driving through the covers to Shake, who's a most impressive fieldsman, an outfielder. And they take 1. 184 for 4. Fine leg comes up for Guest, and mid-wicket goes back to the boundary. And Guest is right back against the stumps and hammering this into the ground. It bounces out to extra cover, and again they take 1.
I was just reading here about Anuj Dahl. Mickey Arthur described him as the heart and core of Derbyshire County Cricket Club.
He bowls, back goes Dahl, and he's beaten here on the back foot, ended up almost overbalancing. 184 for 4. He's really prospered, Anuj Dahl, since Mickey Arthur became coach at Derbyshire. Forward he comes, bat and pad together, and pushes back up the crease. So maybe the heart and soul of Derbyshire. I noticed that, like all the best people, he's a product of the fine county of Staffordshire. But draw a veil over that, and it's 185 for 4. Well, he's from the other end of Staffs to me.
Yeah, I just see here he averaged 73 last year with 957 runs and 34 wickets. That's quite an effort. I'm assuming that's the county championship. Yeah, but very impressive. So it looks like it's going to be Brooks to continue. Successful in the last over, removing removing Lloyd. Here he is, Brooks from the Birmingham end of Edgbaston, and Guest looks to cut that one away. Doesn't time it, but Will Rhodes it is there. The captain is deep at mid-on, and they managed to get through for a single. That takes Guest on to 27 off 34 balls. So he's definitely increased his pace here, Guest, as he needs to for his side, being skipper and everything. And this time it's a great shot by Dahl. This is a short ball by Henry Brooks. Dahl was back on the back foot, beat the man at mid-wicket, it raced away to the boundary for 4.
Yes, he's bowled a couple of short balls that have sat up, but Dahl was onto that really early and hit it well in front of square. Got right onto that. And it's provoked the mid-wicket to go back out to the boundary, so...
Mid-on into the ring as Brooks drops another one short and hits that one in front of square, and that man who just dropped back, Ethan Brooks, comes in to do the fielding. One further run to Dahl. That takes him on to 6. Derbyshire on to 191 for 4.
He's never been shy of giving anybody a short ball, Henry Brooks. Fancies himself to hurry up the batters on a few occasions. He'd be the quickest bowler on view in Warwickshire's ranks today, for sure.
Here he is. Short sleeves bowling to Guest, and Guest just guides this one down to fine leg from a shorter ball. Hannon Dalby does the fielding, and that's one further run to Guest. That takes him on to 28. Really impressed with the scoreboard here, Mike. It updates exactly when you want it to as a commentator.
It's super fast.
It's really fast and very, very easy to see. Even from this far away, of course, we're at the opposite end of the ground here at Edgbaston to the scoreboard, which is right underneath one of the floodlight towers. Of course, we don't have the replay screen being used today for the crowd. Here is Brooks, and Dahl is defensively forward. Thought about a run, but hit straight to Lintott at cover, and there's no run. It's the replay screen there for the other tournament that's going on at the moment.
Yeah. It's a proud old structure, that scoreboard. Obviously, it's been remodeled to have the electronic display on the front. If you do, just underneath our commentary box in the concourse at the bottom, you can see Brian Lara posing in front of it after his 5:01 when it was back with the old clattery numbers.
Here is Brooks, and this time Dahl is running it to deep square leg, and that's where Hamza Sheikh comes in to do the fielding. And, well, they get back for 2, so very good running there. Probably never should have been 2, but very aggressive running by Dahl, and that takes them on to 8. Guest is with them on 28, and Derbyshire are 194 for 4, with just 8 overs remaining.
Yeah, took it on a bit there. 2 for 31 in 7. I'll probably bring Dave back on for you when he's done his update in a minute, Anthony, if that's all right. Yeah.
No worries. I was
we'll rotate it round.
just thinking your reference to Brian Lara's 5:01. I can't remember the number, but a British-born New Zealand international did rather well in that fixture as well. Roger Toos.
Roger Toos. Oh, he was a tremendous player for Warwickshire.
Yeah, a great team. A team under Bob Woolmer, the late Bob Woolmer.
Tazim Ali bowls into his final over now. 1 for 43. He's done really well on his first appearance as a young man, but he won't be too happy that there's been an overthrow here. A slightly wayward throw from Rob Yates means that Guest gets back for 2 runs. Roger Toos made a century here in the best championship game I ever saw here, which was the season after the Lara 5:01. Tazim Ali bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside. Guest gets 197 for 4. It was a top of the table game, Warwickshire and Northants. Northants actually won by 7 runs. A baking hot summer, but Warwick went on to win the title. But Toos made 100. Alan Donald took 10 wickets in that game. As he's pushed out into the covers by Anuj Dahl for a run. 198 for 4. Anil Kumble was the Northants overseas player, and he got wickets in the second innings, quite a few. David Capel was a superb all-rounder in that game. Yeah. Back goes Guest and forces the next ball from Tazim Ali away. Phil's just come up with a scorecard from the 5:01 game. Roger Toos made 51, but he made them very quickly in that game. Tazim Ali his next ball he's turned away into the leg side for 1 run, 199 for 4. I come on the wrong day of the 5:01 game.
There's a story about Bob Woolmer actually that he saw Hanif Muhammad score his 499, and then he was coach of that was in Pakistan, and then I'll come back to that.
Tazim Ali bowls, and back goes Dahl and turns this away into the leg side. It's the end of Tazim Ali's spell on his debut, the newcomer. He's saying 1 for 49, but he's shaped up really well like a player who looks like he belongs in first team cricket, and he's getting a big pat on the back from his teammates, which is really good.
And Derbyshire moves on to 200 for 4 with 7 overs remaining. But yes, Bob Woolmer was born in India. I forget, it's close to Calcutta. I forget exact. I'll come back to that. But it was Lucknow or somewhere like that. And his dad was a travelling insurance salesman.
Oh, right.
He was on holidays in Pakistan, and he was in Karachi when Hanif Muhammad made his 499.
Gosh.
So he's about 8 years old. And then he was the coach of Derbyshire when Lara broke the record.
You must surely have been the only man to see both.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Great story.
Yeah, yes. Well, I was doing a bit of research on him, so I've sort of discovered a bit more about that. But here is Lintott replacing Brooks at the Birmingham end, coming in to start as 9th over. Dahl cuts that one behind point. It's picked up there on the boundary, or coming off the boundary by Bethel, and one further run to Dahl. He moves on to 11.
Finish off this over, Andrew, and then Dave will perhaps come in for you, I think.
Sure.
Takes up to the end of the inning.
Here's Lintott again. A left armour bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Guest, who punches that one out towards the extra cover boundary. And it's a great bit of fielding out there by Bethel, running round to his right, taking a divot out of the Edgbaston outfield, but restricting the scoring to 2. So 2 further runs to Guest. He moves on to 34 off 40 balls. And the Derbyshire total moves on to 203 for 4. Clouds are overhead now as Lintott bowls virtually the same ball again, and here's another chase for Bethel out to the extra cover boundary, but he's not able to make it this time, probably thinking I've just run there, and he didn't quite make it. So 4 runs to Guest. He's accelerating nicely now. He moves on to 38 off 41.
Yeah, and they need to accelerate a bit because overs have been sliding by. You get that sometimes with spinners bowling all the time. You suddenly look up at the scoreboard and find another 10 overs have gone past.
Here is Lintott, and this time Guest is only able to find the man at point, and that is Rhodes. So just looking at the skyline here, looks like there's quite a bit of building activity going on over and towards Birmingham, the centre of Birmingham, cranes everywhere. As Lintott, there's a wider one, and Guest tries to cut that one away, but doesn't time it, perhaps off the toe end of the bat, and he can only find the man at extra cover, and there's no run.
There's always somebody building something around here.
That's Lintott once more, and this time Guest's driving up to mid on the way towards long on, and Will Rhodes comes in. I think that was Will Rhodes, or perhaps it's Hannon Dalby comes in, and no, in fact it was Rhodes. Brooks will get there in the end. And that is 1 further run to Dahl. He moves on to 11. With him is Guest on 39. And Derbyshire now, at the end of the 44th over, are 208 for 4. So it's wickets in hand, but runs are needed with the overs running out.
They are. Only 6 to go. Thanks, Andrew. Nice to have you with us. Today, Oliver Hannon Dalby's going to come back with, he's bowled only 6 overs. He's been the main man in this competition so far. 14 wickets in the 4 games up to now, but without one as yet today. And overs running out to get them because he's not going to get his full allocation in. Oliver Hannon Dalby from the Pavilion end starts the 45th over, and Guest, with not much pace on the ball, he's drawn forward to push it into the offside. Dave Fletcher's back.
15 boundaries.
I think it's been quite hard to play attacking strokes. To time it.
Absolutely. Yes. If it had been a couple of the batsmen, you'd think, oh, well, they're just not quite in form. But every single batsman has struggled to get the ball away. That's what I'm pinning my hopes on anyway.
250 would be a fair chase here. Hannon Dalby bowls, and that has a little bit more bounce, and it's well played by Guest, nudging it away into mid-wicket, and Dahl's coming back very fast for the second run. Well run.
Nobody faster in county cricket than Anuj Dahl.
I bet there's not.
I guarantee that. He is rapid. I wouldn't like to bat with him.
I'd be lapped.
Yes, there have been occasions when that has happened. Not to me, but to whoever he's been batting with, and he's brilliant in the field.
No, he's very swift.
Bowls a bit. Useful cricketer all round. Anuj Dahl.
210 for 4. 45th over. Hannon Dalby bowls, and Guest nudges this round his front pad, and again they want to, or they will get it, because Bethel's run past the ball, dangling his left arm down, and has run right over the top of it. So Guest gets another 2, and he keeps the strike. He's up to 43, and it's 212 for 4.
The fielding's been pretty good, hasn't it? A couple of drop chances, but generally good. from Warwickshire.
Standards are pretty high across the board,
Yes,
aren't they,
they
these
are now.
days?
Yeah.
2-12 for 4. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Guest again looking for those gaps on the leg side where the field is back. Finds enough of an angle to get 1 run, but that's all.
Just trying to put myself in the groundsman's head there as Brooks picked that ball up and did a full pirouette on a pitch that he's clearly preparing for something. I can't imagine he would have been massively happy.
Extra roller duty for you. 2-13 for 4. Darley's on strike. Guests just in quick conference with him. Hannon Dolby without a wicket as yet. And bowls Fuller. Oh, and this is driven hard back over his head for 4 runs. A good strike by Dahl. And Hannon Dolby put his hand up, but he was waving at it, or he was waving past it.
Or thought better of it.
Well, he was a good judge if he did, possibly.
Because he hit that very hard indeed.
2-17 for 4. So the wheel starting to turn a little bit more quickly for Derbyshire. Hannon Dolby bowls onto the pads of Dahl. He's going to get a run here. He'd think about making it 2, but again, one of those boundary fielders. This time Ethan Brooks is in quick order to make sure it's only a single, but another productive Derbyshire over. 10 from that one. So 5 to go. 218 for 4, and maybe now they'll get looking past 250.
There's an interesting conversation going on there between Anuj Dahl and find the number Will Rhodes, who didn't seem massively happy that Dahl was having a drink. Anuj Dahl pointing to the umpire to suggest that he'd asked the umpire if he was okay. Now the umpire's having a word with him as well. Seeing as the cut-off time's about 2:32 and we've got 5 overs to go, I don't think we're in any danger of wasting any time here. Giving sides 3.5 hours to bowl 50 overs is absolute lunacy, but they insist on doing it. I'm just glad that they don't start the second innings at 3 o'clock and we have hour-long breaks. Although it might be useful here since we've got quite a distance to go to queue up for fish and chips. But I don't want to miss out on them. Here's Brooks in and bowls to Dahl, who just defends the ball straight back to him. There is no run. It was a marvellous moment earlier when Henry Brooks, former Derbyshire loanee, was bowling to David Lloyd, current Derbyshire loanee. I like that.
Yes. They've used the system. Well, all the counties have, really.
Yes, I'm not a big fan of these one-game loans, though. I think it is taking the mickey a bit. Brooks in again. Dahl pulls this short delivery around the corner for 4 runs. Beats the dive of the man at short, fine leg. Ed Barnard, not Ed Barnard at all. Hannon Dolby. Huge difference between the two. He couldn't get down quick enough to pull off a stop, and was nowhere near it by the time he did get down.
Can't be leg side here.
No.
With fine leg inside the circle. Hannon Dolby.
2-2-2 for 4. Dahl has moved on to 20 off just 15. Nice little cameo from him as he guides this one down to short. Third man, that is Ed Barnard. And he effects a tumbling stop to keep them down to a single. Dahl moves to 21. 223 for 4. With 27 deliveries of the innings remaining. 250 ought to be on. If they can get up to 260, 265, that'd be useful. Would still be their lowest score of the season. I don't think they've played on a pitch like this. As Brooks is in again, and he's slapped away as Brooks advances towards him, out towards Bethel. A single is taken. Brooke Guest rehearses the flamingo shot. Having picked up a single to move to 45, 224 for 4 with 2 balls of the 46th over still to be bowled. Just got a little cloudy immediately above us as the sun is obscured. It's warm in here, so I assume it's relatively warm outside.
Yeah, it's pleasant today.
Yeah.
Best day we've had in Birmingham for a little while, I reckon.
It's supposed to be getting warmer as the week goes on, as Henry Brooks is in. A slower delivery. He's cut away by Anuj Dal. Again out to Bethel on the cover boundary, and he throws the ball back and keeps them down to a single. Dal moves to 22, 225 for 4.
Well, I hope the good weather stays for the club cricketers, because it's been pretty rotten time to be in club
awful,
cricket. Yeah, just lately.
Yeah.
June was all right, but since then there's been a lot of club games off, and that's no good.
No, indeed. As Brooks is in and bowls to Guest, who clubs it up towards long off, and they go through for another single. Final ball of the over. 46 gone, 4 to go. 226 for 4. Dahl has 22. Guest has 46. Yeah, the Northwest Cricket League, for the second weekend of the season, not necessarily in a row, but they're having a double header this weekend because an entire round of matches was called off. So they're lumping, because nobody played. Right. They can rearrange it for a Sunday. So they've got games. My club's got game. My club, the one that I drink at, has got games on Saturday and Sunday.
They should have a drinking membership.
Well, a social membership. I have a social membership.
That's a little bit more cultured.
It is, and it's a lot cheaper than the playing membership that my lad pays.
Yeah,
that's relatively expensive.
Well, good that they're getting more games on, and not too many weeks of the club season to go. I know some clubs have got special events and things going on to get towards the end of the season. So, dude, you can drop me a line and let me know. I'd happy to mention one or two as we go along.
Absolutely.
Here's Oliver Hannon Dolby. He's on his way and bowls to Guest, who backed away outside the leg stump, and Hannon Dolby followed him. He pulls it away to mid-wicket. You can drop me an email to mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk if you want. mike.taylor.02
You've got a
at
dot
bbc.co.uk.
before the 02.
Because that's just,
My BBC email just is my first name and surname, but there's only one dot in there. I'm not telling anybody where it is.
Dolby bowls, and it's a swing away into the leg side by Dale, or at least he tried to. He was taken on the pad, and he gets a leg by as an unsuccessful appeal for LBW. 228 for 4. Yes, but if there's a thing going on at your club that's worth a mention, I'll tell people about mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. To mention some clubs this afternoon. 50 partnership in 6.5 overs between Guest and Dahl has been just the injection of pace that Derbyshire were looking for. This is Fuller, and Dahl has a huge mow at it down the ground and misses. And he's very fortunate. He misses the off stump.
Yes.
Guest, rather. He's back on strike for that.
I think they've got to try and hit everything, haven't they, really? Yeah. We know that Alex Thompson can hit the ball hard. Matty McKiernan is likely to come in next. Then it's Watt, Connors and Lackmal, who aren't likely to hit the ball very far.
47th over. Hannon Dolby runs away from us, and this time Guest does swing it into the leg side, which he absolutely nailed it, though, and pulls it round to Ethan Brooks, deep backward square leg for 1 run. Even now, Guest has been there quite a long time. He's accumulated runs, but looking for the big shots, it's not so easy.
No.
But there's it's a big acreage to defend today, so maybe the way to do it is to run the ball into the gaps. It's a hard-working way. Hannon Dolby bowls. Dahl has swung that up in the air, and he's going to be caught at deep square leg by Ethan Brooks, underlining the point, really, that the big shots are not easy to get right. And Dahl, after a bright and breezy 22, he's 5th out at 229, caught by Ethan Brooks, and a first wicket for Hannon Dolby.
Yes, that is the shorter leg side boundary for the right-handers, but it's still quite a long way, and if you don't make the correct connection, as Anuj Dahl failed to do there, you're going to perish. But it was a nice little innings from Dahl. He's only faced 19 balls for his 22. He's hit 3 fours, and he's moved the game on a little bit from a Derbyshire perspective. 229 for 5 with 19 balls of the innings remaining. They will be disappointed if they don't get to 350. And here's a man who was out first ball on Friday, last time out. Bless him, Matty McKiernan. Came in after Hayder was dismissed and fell to the very next delivery, which was a bit awkward for him, but these things happen. He's got a fascinating... he's been brilliant. He was brilliant at the T20 last season, right up until the moment that Derbyshire went to play at Taunton when his 4 overs went for 82, new world record. And he's been pretty decent this season as well. It was just that one day when he got absolutely hammered to all parts.
I quite enjoyed watching him bowl last season.
Yeah,
actually,
he's a good
exciting
operator
bowler to watch.
We'll see his leg spin, I have no doubt, in the second innings of the match.
Well, we've seen a fair bit of spin in this innings. 25 overs worth, in fact, between Yates, Lintott and Tazim Ali. And here's Hannon Dolby to bowl, and he hits McKeon on the pad, and he's LBW. So he's got another blob. Pushed across the line, yeah. Pushed across the line of his first ball from Oliver Hannon Dolby. And it was, I think, a fairly straightforward verdict. 229 for 6 and 2 for Hannon Dolby.
Yes, I'm sorry I mentioned it really now, but successive first ballers for Matty McKiernan. He will be extremely disappointed, I'm sure. He's sort of got one of those resigned smiles on his face. But I suppose they've got to swing now. Although having said that, Alex Thompson will come in next, former Warwickshire player, of course. And then it's down to Watt, Sam Connors and Lackmal. So these two really need to be there at the end. If Derbyshire are going to get to 250, I would respectfully suggest. And if you're listening, Mark Watt, I'm not dissing your batting. You didn't look like you could time any on Friday.
No, I'm not certain it's going to be any easier today, especially coming in the last 3 overs. Lintott, they've been changing the bowling every over, or every time at the Birmingham end of late. But Lintott is going to complete his 10 overs after all.
So the 26th over of spin. I'm making a note of that for later. Be nice in the 2 o'clock, that wouldn't it?
Well, all grist to the mill.
We need something. Lintott then from City End, bowling to Brooke Guest on 48, and Brooke Guest drives this out into the offside. Thompson will think about coming back for the second, and they could have done, because there's a bit of a misfield and a fumble and all sorts down there by Jacob Bethel, but I think they'd already decided that 1 run was as many as they were going to get. So Guest moves on to 49, 230 for 6, 17 balls of the innings left to be bowled. Lintott 1 for 45 from his 9 overs and 1 ball. Probably bowled a lot better than that, even though that is pretty decent in any case. But there were times when it looked like the batsman really had no idea what he was bowling. There's all sorts of changes to the field here. The square leg, backward square leg's gone back on the boundary. The mid wicket has come up.
He could have had 3 or 4 wickets quite easily.
Comfortably. He blows into his hand, as leg spinners tend to do. And he's in now, and Alex Thompson tries a little dab around the corner. Well, he does come off, and he's going to come back for the second as well. That's good running. There was always 2 there. Big smile on the face of Hannon Dolby, who had a fair bit of ground to cover. There is a lot of ground out there, as Mike was saying earlier. It's a very large playing area here at Edgbaston today. Rope a long way back. Lintott bowls, and that beats Alex Thompson. All ends up. He was looking to whip it away into the leg side. Did no more than wave his bat in the vague direction of the ball.
Looked like he thought about playing about 3 different strokes there.
He went back.
Might have tried them all at the same time.
232 for 6. He's tried a sweep shot now. He's gone down to the man at short fine leg, Hannon Dolby, who accepts the single.
Guest was so quick there for the run. More or less ran up and tapped Alex Thompson on the shoulder.
Down the other end, son.
Haven't you?
233 for 6. Guest on 49. Waits as Lintott bowls to him, and he's got to his half century by clubbing the ball up towards long off. It's been a decent little knock from the skipper, this. Brooke Guest bats at 3 in the championship. 55 balls. And he hasn't looked fluent, and yet he's still got it in 55 balls. 4 fours, which sort of tells the story. Derbyshire 234 for 6. Final ball of the over is a swing and a miss from Alex Thompson. Ball goes through to the keeper. So 2 overs to go. 234 for 6. Can they get another 16? I'm sure they possibly can. Thompson has 3. Brooke Guest will be on strike, though. He's on 50.
Yes, and it's been a pretty hard, chiselled out 50 for Brooke Guest, who took a while to get going. He picked up a couple of boundaries in an over off Jake Lintott that had the momentum rolling for a bit. But he'll see what else he can add now in the 2 overs that remain. Hannon Dalby on a hat-trick, and Guest slaps the first ball down to long on, and Yates has got the throw on the way, and Guest Thompson, he's not run out. He's back just in time.
That was well remembered by you, about being on a hat-trick.
He'd have been first one up to remind us if it had happened.
Completely forgotten.
They can get lost, can't they, in the closing overs of one-day games. So I'm sure there's sometimes bowlers don't even realise they're doing. 236 for 6. Hannon Dalby bowls, and Guest sets himself and heaves that into the leg side for 4. I had the impression that was a slightly slower delivery on it. Maybe Guest picked it, but he seemed to be in position early and hauled it to the mid-wicket boundary. And there have not been too many boundaries.
18.
That's not a lot.
No.
You're going to have the running shoes on today. 240 for 6. Off goes Hannon Dalby. And Guest miscues this completely. But it's going down for 1 run anyway, down to Yates at long on. He practices several shots that would have hit the ball twice as far. Brooke Guest at the non-striker's end. The Derbyshire captain will be keeping wicket as well. Sure, he sweeps the dressing room up after the finish as well. Off goes Hannon Dalby. 9 balls to go. 241 for 6. And Thompson is driving these hard down the ground to Yates, who's fielded it very efficiently, very well in fact, so that he puts them off coming for a second run. And throw on the way, good and early.
Good shot from Tomo. Full delivery.
He's 4. Keeper's going to come up to the stumps. As quite frequently been the case for Hannon Dalby. Try and stop Guest from shimmying about. In comes Hannon Dalby, and Guest, he's bowled, I think, off the inside edge. Yes, having a huge swipe across the line, and it might have come off the edge and then the pad, but either way, it nudges onto the off stump. And one way or the other, Oliver Hannon Dalby, who has not had conditions in his favour today as much as he has in 1 or 2 of the other games, but he's still now got 3 wickets. And Guest dismissed for a hard-working 57 from 59 balls that have at least taken his team to a credible target. Whether it turns out to be a match-winning one remains to be seen, but he's at least going to make Warwickshire have to play pretty well to get it.
Well, you'd hope so, but I wouldn't get that excited just yet. Yeah, good innings from Brooke Guest, Derbyshire's skipper in the white ball long form game. I'm waiting for him to skipper the first class side, keep wicket and bat 3 as well. I think that might be slightly too much for everybody, but sounds like the news in my ear.
Yes, so I shall have an update in 2.5 minutes or so's time.
It never stops, does it? It never stops.
So I hear. all makes work for the working men to do. 2 for 7. Mark Watt, strongly built left-hander, is going to... Well, he's surveying the leg side field, and Humza Sheikh's about 3 postcodes away from him at deep back square leg. But Watt is looking at him as if he's intending to hit it miles over his head. We'll see. Hannon Dalby's last delivery is a short ball, and Watt's poked it up in the air, and he's going to be caught by the wicketkeeper. So Hannon Dalby's taken 4 wickets in his last 8 deliveries. I'm not sure who saw who coming first there, but Watt was off and running. Hannon Dalby banged the ball in unusually short, and Watt up periscope, poked it up in the air, and it plopped into the wicketkeeper's glove. So by an unusual route, Oliver Hannon Dalby has ended up with 4 more wickets, so that's 18 in 5 matches in this competition for Oliver Hannon Dalby. 4 for 49, but 4 for 8 from his last 8 balls. And Watt perishes in the chase at 242 for 8, and there's 1 over to go, which Henry Brooks is going to step up and bowl. He's got 2 wickets, and he'll be ambitious of getting more. Lloyd 65, Guest 57. Others have made a good start, but not gone on. Rees 37, Dahl 22. Nobody has played a really substantial innings. Lloyd and Guest were solid contributions. Guest 57 from 59 balls, lifted the tempo a bit. Sam Connors is the new bat, but Alex Thompson's on strike for the first ball of the last over, which he pulls and it drops down at his feet. And Henry Brooks rushes up to pick up the ball. Thompson's not sure whether he's going for a run or not, and ends up running in a loose circle back to where he started. And still they're struggling to get up to 250. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are restricting Derbyshire's run scoring in the final overs of their innings in this one-day cup game. Derbyshire 242 for 8. It's been a solid innings without yet having the acceleration that the visitors would hope for, partly because Oliver Hannon Dalby, having been frustrated in not the most helpful conditions he's had in this competition, with a burst of 4 wickets in his last 8 deliveries to finish with 4 for 49, giving him 18 wickets in the competition. Tazim Ali, the youngster, bowled well on his debut, taking 1 for 49. Derbyshire finding it hard to accelerate in the final over at 243 for 8. During that update, Thompson socked a short ball out to deep mid-wicket, where Ethan Brooks made a late adjustment to field it. They had only 1. Now Connors tapping the ball away in the same direction, and gently enough to be able to get back for 2. It's 245 for 8.
I've made a schoolboy error here by making too many notes, and now I'm going to have to go on a separate sheet of paper for the end of the innings, which is no good at all.
Very annoying, that is.
Yeah.
Because then you don't know whether to start a new sheet. These are we've got youngsters watching us in that.
Yes.
These are the frustrating parts of this job when you use too much
also.
paper. This is
Especially when you buy your own paper.
yes, this is pulled by Connors out to the leg side, and and Hannon Dalby's misfielded, so they're going to get an extra run. So that's 2 to Connors, who has 4 off 2 balls. That's disturbing your feng shui, isn't it? The you've gone into an extra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like it. Because it'll merely be 2 not-out batsmen, fingers crossed, and a score.
No, that's not right. 247 for 8. You won't be able to frame it neatly now. Brooks is going to bowl, and Connors is nowhere near that. Trying to chip it towards long on. So it's going to be about a 5 and over chase, which is not intimidating, but not necessarily straightforward on a pitch where playing aggressively has not necessarily been straightforward. 1 ball to go. Odds on a short ball. He's got 4 men out on the leg side boundary. Brooks bowls, and it is a short ball, but with not much pace on it, and Connors is caught at backward point. Carved it to Ed Barnard, who throws the ball up, and 247 for 9 is the Derbyshire total. So the pace dropped out of it in the last 4 overs, which realised only 21 runs and 5 wickets fell in the scramble. And Warwickshire chased 248 to make it 5 wins out of 5. Lots of solid contributions, Dave. Lloyd 65, Guest 57, Rees 37. But nobody with the big central pillar of an innings, really.
No, absolutely. The hope that Derbyshire will have that it is tricky to bat on. They certainly made it look tricky to bat on at times. Just 18 fours in the entire innings, and the fact that 26 overs of spin were bowled is potentially good news. I'm looking for all the positives here for Derbyshire, because they have frontline spinners Matty McKeon and Alex Thompson and Mark Watt in their side. David Lloyd, very much pace-off bowler. Anuj Dal is quicker than he looks, but isn't rapid. Sam Connors and Suranga Lakmal could have quite an easy afternoon by judging by the pitch, but a good effort by Warwickshire. I'm not sure whether 247's enough, but then again, I'm not entirely certain either. I've been certain in other matches when they've made 298 that they didn't have enough. Here, I couldn't honestly tell you whether they've got enough or not. So if that doesn't make you come back and listen to this afternoon, nothing will.
I think we might still have a game on here. 248 is the target. We're going to have, it's about half an hour, isn't it?
It is
half an hour in these games. So you've got half an hour to bolt some lunch if you haven't already. And we shall pick up the commentary, therefore, at about 5 and 20 to 3. Well, you YouTubers will have spotted, and listeners to the stream will have heard a hubbub of excitement. I think I can say that. In a ground the size of this, you can lose a perfectly decent crowd for a county game, but there's a chatter today. And from our commentary box, you can't always see where a lot of the crowd are. A lot of people find nooks and crannies in this box. But we are about to have a resumption with Warwickshire chasing 248 to beat Derbyshire. Here's the first ball from the pavilion end. Lackmal's first ball with down the leg side. It's going away to the boundary. So there's a bit of a head start for Warwickshire. 4 off the bat of Rob Yates. Gosh, that must have been the faintest of tickles down the leg side, but it gets Warwickshire's chase kick-started. Andrew McLean's with me, and 248 feels like a sort of a middling chase to me. It's not huge, but you have to play properly to get them.
Yeah, and the turn was a factor. I mean, no bowler really went for too many runs. Runs conceded.
Lackmal right arm over the wicket. We get some swing there into the pads of Yates, and he's getting 1 down to long leg. 5 for none in the first over. Yeah, 26 overs of spin bowled in the Warwickshire innings, and there's every reason to think that it'll be similar. Yeah, but by Warwickshire, I should say, the Derbyshire innings. There's every reason to think it'll be the same this time round.
Yeah, good start from Yates. He started slowly at New Road the other day, but that's because Barnard was scoring quickly at the other end. But he looked very good. It was the first time I'd seen Yates play the left-hander. Very compact indeed.
Lackmal bowls to Barnard for the first time, full on his pads, and he strikes it to mid-on. No run. Yeah, Yates broke through in the List A team. I saw his debut at Leicester 4 years ago, and he made a very well-organised 60-odd. Had a very successful championship season a couple of years ago. Perhaps lost some momentum last year. But this season is prospered in all 3 competitions at various times. Lackmal bowls wider of the crease, and there's a push into the leg side by Barnard, but he's pushed it straight to mid-wicket. A double century at Canterbury last month in a big Warwickshire win against Kent was the biggest contribution of his career so far, but a century in this competition at Neath, 4 successive 50s when he worked his way into the T20 Blast team. So he's had success in all 3 forms. And he's formed a handy union with Barnard at the top of the order in this competition. Lackmal bowls full and straight, and Barnard with a forward defensive out of the manual. Pushes it back on the offside.
Just looking at Lackmal, he hasn't played a test match since March 2022. So it's just another sign that you get players, I'm just thinking of the great Sangakkara, for example, finishing up at county cricket at the end of their careers, and it's just a benefit all round for other players and for the crowd and the fans as well.
He goes wider of the crease here, and Barnard guides this down to third man. So 6 from the first over as Warwickshire chase 248. Yeah, and that goes as much for home players. I mean, I understand why players at the end of international careers sometimes do stop as soon as they stop playing at the highest level, because it is so intense and you spend such a lot of time away from home and all the rest of it. Equally, county cricket in recent years has benefited from a number of players who maybe ended their international career at 35, 36, but played on for a long time, partly to pass on in sort of player coaching roles, but I think as much as anything because they enjoy it. Ian Bell played on here for 3 or 4 years after the end of his career at international level. Mark Straskothic looks as though he was never ever going to stop at Somerset, and
yeah, what did he pay to, about 43 or something?
I think so.
Yeah. Still fielding in the slips as well, I remember.
He got a stand named after him before he retired.
Oh, it's a good effort. So it's going to be Connors coming in from the Birmingham end, bowling to Barnard, and he works that one away behind square off his legs. Lackmal's coming around to pick that one up, and they'll have time for 2. So Just erring on line slightly there, Sam Connors with his first ball. And Barnard moves on to 3.
If you went with us earlier, Derbyshire's 247 for 9 was steadily a pretty workmanlike effort on a pitch where the suspicion is that it's harder to accelerate than it is just to settle in.
Here's Connors, a little bit wider on the crease that time. Barnard's defensively forward. There's 4 men in the offside, so no chance of a run there, as it was Harry Kame who did the fielding. He made 19 earlier, opening the batting for Derbyshire. Of course, we talk about players that played from overseas countries. Of course, John Wright played, well, I'm pretty sure he got a benefit at Derbyshire. He played many seasons there. Here's Connors, and Barnard's looking to drive this one forcefully, but he can't beat Harry Kame at cover. Yeah, John Wright, he was a real stalwart at Derbyshire.
I mean, there was a time and around then where you could pretty much reel off the overseas players at each of the counties, unless their country was touring. But you quite often got players who would stay for 6, 7, 8, 10 years.
I know Richard Hadley would have played on no matter what just to get more wickets.
Oh, sure.
Here is Connors once more, open-chested delivery. Bowling to Barnard, he's defending one on the line of off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, Hadley's definitely played 10 years at Notts. Maybe not after he finished playing Test cricket, but even if he was touring with New Zealand during a season, I'm sure he would have been straight out of that match, straight into the next Nottinghamshire match. Well,
Notts, people used to worry about going to Trent Bridge on a greenish pitch there with Hadley and Clive Rice opening the bowling.
Yeah, great overseas signings. Here's Barnard this time driving down the ground, but it's well fielded at mid-on, but not before Barnard and his partner Rob Yates managed to get through for a single, so just rotating the strike nicely. That takes Barnard on to 4. Yates there on 5.
The international cricket world and the county cricket world with it have had to change, of course. So now it's quite common to have 3 or 4 different overseas players during the course of a summer. Warwickshire benefited from having Jeetan Patel, of course, for a long time. He did marvellous service for this county and was hugely popular here.
Yeah, well, he's from my hometown, Jeetan Patel, from Wellington, and yeah, he had a real renaissance later on in his cricketing life. Here's Connors coming round the wicket this time to Yates, and he's not able to pierce the field on the offside. That is the end of the over, and so after 2, Warwickshire, the home team, chasing 248 to win. They're 9 without loss. And
it kept, as far as Warwickshire are concerned, a tradition of overseas players who have stuck around. You know, not always, but Jeetan Patel, except when New Zealand were touring, was here for a long time. Alan Donald was associated with his county for a very, very long time. Before and after South Africa came back into international cricket, and going further back than that, you know, Alvin Kalicharan was a great of this county, Rowan Canhigh. So players who've stuck around for quite a long time. This is first ball of a new over from Lackman, and it's full and drifted onto Barnard's pads, and he flicks it away for his first boundary, just backward of square leg. And that's not a great ball to bowl to a guy who's in the form that Ed Barnard's in just now.
Yeah, he absolutely crushed it at New Road on Sunday, scoring at a strike rate of around about 150, chasing a very low total. Made sure all the spectators could easily get home if they were looking to watch Liverpool-Chelsea at the end of the day, or in the middle of the afternoon, really.
Back at the county he left only last winter. Lackmal bowls and Barnard drives elegantly into the covers, but he picks out the fieldsman, extra cover, and there's no run. 94 at Taunton, 36 here against Gloucestershire, 79 at Neath on squidgy conditions last Thursday, and 65 not out at Worcester. So 274 runs in 4 innings at averaging 91 and at a rate of nearly a run a ball.
Wow.
You could say that it's been a successful experiment for Ed Barnard to be pushed up to open, and he gets a bit of width here from Lackmal and climbs into a square drive. He comes off a thick outside edge, but it flies over the infield and he gets 2 down to long leg. The odds are in his favour with the fielding restrictions in.
He likes that shot, Barnard. He played one very early on at New Road on Sunday. I think slightly shorter boundaries at New Road, and it just bounced in front of, or to the to the right of third man. Very similar shot there.
And he's 10 already. And Warwickshire in the third over, 15 for none. Lackmal bowls and Barnard's forward, bat and pad together, pushing into the offside. And there's no run.
Yeah, Alan Donald, you're right. I mean, even after South Africa was readmitted, of course, just before the 1992 World Cup, I think it was 91 they had their readmission, and yeah, it didn't affect his availability for Warwickshire in the slightest.
And he always bowled like the wind here, and it didn't matter what the competition was or how big or small, occasionally was how big or small the crowd was. They all came alike. Lackmal bowls, and Barnard is edging here, but it doesn't carry to slip, and it's sort of fielded on the half volley. They nipped through for a single. It was a proper edge, but there's no great pace in the pitch for either the batters or the bowlers, and that's come very awkwardly.
Yeah, I think Hyder Ali there has got well, he's taken a knock.
Yeah, it's a bit sore.
He looks a bit sore. Of course, he's an easy one to pick out with his green Pakistan cricketing boots on. Always helps.
He looks very uncomfortable in slip at the moment, wringing his hand as Lackmal bowls, and fortunately perhaps for Hyder Ali, Yates doesn't nick it in his direction. He defends carefully back up the pitch, and it's 16 for no wicket in 3 overs, 5 to Yates and 11 to Barnard. The time when I was watching county cricket, a student, I watched a lot of county cricket, some of it here, and you just go wherever you could see it, and you would frequently see international players playing as if it was a test match. I saw it at Derby, actually, when in the 90s, when Dean Jones was Derbyshire's overseas player, and Courtney Walsh playing for Gloucestershire in a ferocious battle.
Here's Connors beginning a new over to Barnard. That's on the line of off stump, and he's just playing it behind square. It's picked up there by Dahl, and there's no run. Well, I mean, you look at Sir Richard Hadley, for example. I mean, I don't know how many times he did the double, but it was 2 or 3, 100 wickets in a season and 1,000 runs in a season. I mean, he took his cricket incredibly seriously at all levels of the game, be it Canterbury, Nottinghamshire or New Zealand. Here's Connors, and Barnard's playing a missing outside off stump. There's an appeal as it's taken there by the skipper, Brooke Guest, but no signal forthcoming from the umpire down at that end.
Well, it beat him on the inside edge.
Yeah.
Barnard, as he drove at that, it was just brought back into him by Connors. It was a pretty good, wasn't all that far away from the off stump either.
Yeah, it would have helped me out with the umpires here, Mike. Is it James Treadwell or Ben Peverell?
I think that is umpire Peverell at the far end from us, and James Treadwell at this end. I think that's what we think, isn't it? Yeah. I think.
Here's Connors. This one's down the leg side, and Barnard can't catch up with it. It's taken by Guest, but that's a wide. So an extra added to the total, and Warwickshire now 17 without loss. Nice sunny day here. Looks like a few more people are drifting in to the ground, particularly at the Birmingham end, to the right or the left of the sight screen as we see it. Here's Connors, and this time Barnard's driving through the covers just in front of point, out to the boundary before. On a length, a half volley, got the treatment it deserved, and beautifully played by Barnard. His great form continues. He was on 15 off 17.
Well, I think Connors is within his rights to feel a bit fed up at the moment because he really thought he'd got Barnard, and then in his annoyance he's leaked the next ball down the leg side for a wide, and then had Barnard drill him through the covers for 4 runs. So I wouldn't think he's in the best of humours right now.
Here's Connors bowling to Barnard. That's on the line of middle stump, and it's just defended into the offside. And there's no run. So just looking at this field, we've got 1 slip, which is Hyder Ali. We've got Dahl at point, and we've got Matty McKiernan in the covers. Harry Kame at an extra cover, and we've also got a mid-off. So tightly packed offside field as Connors comes in once more, reaching high with that front arm, and Barnard's just playing it down to third man, where it's picked up by Lewis Rees, who throws it back into the keeper, and there's time for a further single to Barnard. He moves on to 16.
So umpire Peverell was a new name to me, but he's a Bristolian and a former captain of Cheddar Cricket Club, which sounds like a marvellous place to go and watch in deepest Somerset.
How good would the teas be at Cheddar? I've actually been to the Cheddar Gorge a long time ago.
That sounds like a good bit of research to do, I reckon, the teas at Cheddar.
Here's Yates this time, driving the next one from Connors up to mid-on, and there's no run there. So that's the end of the 4th over of the innings, and it's 22 without loss, Warwickshire, in reply to Derbyshire's 247.
So he's one of our umpires. James Treadwell, he's the other, who had a very good career for Kent for many years, and briefly with England. He played a couple of test matches and quite a few one-day internationals, bowling off breaks.
It's great to see the former players move into umpiring. You know, I mean, so many of them can be tempted to move into our profession, but you know, having people, I mean, you look at someone like Michael Goff, for example, who's just turned into a fantastic umpire as a, you know, a former first-class player.
Lackmell goes wide of the off stump, and this is guided by Barnard down to third man for 1 run. I don't know whether it is the case in other countries, but certainly by and large, and the sort of professional umpires in England have more often been former first-class cricketers than not. I mean, I think there are probably more exceptions on the list now to that than there would have been a generation ago. And there are more who have come through by other routes. But it's quite a contrast for example, with football. I'll just refer to it in a moment, as Lackmell comes round the wicket, and he beats Yates on the inside edge here as Yates is groping outside the off stump. That's a good one.
So what are you suggesting, that Lampard should, when he's looking for his next job, move into refereeing instead of management?
Far be it from me to give career advice to somebody who's already earned more money than I will in the rest of my life. But yeah, it is often commented that very few, in fact vanishingly few, former professional footballers want to become referees. You and I may have our opinions as to why. I think it's fairly obvious in a lot of them. Lackmell comes round, he gets a ball that bounces a bit on Yates as he tries to come forward, and he jerks into the top part of the bat, and Yates is checking his bat afterwards as if to try and make sure it's still in tune.
Yeah, it's interesting. Chris Gaffney's the one that I can think of. He's roughly the same age as me. I was at university in Dunedin at the same time as he was in the Otago side, and he had a long career playing for Otago, and now he's on the elite panel of professional cricket umpires around the world. Yeah,
he was here during the Ashes, I think. Lackmell round the wicket, and pitch is obviously sliding down the leg side, and he'll be doing well if it's not called wide in the nature of things in this competition, but it isn't. But there's double jeopardy because the umpire is looking at where he's putting his feet, and umpire Treadwell is saying, don't tread well there.
I spotted that Devon Malcolm is a match referee these days. Saw that on a scorecard the other day.
Enormously popular cricketer. And tremendous fun to watch. Lackmell round the wicket. It's driven in a bit oppishly by Yates, back past the bowler. He's not quite settled into this innings yet, Rob Yates. He hasn't done much of the strike. And he's there, still on 5.
But I know in New Zealand, talking to Evan Gray, who played for New Zealand, did well here on the 1986 tour.
Did off spinner?
He was a left armour.
Oh, was he left armour?
Yeah, John Bracewell was the off spinner.
Oh, of course, yes, yeah, Bracewell.
He'd be well known to county fans. I'll come back to that.
Round the wicket comes Lackmell, and Yates is leaving a ball alone that started wide-ish and left him a fraction. And it's the end of the over, 23 for none in 5, Warwickshire, which is more or less on the pace that they need, chasing a target of 248 in 50.
Yeah, Evan Gray's a Wellingtonian, and I was back in Wellington a couple of summers ago, well, New Zealand summers that is, and I met him a few times watching, I think we're probably just watching the Black Caps playing, and he does a bit of umpiring and match refereeing at a domestic level, and I asked him how easy or difficult it is to actually get into umpiring. He said it's incredibly easy if you want to. There's no real barriers, and sort of made me wonder why I didn't have a go at it a number of years ago. But yeah, I mean, Evan hasn't kind of progressed internationally so much, but domestically he's done well. Jeff Crow, of course, is another match referee, but never been an umpire. Here's Connors beginning a new over, coming wide on the crease this time, but angled into Barnard. So Connors bowling a tight line here. Barnard had to be watchfully forward then, and he just played that one out to Harry Kame, and there's no run.
Yeah, you can. I think it's quite accessible. I mean, the club that my boys go to was pathing to. They tipped him off on umpiring and scoring courses. One of my lads has been on one.
Oh, right.
So he just orders us around the house now.
Well, scoring's a bit of a lost art these days. Here's Connors, and Barnard's driving once more. So similar to his shot in the previous over, just over pitched by Connors, and beautifully stroked through the offside, wide of point, which is Matty McKinnon, who had no chance, and 4 further runs to Barnard. His form continues. He's 21 without loss off 22 balls.
Anything that's in the slot for driving, he's onto very quickly.
I don't think it'll be long until we see a spin bowler coming into the attack here somehow. Not with the rate going along like this and wickets not falling. Here's Connors, and this time Barnard's playing a dab shot down to third man. It's picked up there by Rees, and 1 further run to Barnard. He moves on to 22, and with him is Yates on 5. As you say, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, Yates. He's only faced the 10 balls compared to Barnard's 23.
Yeah, since I've been doing a bit of scoring at a local club where my boys have taken up playing, I've come across the rise of the scoring app.
Here is Connors, and Yates looks to, he's sort of fishing outside off stump, and cast his rod there, but didn't make contact, didn't catch anything, and the ball was through to Guest behind the stumps, and there's no run.
So the ECB have this system where you get this app and you can score it, and it puts the scores up live, like on the websites, and it's terrific, and lots of clubs use it. But equally, I've seen lots of people who've sat next to scored to me and then found their phone batteries run out halfway through. So you need a lot of battery.
Here's Connors once more, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Yates is watchfully forward. Yeah, I know New Zealand cricket had a change of provider last season, and apparently it was an utter disaster. Everyone was complaining about it, but the point is that they've become so dependent on the app. You know, the days where we're filling out the scorecard or the score book, people, like I say, it's a bit of a lost art. Here is Connors. This time Yates is defending that ball to mid-wicket as we come up to 3 o'clock. It's the end of the 6th over. Warwickshire in reply to Derbyshire's 247 are 28 without loss. Barnard's on 22, and with him Yates on 5.
Which is a good job, really, that after this cricket update I'm going to give way to Dave Fletcher, otherwise I'm going to bawl for England about scoring an art. But the fact that scoring is an art, and I've recently come across lots more scorers, some amateurs, some doing it officially with their clubs, posting the scorebooks on social media. So it's a lively little community, so happy to speak up for the scorers. Here's Lackmel on his way to start the 7th over, and he's guided down to third man by Barnard for 1 run, 29 without loss.
I was in Pakistan earlier this year and doing some work for the New Zealand Test Series there, and there was the scorer there was sitting there with the most incredible array of coloured pencils for all the different things, and I just thought, wow, so many people don't even know this is how you actually do it.
You can do it. I've done that. I used to do that. But when I'm doing it properly for the club, I don't trust myself to do that. I'd be too busy being artistic to get it wrong. Lackmel bowls, and this is cut hard for 4 by Yates, his first stroke of authority. But he rode the bounce nicely there and found the gap between backward point and cover. Between backward point and cover point, and he goes 4 to go to 33 for no wicket in the 7th over. That might settle him down a bit.
That sometimes happens when one batsman just doesn't get the strike, and then the other batsman gets 1 or 2 balls in over, and then it's good that he got the start of this over and got the ball to put away.
It's a nice strike. He's 9, and Lackmel coming round the wicket to him. And Yates is driving loosely at this with a ball that ducks in towards the off stump, and he'll be glad that he didn't hear the sound of the ball hitting the off stump there, Rob Yates, because he was well beaten by it on the inside edge.
Yeah, you don't see that too often, Mike. Barnard was beaten early on the inside edge, and now Yates has been beaten twice. So a little bit unlucky, you'd have to say here, Lackmel.
There is a little bit of movement in there. Lackmel is finding a bit of swing. We're in the 7th over, so the tighter fielding restrictions still in play. We're doing the bulletin update in just a few seconds. Yates is forward to defend, back down the pitch, and it stays 33 for none. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just begun their chase of 248 in 50 overs to beat Derbyshire in the One-Day Cup, and if they achieve it, will register a 5th win out of 5. Rob Yates and Ed Barnard, whose partnership has been very productive at the top of the innings throughout this competition so far, have so far put on 33 in the first 7 overs. Barnard being the freer scoring partner, he's made 23. Earlier, Derbyshire's 247 for 9 was a workmanlike effort. Oliver Hannon-Dolby continued his great run with 4 wickets in his last 8 balls to finish with 4 for 49. Warwickshire chasing 248 are 33 without loss. Lackmel has had Yates defend. He's got 1 ball to go in the 7th over, so once he's bowled it, I shall step to one side, and Dave Fletcher will come in and join you, Andrew, in a moment. Lackmel's in his 4th over. He's got none for 19 so far. Yates waits, bat in the air, and Lackmel has him forward, defending carefully into the leg side. There's no great need to hurry for Rob Yates and for Warwickshire, particularly as we're finding it a bit tricky so far. They're 33 for none in 7 overs. The target's 248 in 50. Barnard's 23, Yates is 9, and Andrew will talk on for a bit while Dave joins him.
Thank you very much, Mike. And good to have some more time on air with you this afternoon, and thanks for allowing me to continue as Dave comes back to join us. And we're not going to see a bowling change as yet. Connors has been a little bit expensive, 3 overs for 14, but really it's just probably those 2 half volleys that Barnett's put away which have dented his figures. As Connors turns at the top of his mark, one of those familiar stocking things on his right arm as he comes in, and Barnett, as he does so often, just defends a ball on the line of off stump into the gully position, or the backward point position, where Dahl fields and there's no run. Good afternoon, Dave.
Andrew, how are you? After steadfastly refusing to call Warwickshire Birmingham in the T20, I've just called them Birmingham in my latest update, which was slightly disappointing. Birmingham.
Yeah, there's no Phoenix here today. Here is Connors, and it's a very good length ball on the line of middle stump, and Barnard's just defending that one. So Barnard's going along nicely, 23 off 26. I think that's right. My eyesight's still fairly good, so I'm just looking over at the scoreboard.
You're right.
So the scoreboard is actually perfect for me, Dave. It's I can see it clearly. It's in a good position. And it ticks over so quickly. It's
Too
just
quickly.
brilliant. Here's Connors once more. Very open-chested Connors as Barnard defends that and just picks the ball up and hands it to the fielders. He's really very open-chested, sort of a la Courtney Walsh or someone like that. Left arm goes very high up in the air, and he bowls from fairly wide on the crease, so generally angling the ball in towards the stumps. And yes, he's bowled fairly tidily so far, and that's the challenge, is not to put one outside Barnard's off stump because there's no slip in place. Here is Connors, and Barnard's defending once more. So tight line here from Connors.
Derbyshire did open, I can't remember which game it was now, but they have opened one game this season with spin. Alex Thompson bowled first. It might have been Glamorgan at home when they appeared to misread the pitch, their own pitch.
They wouldn't be the first or last side to do that. Could say Ben Stokes didn't read all his pitches that well this season. Here is Connors once more, and once more it's Barnard defending into the offside. It's picked up there by McKinnon, and there's no run. So 5 balls gone in this over so far. No runs taken from it. So a little bit tidier here from Sam Connors.
He had a really good season last season, hasn't quite hit the same heights. He was the youngest player to get 50 championship wickets last season, but not quite been as effective this season.
Here he is, Connors. He bangs that one into the wicket, and pretty much the same result. It's defended off the back foot by Barnard out to Dahl at point. That is the end of the over. So now we have Worcestershire, 33 without loss, chasing, of course, Derbyshire's score of 247. They were out off the well, they weren't out, but they lost their 9th wicket off the last ball of the 50th over. Barnard's there on 23, Yates is there on 9.
I think they lost their last 5 wickets for 18 runs, but my maths isn't great, so I wouldn't count on that being the case. Saranga-Lakmal's going to continue. It's his 5th over, 19 runs conceded from his first 4 around the wicket to Yates, who defends it out into the offside. Harry Kame fields and hurls the ball to wicket-keeper Brooke Guest, as he tends to do. But there is no run. The current run rate's not on there, but the required rate, there it is. The run rate is 4 at the moment. The required rate's 5. So Derbyshire are going to have to take some wickets, you feel, sooner rather than later as well, if they're going to get out of this game with a win, which would only be their 2nd in 5 attempts in the competition. Lakmal bowls to Yates, pushes it out into the offside. Here we go. Harry Kane picks it up and hurls it to Brooke Guest. He does like to get the ball back to the wicketkeeper as quickly as possible, Harry Kane. Seemingly, especially after lunch, when he's clearly had too much orange juice.
Let's hope it was orange juice.
Yes. Well, he's too young to drink, I think.
Oh, is that right?
He isn't, but he looks about 12.
Right.
He was wandering around Durham a few weeks ago with Zach Chappell and Mark Watt. Looked like they'd taken their son out for the evening. This one is turned down to fine leg by Yates, where it's fielded by Alex Thompson in the far distance. 34 without loss now. Warwickshire, 214 more runs to win. No alarms really. One delivery that spat a little bit from Saranga-Lakmal, and a couple of plays and misses, but that's about it in the opening 8.5 overs. When will Brooke Guest turn to one of his, or two of his, frontline spinners? Here goes Lackmal in again, over the wicket, balls to Barnard, who drives but doesn't time it. Thinks about trying to scamper through for a single. Ball is picked up by Mark Watt, Scotland international. And again, there's no run. And this time Harry Kane throws the ball to David Lloyd. He must have had about 15 yards to throw it and managed to lob it into the ground. Came up and hit David Lloyd somewhere. He looks to still be in a bit of pain from that rib injury. I think he's joking, actually, but it came up and hit him in the rib.
He did look in quite a bit of pain,
Yes,
actually.
he was troubled by that, wasn't he? Good to see Hayder still out there as well, as Lackmal is caught. Brilliant catch, diving away to his left by Harry Kane, gets rid of Ed Barnard. He got hold of that one, Barnard, clipped it into the leg side, and at a fairly straight mid-wicket, Kane goes to his left, takes the catch, and Birmingham are 34 for 1. Barnard goes for 23.
You sort of get the feeling Barnard didn't really need to play that shot.
No.
As you alluded to, Dave, the required run rate is by no means getting out of their control. They're only they're going along at, well, the required run rate is 5.2, so you get the feeling he didn't need to play that shot. And yes, he came down the wicket and timed it well, but didn't keep the ball on the ground, and well taken by Harry Kane moving to his left there. So Barnard's on his way, and that's going to bring Will Rhodes to the crease, the Warwickshire captain. And yeah, I feel that Barnard kind of gave it away a little bit there.
Sort of further evidence that the harder you try to hit the ball, the less successful you're going to be. When the bat was being swung in the final few overs of the Derbyshire innings, it was going absolutely nowhere, the ball. And that one, although it was well struck, Harry Kane was well placed to dive away to his left, pull off the catch, and get the dangerous Barnard out. So he can add a 23 to his list of scores for the season. Probably won't want to mention the 23. So the left-handed Will Rhodes is out in the middle. Success for Saranga Lackmal, picked up a 4 for game before last. But again, he's had a troubled time. It's the second year of a 2-year contract for Saranga Lackmal. Injured for most of last season, has been injured this season. I think he's getting to that time, Saranga. Around the wicket, and he bowls to Rhodes, who plays and then leaves. The ball allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. End of the over. 34 for 1 after 9. 10 to Rob Yates. Rhodes yet to get off the mark, having faced just one delivery. But a very welcome breakthrough. Saranga Lackmal 1 for 20 from his 5 overs.
Just looking at this table, Dave, Derbyshire languishing down.
You better read it from the bottom.
Wow, Derbyshire's in 7th on the table, but of course getting up to 3rd could give them a chance to get into the quarter-final. So quite an important match, this one, actually.
I don't think that's going to happen, in all honesty. To go through with 5 wins would be, you'd almost be cheating your way in, wouldn't you? They can't afford to lose another game, certainly.
Here's Connors beginning a new over, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who drives that one up to mid-off. It's picked up, and there's a shy at the stumps. The ball hits the stumps, and so often probably an unnecessary throw there from Mark Watt, because the ball deflected away and Yates was able to get through for a single, which he probably didn't really need to.
No, it's poor, that, isn't it, really?
Well, sorry, I was about to say he was close to getting an overthrow, but in fact they settled for 1. That happens though when you field. I quite often field at mid-off when I play, and you just want to hit the stumps, and you're thinking of the glory of the run out.
They only seem to hit the stumps though when the batsman's in.
Here's Connors, and this time it's a full-length ball, a full toss in fact, and Will Rhodes opens his account off the second ball he's faced by whipping that one away through mid-wicket out to the boundary for 4. Just a few too many loose balls from
Far too
Connors
many.
here.
Well, from both ends really, but from Sam especially. Can distinctly remember saying in the early stages of the Warwickshire bowling, when a poor ball came along, you really noticed it. Whereas in this innings so far, there have been far too many loose deliveries. They've already got 6 boundaries. Derbyshire only managed 18 in 50 overs.
Here's Connors once more, and this time Will Rhodes is working that one away behind square. There's a man coming around there who'll cut it off. That is it's Lewis Rees and Barnard, he's out of course. Will Rhodes comes back for 2, so he moves on to 6. So this is just 3 balls left in the power play. I don't quite know why they actually call it a power play these days. And I don't know why the umpire has to wave their arm and stuff at the end of the 10th over, but anyway, that's the way it is. It's the playing conditions. Here is Connors, and this time, it's beautifully timed by Rhodes. Into the onside, in between the bowler and mid-on. No chance at all there for Mark Watt, and the ball has run away for 4. So, Will Rhodes, 4 balls, 10 runs. Warwickshire now, 45 for 1.
Yeah, it's a little bit too easy, isn't it, at the moment? He's got to try and stem the flow of runs here. Brooke Guest. He's taken the slip out. David Lloyd's going into catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, I just wonder why they didn't get spin on a little bit earlier. Maybe they were worried about Barnard going after the spinner. Here's Connors, and this time Rhodes is defensively forward, the left-hander, playing from the crease. It was picked up there in the covers by Harry Kame, and there's no run. So 1 ball left in this power play. Cut-off time for the overs to be bowled is 6:05 p.m. this evening.
Which would be mad if we're still here then. Well, several counts. David Lloyd might be coming on next.
Here is Connors once more, and Rhodes is just watchfully forward. That is the end of the 10th over, and Warwickshire are now 41 for 5. In reply to Derbyshire's 247 for 9. Yates is there on 11, and with him Rhodes, his skipper, on 10.
We're going to see some off-spin here. Alex Thompson's removed his cap, so he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Derbyshire were 35 for 1 at the end of their 10 over power play, so 10 behind, which is it's not really reflected in Duckworth Lewis, is it? They're 5 in front of Duckworth Lewis at the moment. Warwickshire.
Duckworth Lewis Stern.
Indeed, I always forget Mr. Stern or Dr. Stern or whoever he was. I wish I'd never heard of any of them, if I'm honest. But
I'd like to get your thoughts, Dave. I know it's a bit harder when we've got a spinner bowling, but you would have watched a lot of John Wright play, the New Zealander.
Never saw him play. Know him. Spoke to him. I've only been doing Derbyshire for 6 years.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. David Griffin downstairs, who, if you come to Derby on Friday, he will wax lyrical about Wrighty.
Okay.
It was... spoke to him briefly at the past players' day, which was at Chesterfield in the Yorkshire County Championship match. He was here for that.
Oh, right.
President for 2 seasons, including the COVID year. Thompson bowls a ball that spins, turns away from Yates, as you would expect. Yeah.
Well, Yates should expect that, 'cause that's exactly what happened when he bowled his first ball.
Yes, absolutely.
Right arm off spin from this end.
Absolutely. He's in again, and this one is driven along the floor, square, out towards Matty McKiernan, coming in off the cover boundary, gets there quickly, covers the ground well, McKiernan. And they go through for a single. Yates moves to 12, 46 for 1. Well, he coached Derbyshire very briefly in T20 cricket, John Wright, along with Dominic Cork, and got them to their first finals, well, I say first, only finals day.
He sort of drifted off the scene coaching. I mean, he
but he was in the IPL for a long time, wasn't
incredibly well with India through that period of Lakshman, Tendulkar and Dravid and Ganguly.
Thompson bowls back into his stumps, goes Rhodes, pushes it back to the bowler. But yes, no, I missed him. The Kiwis that I've seen at Derbyshire, Matt Henry, Hamish Rutherford, and as in comes Thompson. As that one is pushed out into the offside by Rhodes, no run. And Henry Nichols, but I didn't actually see Henry Nichols because I missed 2 matches one season. I had to go somewhere, and he's the only player in Derbyshire's history. It's quite a claim, this. Thompson is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Rhodes.
If you just stop there, that would make him the only player ever.
He's the only player in Derbyshire's history to have played but never batted, bowled or taken a catch.
Oh, brilliant.
Because he had one game which was completely washed out up at Durham, and one game in which he fielded against Leicestershire, and then it was washed out at half-time. That one, comes off something. I don't think it came off the bat. I think it's just turned. It was missed by the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest, and then also missed by David Lloyd, who was standing at slip. Good over from Alex Thompson. His first, just the 1 run from it. 46 for 1, Warwickshire. Yates has 12, Rhodes has 10, and we are going to see David Lloyd for the first time with his very much pace-off medium paces.
I think what might have happened there was one of those ones where it actually was the gloves.
Hit his glove.
The gloves of the wicketkeeper. Just from the reaction, he was unsighted, and I think, you know, if it had come off the bat or the batsman's pad, he probably could have got a better view of it. David Lloyd.
In the first instance, you can tell it. If it's come off the bat and somebody puts it down, you know it, don't they? Because they all throw themselves around and look to the sky and stand with their hands on their hips.
Call for DRS.
Yes. There was VAR in the football last night. Made an absolute howler of a decision, but there we go.
That's another subject altogether.
Yes, I'm not sure it's a good idea.
So here is Lloyd, right arm pace off, medium pace. I've never heard that expression before, but Dave's given me some new cricketing lingo there, as it's worked by Yates to the square leg boundary, where it's picked up by McKinnon, and 1 further run to Yates. He moves on to 13.
The closest thing that player I can think of that I've seen is Stephen Mullaney at Nottinghamshire, who just bowls, just basically lobs the ball up the other end, and is very effective. Here
is Lloyd, and that's fielded in the it's backward point by Dahl, and there's no run.
I think there's an awful lot of deliveries where he runs his fingers over the ball and just tries to off-cut and that kind of thing, and the next one will be a little bit fuller, and because he has no pace, but he is very effective.
That's what I thought you meant. He has no pace. Actually,
he has
I
no
thought
pace.
You were being very generous to him.
No, he has no pace.
Here's Lloyd, and Rhodes is. I think that was a bit of a slower ball, because he certainly didn't time it, Rhodes, and just carved that one away into the covers, where it was fielded by Kame, and there's no run. Yeah, Chris Harris was one for New Zealand. You would call him a no-pace, medium pacer.
Yeah.
Chris, if you're listening, I'm sorry for that. Hopefully I'll catch up with you again sometime.
Might avoid you now.
Here's Lloyd, and it's defended by Rhodes to that man Kame at cover again, and there's no run. Yeah, Chris Harris was well, he was like a medium slow, I think he was ultimately described as. But that's what he did. He ran his fingers over the ball, and then from time to time he'd try and bowl a really big inducker, a bit like Lance Cairns used to do for New Zealand.
Yes, and if there is a bit of swing, bowlers at this pace will get it, won't they?
Absolutely. Here is Lloyd, and Rhodes is working that one behind square. Thinks about a second, but it's good work there from McKinnon, and it's just 1 run to Rhodes. He moves on to 11, and Warwickshire move on to 48 for 1.
Lloyd only on loan at the moment at Derbyshire, but joins them from the start of next season on a 3-year contract from Glamorgan. Be good to have him.
Here he is once more, and this time it's the other left-hander. Robbie Yates cutting that one to backward point. It's fielded there by Anuj Dahl, and that is the end of the over. So after 12 overs, Warwickshire 48 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's 247 for 9. Yates is there on 13, Rhodes with him on 11.
Yeah, just 3 runs off the last 2 overs. Hasn't definitively applied the brakes yet, but 200 to win from 38 overs. The run rates come down to 4 and over. The required rate 5.3. It won't worry Warwickshire at this stage, but that's what Derbyshire have got to do. If they're not taking wickets, they've got to stop them scoring runs. And Alex Thompson continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Rhodes, who just cuts that out to the point boundary where it's fielded, excuse me, by Matty McKinnon. Rhodes moves to 12, Warwickshire to 49 for 1. It took Derbyshire until the end of the 14th over to get to 50, so you would expect Warwickshire to get there a little bit quicker. Thompson's in again, and they get there now with a single down to backward point off the bat of Rob Yates. Again, it's McKinnon who does the fielding, but the 50 is up.
The other thing about that Barnard wicket is that although Rhodes has started fairly quickly here, Derbyshire's been able to maintain 6 men inside the circle with the spinners on. With Lloyd, it's slipped 2 on the offside and 3 on the leg side.
Thompson in again. That one is played off the back foot out into the onside by Rhodes, fielded by Harry Kame.
But yes, just with Barnard's wicket falling, you thought they might have spread the field a bit more, so it gives them a chance to keep that run rate down that you mentioned, Dave.
They've got to squeeze them, haven't they? They have to squeeze them. Thompson bowls off the back foot, chopped into the offside. Dahl doesn't pick up cleanly. That extra cover, which is unlike him. And they go through for another single. I've got another update fairly shortly, so I'll bring Mike back in. Then I might come and replace you, give your vocal cords
all right, sounds
a bit of a
deal.
rest. As Thompson around the wicket bowls and back into his crease goes Yates, just eases that one out into the covers. 52 for 1. Yates moves on to 15. 1 ball left of the 13th over then. Will Rhodes 13 off 17, having scored 10 off his first 4. And Thompson bowls to him, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest, 52 for 1 after 13. Then Yates has 15, Rhodes has 13. And I'm going to try and say something coherent to the people back in Derbyshire.
Thanks very much there, Dave. So, yeah, a good start here by the home side, the Warwickshire Bears, in pursuit of 248, which you wouldn't think's a particularly difficult target, but there were just signs that this wicket during the Derbyshire innings was playing a little bit slowly, and it's been a tidy start so far from the slower bowlers. Thompson, the spinner, has just conceded 5 off his 2 overs, but now it's Lloyd bowling this time to Yates. He cuts that one behind point. Hyder Ali's out there. He fires the ball in along the ground almost. Maybe a sign of things to come to get the spinners on. And there's one further run to Yates. It's 53 for 1 now, Warwickshire. And yes, Lloyd in his first over only went for 1. So the slower bowlers have slowed things down, although now Derbyshire have 3 men out on the boundary. Here is this next one from Lloyd, and Will Rhodes was looking to dab that one away. I think he missed that altogether, but it was fumbled behind the stumps by Guest, but no damage done for Warwickshire.
I wonder how efficient, Andrew, they're going to be in pushing the ball into gaps, because it feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern here. Derbyshire don't want to concede any boundaries, so they've got men out. So there are gaps now to get singles.
Here's Lloyd once more, and that's on the line of middle stump, but with the angle, Rhodes is able to work it into the deep, where McKinnon does the field, throws the ball back to Guest on the bounce. 1 further run to Rhodes. He moves on to 14, and that brings Yates back on to strike. He's on 16.
But can they do it efficiently enough to make sure... I don't think you want to be leaving yourself 8 and over in the last 10. I think that might be quite tricky.
Here's Lloyd once more, and Yates looks to pull that one, and it's skied up in the air, but I think there's no chance as McKinnon comes around. Yes, he's well away from that, so Yates trying to pull that one away, didn't really time it, but thankfully for him it landed in the acres of space in front of the replay screen, which isn't on today. Of course, it's not a 100 fixture, it's a one-day cup match, and Yates came back for 2, but a false shot there from Yates. Here's Lloyd once more, 5th ball of the over, and Yates is cutting that one out to the man at point, who comes in off the boundary. That's Hyder Ali. Perhaps he's fielding in the deep now after that knock to his finger early on, and that's one further run to Yates. He moves on to 19.
This hasn't been his most fluent effort, Rob Yates, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. If Warwickshire can tick along at sort of 4.5 and over for a bit and keep wickets in hand, that's probably all right.
Here's Lloyd once more. That's wide of off stump. Rhodes reaches for it. Probably could have left that. I think it might well have been a wide if he had left it, but he just defended it. Well, didn't time it, and was picked up in the offside by Harry Kame. There was no run, so that's at the end of the 14th over. Warwickshire now 57 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's 247 for 9. Yates is there on 19. Rhodes is there on 14.
So Barnard not able to continue his particularly stellar run, although he looked in good order in making 23. Michael Burgess would be due next. Thompson to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Well, they're both left-handers. Yates cuts, and he's going to get 1. He'd like to have a second out to McKiernan, but there's only 1 there. He's getting through a fair old shift out there, Matthew McKiernan, because boundary fielding today means covering a lot of ground. Big spaces at Edgbaston today. 15th over, Thompson round the wicket, and Rhodes is pushing this into a gap, and he's also finding a way to get 1.
It's a good point you make, Mike. I'm just looking at the distance between the boundary rope, and it's actually nice to have a proper boundary rope rather than one covered in advertising everywhere. It's actually not that far inside the natural boundary.
No.
It's quite good to see.
Round the wicket comes Thompson, and Yates is pushing well forward here, guiding this away into the offside. Yeah, it's about sort of 10 metres in from the fence all the way round, and the pitch is not quite in the centre of the ground. It's close to it, just slightly towards the Holly stand side. Now Yates is taking on Thompson down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. That's a nice clean strike. And a boundary now and then will keep Warwickshire ticking along nicely. 24 to Yates. And 63 for 1.
He timed that very nicely.
Sweetly hit Thompson around the wicket, and it skids that on into Yates's pads. They inquire politely of James Treadwell, the umpire, but almost certainly running on down the leg side.
Yeah, it was a hopeful rather than heartfelt appeal there from Thompson.
Don't ask, you don't get, I suppose. Round the wicket comes Thompson, and Yates leans back and cuts it into the ground. It bounces through to backward point. 63 for 1 in 15 overs. Warwickshire needing 248 to win. Mentioning the Holly stand, as I did just then, that's such a popular feature here. The man whose name it bears, Eric Holly's, his great celebrated moment, was 75 years ago this week.
Oh, really?
Dismissal of Bradman for the famous duck, which is the most famous of Eric Holly's more than 2,000 first-class wickets, although
I must say, as a cricket fan, it's a little bit disappointing that I actually can't see the names of the stands today with all the... Here is Lloyd beginning a new over, and that's worked by Rhodes behind square, beating the man at long leg out to the boundary for 4. So Rhodes moves on to 19, and Warwickshire move on to 67. But yeah, like just with the way the ground's obviously set up for different competitions now, the Phoenix advertising, I assume, is in the place of where it has normally has the name of the stand.
Sometime, I think in some cases it is, although a lot of cases it's advertising there anyway.
Here's Lloyd once more. comes into Rhodes. He works that one behind square, but he didn't time it, but actually it worked out very well because he was able to rush back for 2 as Reese came in, but he couldn't get there in time to prevent those 2 runs, and Rhodes moves on to 21.
Well, there are one or two around the ground, quite recent additions, sort of panels bearing not just the name of the stand of the person in the stand, but who it is and what their career was, which is good.
Here is Lloyd, and this time it's a tight ball on the line of off stump. It's defended by Rhodes, and there's no run. I've just been in the Caribbean, well, a little while ago, Mike, and it's unbelievable there. You've got, like, they don't have enough stands to name after all the players in Barbados.
I bet they don't.
They've got the Joel Goner end and the Michael Holding end and the 3W stand and the Greenwich and Haynes stand. It's unbelievable at Bridgetown. Here's Lloyd bowling to Rhodes, who forces that one away up to mid-off. But he can't beat the man up there. Who's that up there? I think that's Sam. No, yeah, I think it's Sam Connors up there, and there's no run.
That might change them eventually. This happened at Old Trafford, where what's now the Anderson end at Old Trafford, that used to be the Brian Statham end, and what a marvellous bowler he was.
Here's Lloyd, a little bit slower than Brian Statham, and this time it's defended by Rhodes, and there's no run. How does that work, though? Has Brian Statham passed away?
I think so.
Possibly that's why.
I think so. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's like James Anderson bowling from the James Anderson land, and it's a little bit like Sir Richard Hadley bowling with a knighthood at Lord's, I believe it was in 1990. Here's Lloyd bowling again to Rhodes. That should have been the last ball of the over, but it's wide outside off stump and signalled wide by umpire Ben Peveril, and so Lloyd will have to bowl that one again as Warwickshire move on to 70 for 1 now. Cruising, you might say.
On the subject of it, I had a rather good email about Eric Hollies the other day, which I will bring up. Yeah, I made a reference to him.
Here's Lloyd once more, and this one's guided down to third man where Luckmile does the fielding, and it's one further run to Rhodes. He moves on to 22. With him is Yates on 24, and Warwickshire is 71 for 1. So did you say that 74 years ago today?
75, or this week, I think it was. The 75th anniversary of Hollies' dismissal of Bradman in 1948.
75th, okay.
But he took over 2,200 first-class wickets, which was 600 more than he scored first-class runs, Eric Hollies. So he'd have a reputation for not being a great man. 200 wickets, yes, Warwickshire's record wicket taker. And was churning them out at 100 a season on a regular basis.
That's phenomenal.
It is a remarkable record, but only 1,600 first-class runs he scored in his long career. So he rarely came in above number 11. But on that topic, in a sideways way, I'll come to this email during Mark Watt's over. Mark Watt's been introduced at 71 for 1 in 16 overs. Here is Watt, left arm over the wicket. Oh, and Rhodes sweeps and misses the first ball. During the commentary at Neath the other day, we were talking about the ground at Coventry came up, one of those that Warwickshire used to play on, the old Courtaulds factory ground at Coventry. Watt bowls. Oh, and this is a flat delivery that's Rhodes. He's turning away, backward of square leg, and there's a very long chase around the boundary, and they're going to get 2 runs. David sent me a very kind email saying he remembered Warwickshire playing Surrey at the Courtaulds ground in Coventry in 1955 when Surrey were in their pomp. I think they won 7 successive titles. He says, I particularly enjoyed watching, as he remembered, Ray Hitchcock of Warwickshire. Watt bowls, and this is driven by Rhodes for 1 out to extra cover. He enjoyed Ray Hitchcock depositing Tony Locke or Jim Lake or possibly both into a garden behind some terraced houses. So I replied to David and said I must look up that game, which I haven't got round to yet, but happily David has. He's looked it up for me, which is frustrating because it was quite a tale. Round the wicket, or no, over the wicket comes the left arm of Watt, and Yates sweeps to fine leg. There's no run. Warwickshire beat Surrey, who were then almost all conquering, in 1955 in Coventry by 131 runs, and it was a great Surrey team. Watt bowls, and Yates turns another run through square leg. The Surrey team included such notables as Mickey Stewart, Alec's father, who went on to be England coach, Alec and Eric Bedser, Jim Laker, Tony Locke, Peter Loader, and Stuart Surridge, the captain of all those 7 teams, and 7 teams that won the championship, and Ken Barrington. So it was a mighty Surrey team. Watt bowls, and Rhodes takes another run away into the leg side here. So they've had 5 from the over, 76 for 1. And Warwickshire won thanks to a big Ray Hitchcock century in the second innings, when he hit evidently quite a lot of 6s, and had some assistance from Eric Hollies, who made his highest first-class score of 18 in that innings. So David points out in his email, he says, I had just left school, having taken my O-levels, and was about to start my first job. I can't remember how I got there from Erdington. It looks like there was a last wicket stand between 43 between Ray Hitchcock and Eric Hollies, belying the idea that Eric was a rabbit, but perhaps he was more like an Oliver Hannon-Dolby of his day. Ollie's very proud of his batting. So thank you, David. Some lovely memories there, and that's quite a scorecard to dig out. If you can find it, but a great day, and good to remember Eric Hollies. He did more than just bowl leg spin.
We've got a bowling change here, and it's Lewis Rees, the left armour, and that's down the leg side, and it's picked up beautifully by Rhodes. Just whipped that one away, a leg glance, but very much a loosener there from Rees, and it's 4 further runs to Rhodes. He goes on to 30, and Warwickshire now 80 for 1. Just, I'd be interested to know with Eric Hollies how many matches he played, because I just had a look at Richard Hadley's stats, and I'll come back to that. Here is Rees once more to Rhodes. He defends to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Richard Hadley has played 342 first-class games. He's got 1,490 wickets at an average of 18. But that just seems a phenomenal amount. So Eric Hollies has got more than 700 wickets more than Richard Hadley.
Yeah, I mean, they played quite a lot of first-class games in those days.
Here's Rees once more, and Rhodes this time works it down to fine leg. Just waiting for the call. No, there's no call from the umpire, so 1 further run to Rhodes.
I mean, we ought to say that Holly's entire career, he retired in 1957, predates all limited overs cricket, so yes, it was all 3-day championship cricket. But for the record, he played in 515 first-class matches and took 2,323 wickets at just under 21. Wow.
Here's the next ball from Rees. It's played away to point, or backward point, by Rob Yates. Hyder Ali does the fielding, and there's 1 further run to the total. Yates moves on to 28. It's 82 for 1. You say that, but also he had to play it all in this country, right? Like he wouldn't have played any first-class cricket in another country.
Very little, I would think. He did play some Test matches, obviously, but not many overseas.
Here's Rhodes working the next one out to the square leg boundary where McKinnon does the fielding, and there's no run. Well, it just shows the longevity of the of players in that era.
Yeah, well, he played first class. His last first class game was when he was 55. Wow. No, 45. My mistake. But he's still in that season. I'll come back to that.
Here's Rees once more, the left armour, and it's played defensively by Yates, back to Rees, who catches the ball as it bounced up to him. That is the end of the over, and it's now Warwickshire 81 for 3 in reply to Derbyshire's 247 for 9. Yates is there on 26, and with him Rhodes on 32.
In his final year, in 1957, when he was the captain, he bowled the most overs of anybody in the championship, and went on to play, I think West Bromwich Dartmouth was his club, which is a very club with a great history in these parts, and I think he played for them for years afterwards.
I'd love to know what his test record was after listening to that.
Watt is going to start a new over, and it's down the leg side and helped on its way by Rhodes. He's going to get 2 here, because again, it's a long chase to that angle of the ground. So 2 to Rhodes, and 85 for 1. Played in 13 tests, took 44 wickets in 13 tests, but he's noted here that perhaps his finest performance as Watt bowls, and it's jabbed into the leg side. 50 Partnership came up with that last stroke, by the way. Wisden notes that against the 48 Australians, obviously played in some of the test matches, but when Warwickshire played the tourists, Watt bowls, Rhodes defending to the leg side. He took 8 first innings wickets, including Bradman, and Hassett and Harvey and all the top players in that team, as they bowled out Australia here for 107. So he got Bradman twice that summer. This is down the leg side from Watt, and it's wided.
I don't suppose you know what Bradman made in that match?
Not off the top of my head, but I will look in a moment. Watt bowls left arm over the wicket, and Rhodes turns into the leg side, and they get 1.
I'm thinking of a pub quiz trivia question here.
Well, it's always worth knowing these things.
Yes.
Holly's great feat is he's one of very few cricketers to not only to take all 10 wickets in a first-class innings, which he did against Notts, but he did it without the assistance of a fielder. Watt bowls, and he was probably doing a bit that day. Yeah, Rhodes turns into the leg side, and they don't have a run. Yates turns into the leg side, there's no run. They even got ahead of the scoreboard there. Watt is going through his over so quickly, and that doesn't happen often here these days. Watt skids 1 past the outside edge of Yates as he goes back. 87 for 1. 7 bowled and 3 LBW against Notts in 1946.
7 bowled and 3 LBW.
Eric Holly's magnum opus.
That's incredible, isn't it?
So when you hear the Holly stand referred to, as you invariably do all the time in commentary here at Edgbaston, and it's the party stand essentially now on the big games. But it's always worth remembering the great man himself.
Well, I'll let you look up that score against Bradman while Dave comes in to replace me.
Yes, I think he lived in Derbyshire near the end of his life, Eric Hollis. Warwickshire against Australians in 1948. Let's see if we can find that, unless anybody finds it first. Hollies took 8 for 107, including Bradman for 31, and both openers hit wicket. There's stuff that doesn't happen anymore.
Splendid.
Rees has started a new over, and Rhodes has turned it to mid-on.
They lost the will to bat.
Yes. Some great tales. It's lovely though. The grounds. I know I was at Canterbury the other week, and behind every stand, and everything's got a name on it there.
Yeah.
It's a great historic ground. Everything's got somebody's name on it of a player from Kent's past, and it's lovely that they're remembered. And here's Yates pushing forward, and he's bowled possibly off the inside edge by Rees, whose first over was a bit loose, but he's nipped one through Rob Yates there to keep Derbyshire in the hunt. Yates, having made an at times awkward 26, he's out bowled by Rees, and it's 88 for 2 in the 20th over. I wonder whether that just feathered the inside edge on its way
it might
through.
have done. Seemed to keep a bit low, certainly, so it might have either kept low or came off the inside edge. But a much needed wicket for Derbyshire as they look. Well, they're going to have to bowl Warwickshire out here, aren't they? Effectively, you can't imagine that they'll restrict them to less than 248 as Michael Burgess comes out to bat. So they're going to have to keep picking up wickets here, and that was much needed. They put on 54.
Yes,
from just 63 deliveries. Yates and Rhodes. Both openers now gone. Excellent news for Derbyshire, not necessarily for Warwickshire, and I know there are listeners of both. Although the Derbyshire listeners know I'm no cheerleader.
So 88 for 2. We're in the 20th over, and Warwickshire, for the moment, will be content to tick along at 4-ish and over. The required run rate is 5.2. I wouldn't want it to climb too high.
No.
I think you could probably tick along at 4 and over all day. But accelerating beyond that, I could see getting a little bit tricky.
Which is why if you chip away with those wickets, because Derbyshire
Yeah.
tried to throw the bat at everything in the final 5 overs and came an absolute cropper, didn't they? Losing 5 wickets and adding next to nothing.
Yeah, that could yet be important. Rees left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Burgess, who pushes to extra cover.
Himself a sharp haircut, Lewis Rees. Midlife crisis, I think.
Slightly more aerodynamic. Comes to us all eventually.
Oh, yes, I shouldn't really comment on people's hair.
Round the wicket. You can do it from a neutral position. This is driven by Burgess out to deep extra. And they take 1. The sun's come out a bit more strongly. It's a pleasant day. There's sort of been high cloud around all day, but it's nice. And looks as though it's going to be a good week. So hopefully it'll dry out some of the club grounds as well, which probably need it.
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah, I'll say. Lots of abandonments. Just seem to have hit at the weekends as well.
Yeah, it's been very annoying. Rees bowls and Rhodes is turning these up to mid-on, but sharply fielded, so they don't get a run.
Yeah, the opening day of the football season, which was ridiculously early on the 5th of August for the normal people. A week later for the Premier League, of course, but it absolutely bounced it down in Blackpool.
Well, at 7:30 last night at Old Trafford, I could only just make out the other side. The Ferguson stand was starting to disappear from view. It was like November. And they still watered the pitch. Rees bowls and Rhodes turns into the leg side. Oh, and they'll get a run here because there's a rather awkward piece of fielding.
Quite sure what David Lloyd was doing there,
No,
really.
he was sort of chasing that as if he was trying to swat a fly.
Well, he's tried to stop it with the outside of his right foot. He's a North Walian who supports Wrexham. And he's not going to get into their side anytime soon. He's not going to get to their side anytime soon, full stop, but certainly not playing like that. That was a very poor piece of control with the outside of his right foot. And Lewis Rees looks less than impressed. But Lewis Rees, good afternoon to all the Reeses watching, often looks unimpressed. Especially off his own bowling. Mark Watt then, the Scotland international left-arm spinner. Bowling to the left-handed Will Rhodes, or he will be when he's got his field sorted. Just wants the 2 men at mid-wicket, 2 catching mid-wickets, just wants them moving a little squarer. And Watt bowls, and that one is turned straight to Anuj Dal, who is one of those 2 fielders. And there is no run.
I think I saw his name in the Scotland team in that 2020 tournament they played the other week, didn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, he's a big figure in the Scotland side. That one is clipped by Rhodes up towards Lackmel at long on.
There were some entertaining games in that competition in Edinburgh.
Do you see anybody in the Italian side that you might have recognised?
Grant Stewart from Kent, I think, was there.
And?
Who have I missed? The one card I looked at, I recognised Grant Stewart's name.
Wayne Madsen.
Oh, yes, of course, he's part of that setup, isn't he? I didn't see...
Yes, he made 1 score, I think.
Did he?
Yeah. Around the wicket goes Watney in the air towards Anuj Dal, who takes it one-handed on the bounce on the pitch that's covered by a green mat. That's a good piece of fielding by Dal. He's got the elbow protectors on. He'll need him fielding there. And goes Watt again, bowls to Burgess, who goes back into his crease, pushes it backward as square. Offside, fielded by Thompson on this occasion. Yes, there was somebody else, I can't remember, but there were 3 in the Italian side with county cricket experience. That one is defended. It was bang on target from Watt, and Burgess pushes it out into the offside.
He's very close to the return crease here, Watt.
He hasn't bowled a 24-yarder yet.
No, he likes that, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, he will do. That one strikes the pad of Burgess. Oohs and ahs, but nothing else. It's the end of the over. 91 for 2. sure Ash Wilkinson, who works for Shrewsbury Town now and used to work at Burton Albion, isn't listening. But if you are, Ash, thank you very much indeed. He's just given me my car park number.
Oh, is he Shrewsbury now, Ash?
Yeah, he's gone to Shrewsbury.
He was at Walsall, yeah.
Yes, he was at Walsall. Of course he was. He came to Burton from Walsall. Yeah, he's at Shrewsbury Town now. So I've been liaising with him to try and sneak myself in late-ish. Hopefully before kick-off,
Yeah.
but late-ish.
They're all right, Shrewsbury. It's not
Oh, it's
to go to.
yes, it is,
it's all right.
absolutely.
You'll be all right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Won't be a problem at all.
91 for 2.
I'll struggle now.
He'll be fine. He's getting between here and there might be the interesting bit. He's turned by Rhodes into the leg side, and he doesn't get a run.
Well, I sort of looked at it last night on Google Maps at around about 6 o'clock-ish.
Yes.
There was a lot of red lines all over the M6, which I didn't particularly like the look of, but...
If you'd have looked at it any other time, there would have been as well.
Yes.
To be fair.
Yeah, well, they were there again this morning.
Here comes Rees, past his umpire Peverell, and Rhodes stands up straight and defends back to the bowler. It's very brisk stuff from Derbyshire at the moment. We're coming up for 4 o'clock, already nearly halfway through the second innings of this match.
Yes, yeah, but and there's plenty more spin to come as well. I can't imagine we're not going to see Matty McKiernan at some point.
No, there look to be assistance for the spin. Seen as much for Derbyshire spinners as yet, or not that's been so obvious. This is turned away by Rhodes into the leg side, and he gets 1. But certainly there was spin earlier for the young lad, from this end, Ali, who bowled these 10 overs, just 17 only a few weeks ago.
Rob Yates, who turned his first 2.
He did.
He then faced the first ball bowled by Alex Thompson and looked astonished when it turned.
It's driven.
Not sure why.
It's driven by Burgess away into the offside.
Almost leapt out of his skin.
So he gets 1.
Where have you got that from? But yeah, it was he bowled okay, Alex Thompson. Nothing spectacular, but okay. 3 overs for 11, nice and steady.
Ray Rees has 1 for 12. He's in his 3rd, and Rhodes is pushing the ball back to him here. So Warwickshire just reining Derbyshire in a little bit. After the 4 o'clock updates, I'll get Phil to come in for me, I think, at that point.
Yeah, fine.
Come in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll have I haven't had a half 2 or a half 3 yet. I've sent a very snotty message,
right.
but
you might do 3 in a row in a minute. Rees bowls left arm over the wicket, and Rhodes has found a gap here. That's nicely placed, and it's being chased out towards the boundary by Dal in his usual enthusiastic fashion, and they get 2. That was quite nicely timed by Will Rhodes. He's moving the ball around nicely. And 95 for 2 in 22 overs. So Warwickshire is not quite scoring at the required rate, but they're not all that far from it. With Burgess 2 and Rhodes 41.
I know they were chasing 110 or whatever it was at Worcester, and they chased it down in half the time that Worcester took to score it. This pitch, I think it is continuing to look tricky to get it away confidently. So despite that score of 95 for 2, Derbyshire are still in this. As Mark Watt begins a new over from the pavilion end. First delivery pushed out into the offside by Burgess. Dahl Fields sliding away to his left-hand side on the square. Next Watt delivery is pushed to Dahl once again by Burgess. This time he doesn't have to slide, which is probably just as well.
I don't think I'd want to be chasing 80 off the last 10 on this pitch. No matter how many wickets I've got in hand.
I think you're right. The harder you go at the ball, the more tricky it seems to get. Watt's in. Burgess pushes it out into the offside. They're going to scamper through for a single. Dahl will not have a shot at the stumps as he picks up. He has to run around the ball, the right-handed Hannes Dahl. So therefore, the batsmen get through comfortably for the single. 96 for 2, halfway through the 23rd over. Haven't seen the sun for a while, not sure why. Well, I know why, but There's a 24-yarder from Watt that's turned backward a square on the leg side by Rhodes. They've run one. They think about coming back for the second, and they will get back for the second. There was a slight fumble from the fielder there. I think it's Alex Thompson. And Rhodes moves on to 43. 2 balls to go. Of the mark, Watt over. I think a clean piece of fielding and an immediate throw might have had them in trouble as Watt bowls, and that one is off a leading edge out into the offside. Just squared him up a little bit. Will Rhodes, he's got 43 off 52, and he's still being squared up by a spinner.
Just looked like that skidded on a bit.
Final ball of Mark Watt's 4th over is turned into the leg side by Rhodes, and it's pounced on by Anujdal, as Anujdal generally does with the ball. End of the over, 3 runs from it, 98 for 2 Warwickshire. They need a further 150 from the 27 overs that remain to beat Derbyshire and make it 5 out of 5. Derbyshire need to keep it tight and take wickets. It's fairly simple, really. It's all very straightforward.
That's right, yes. Well, they're remaining in touch here, Derbyshire. And the overs can slide by when the spinners, or in Reese's case, the slower bowlers are on. Brian Statham was mentioned a few moments ago, by the way. He, alas, left us more than 20 years ago, my colleague Jed Scott informs me, but was a great man of Lancashire and England cricket, of course. Burgess is starting to receive the first ball of a new over from Rees and pushing it out on the offside. And there's no run. Burgess is 3. And there's not. He's made 33 not out against Gloucestershire, the only substantial innings he's made so far in the competition. He pushes back towards the bowler here, just on the leg side. Sped Warwickshire to their target against Gloucestershire a week ago yesterday, when they won here by 8 wickets. 98 for 2. Round for the wicket he comes here. Rees, and Burgess leans back and hits this with a flat bat up to mid-off. Slightly misfielded, but they were probably coming for a run anyway. So Burgess is 4. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on as Warwickshire pursue 248 to beat Derbyshire and continue their winning run in the One-Day Cup. They're making steady progress at 99 for 2. The mainstay at the moment is the captain, Will Rhodes, who is pushing the ball into gaps nicely and has made 43. He's recently lost Rob Yates, who never quite seemed to have settled in making 26 before he played on to Lewis Rees. Earlier, Ed Barnard made a breezy 23. Scoring runs quickly might be more challenging on this pitch. Derbyshire certainly found that in making 247 for 9. Warwickshire 99 for 2 in the 24th over. And now they're at 100 for 2 because Rhodes turns a ball away into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. So 100 for 2 in the 24th over. And these overs are just beginning to skid by, with not too many boundaries of late. We haven't had a boundary since the 18th over, I think. And here's Rees coming left arm around the wicket to Burgess, who drives, and he beats the fielder at short extra. And he's going to get 2, I think. Yes, they're scooting back for 2. So 4 from the over. 24 overs have been bowled. It's 102 for 2. Dave Fletcher's going to come back in, and with some nifty footwork, Phil Britt's going to come in and replace me, I think.
I'm already back.
Yeah, well, there you are, you see.
It was that nifty. Thank you, Mike.
Gliding in as all.
Well, gliding. I'm not sure I've ever glid in my life. So, 146 to win from 26 overs. I won't do the maths. It's 5.62 and over, it says on my computer here. So I'll take that as read. And Mark Watt is going to continue from the pavilion end as Phil Britt returns alongside. And what over the wicket, because his left arm, you fool. His first delivery is pushed out into the offside by Rhodes. He's got 44, Burgess has got 6. And who's that warming up there? It's Alex Thompson at short, fine leg. Let's see some. I haven't seen Matty McKiernan yet. There's no sign of him at this stage as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Rhodes, fielded by Kame.
They've got plenty of spin bowling options, haven't they?
And pace off with Lloyd. It seems to be the way forward on this pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
No question. I know Suranga Lakmal got a wicket, but it was a pretty well struck shot that he got out to. That one is clipped in the air for a short while by Rhodes down towards Suranga Lakmal at long on, and they go through for a single. 103 for 2. Rhodes onto 45. But Derbyshire, they can't defend 247. I think they have to bowl Warwickshire out personally, and at the moment, as long as Warwickshire don't make a mistake. Yeah,
it's just ticking up. The required rate's just moving up a little, sort of over 5. So I think they've got to be careful, keep an eye on that, Dave. They want to be chasing much more than 5.
What around the wicket to Burgess, who drives very nicely indeed out towards extra cover. It's a chase on here for Lakmal. The ball is slowing up. Lakmal is slowing up as well, and the ball just gets to the boundary rope in time, despite the dive of the big Sri Lankan. A welcome boundary for Warwickshire, who moved to 107 for 4, and Burgess up to 10.
Yeah, that was a nice shot from Burgess. It was a little bit full, but he's found the gap between mid-off and extra cover. First 4 for 7 overs. Mike tells us.
Not many. 18 in the Derbyshire innings. As this one is it cuts and it's well fielded, half fielded by Anuj Dal. They'll go through for a single, but if he hadn't got his hands to that, it would have been 4. So he saved 3 runs there in the covers. Anuj Dal saves a lot of runs.
Good stop.
Good fielder. 1 ball left, and then we're at the halfway stage. And that final ball of the over is defended into the onside, picked up by Harry Kame, and at the halfway stage, Warwickshire are 108 for 2. And at the halfway stage, Derbyshire were 99 for 2.
So the required run rate now is up to 5.56, and the couple of extra subs coming on now with drinks for the Warwickshire batsmen, for Burgess and Rhodes. 108 for 2.
It was interesting. Mike said that he wouldn't fancy chasing 80 off the last 10. Because you sort of have to play a couple of shots and over, wouldn't you? Which isn't necessarily what you want to be doing on this pitch. So I'm sure Derbyshire will know all about that, but as long as they can keep it as tight as possible. Young Harry Moore is bringing the drinks out for Derbyshire there with the Dayglow tabard thing that they have to wear. We haven't seen him, and it's a real shame. He's been in the last 3 squads. I think he's 17. Quick bowler.
Has he had any game? Has he not played at all?
No, and it's a real shame.
It is because
this is a sort of perfect competition. I heard you talking before about the players who've been given an opportunity by Warwickshire in this competition, and Derbyshire haven't really done that. In fact, they had Nick Potts in the side at the start of the competition, but he took a fair bit of hammer in a couple of games, and he was left out after that.
I think as well, if you're Derbyshire at the moment have won the 1 game, haven't they? Is it 1 and lost 3?
Yes.
So got some work to do, but I would have thought there was an opportunity there to have given the youngster a go. Alec Thompson, formerly of this parish, is about to bowl at the Birmingham end. His 3 overs so far have cost 11 runs, and he's in and bowls. The Burgess, who drives, but straight up to mid-off, and there's no run.
It's Tom Wood on as a substitute fielder at mid-off. Trying to see who's gone off, but I can't work it out at the moment. It'll come to me. Probably.
Burgess waits. Thompson in, bowls turned away behind square on the onside. It'll just be a single. Takes Warwickshire on to 109 for 2.
And I can now tell you that it's Lewis Rees who's no longer on the field. And Matty McKinnon, the leg spinner, is warming up out at mid-wicket.
So we're going to keep the spin options going, which will keep the overs ticking through quickly. Certainly with the spinners on, you get through the overs quickly. Saw that in the Warwickshire innings.
Absolutely, finished really early, didn't
yeah.
it? 2 hours to bowl 24 overs here. They should just about be able to manage that in the modern day.
Yeah.
12 overs
you would
an
think,
hour.
well, I'm going to say, yeah.
Not a test match, obviously, but in the county game.
Thompson, Rhodes is watchfully playing it back out into the offside, and Thompson peels off his own bowling. 109 for 2. There's quite a lot of youngsters, children in today watching the cricket, which is good. This one, Rhodes plays carefully. Rhodes certainly not going to increase the tempo at all. They're still watchful. That rate creeping up to nearly 5.7 now, and I would think they really do need to keep an eye on that rate, because I think scoring quickly on here is going to be difficult. Thompson in bowls. This is trying to launch it over mid-wicket. Ball wraps Rhodes on the high on the pad. Appeal from Thompson, but not out. Is the response. 109 for 2 it remains as Rhodes waits. And this one, he gets a thin edge on it, runs scurrying down to fine leg, very fine. Might come off the. No, he got bat on it, and it takes Warwickshire on to 113 for 2, and it takes Rhodes on to 49. And it was the thinnest of edges. He went for the sweep shot, and got a little nick on it and turned it away. And no hope at all of anybody, the wicket keeper. There was nobody down at fine at third man. So 4 runs, 113 for 2. We've had 26 overs.
Will Rhodes just gave Alex Thompson a little pat on the back, almost commiserating with him. They will know each other from Thompson's time here at Edgbaston, of course. Lewis Rees is back, and Matty McKinnon's going to come on to bowl, and I think I've counted 14 cranes.
Oh, right. Well, that's, yeah.
Which is, as I said earlier, it's a sign of a prosperous city. The more cranes, the more prosperous the city, I'm told.
Got the one right over behind the, right over in the distance behind these.
No, I've missed that one. 14 crane, 15 crane, I don't know. Oh, first delivery from McKinnon, short and dragged out towards the cow corner, really, for 4 by Burgess. So perhaps this is the bowler they're going to try to target. McKinnon's a wily operator, though. Yes, he has gone for runs in certain games. One that we don't talk about. Played at Taunton last year. Quarter-final of the T20 Blast. That didn't go very well. McKinnon in again, and this time he's driven out into the offside, but Dahl with it. Connors going away to his left-hand side does the fielding. It's 82 runs conceded off 4 overs. Matty McKinnon at Taunton, a world record.
I guess that's even at Taunton. It's,
he was everywhere. This one's turned nicely into the leg side. Around the boundary comes Harry Kane. Picks up now. Batsman will go through for 2. Burgess will move on to 18. 119 for 2. And all of a sudden that pressure with a boundary off the last ball of the previous over.
Yep.
One off the start of this over, and now a couple more. That pressure's just been alleviated a little.
Burgess moving on to 18. He's just beginning to tick on, isn't he?
18 off 21. McKinnon bowls. Trimini guides this down towards a very fine third man. Thompson gives chase. I think he'll haul it in. He will. But again, they come back for 2 more. That's 8 off the over already. 20 to Burgess. 121 for 2.
I'm just looking at that one again. Yeah, it was a deliberate shot.
Yeah,
just opened the
just look like
face
you
and
just
ran it
guide-
away.
just-
Yeah,
If you can guide it fine, there's
Yeah.
a couple of runs there every time, isn't there?
yeah.
The kind of shot you would never have been taught 25 years ago.
Oh no.
Next one, or that one. chopped into the ground. I think he thinks there might be a signal there, but there isn't, because Connors is quickly on the ball. It was straight into the ground as he tried to cut it away.
I think the bulk of these shots, Dave, if I'd have done them when I was my cricket coach at school, I would have been asked. I'd been asked to leave the net.
Yeah, quite right too, in my opinion. I'd still never go up my lad when he plays any reverse shots. He keeps playing them. McKiernan in. That one is a sweep shot, and that'll go all the way for 4, I fancy. It's been chased down by Mark Watt almost, but the ball's reached the boundary a long time before Watt catches up with it. And that is 3 boundaries in the last 7 deliveries, as well as a couple of twos, and all of a sudden Warwickshire 125 for 2. They've broken the back of the chase. They're more than halfway there. They need 123 more off 23 overs. Burgess 24, Rhodes 49.
Yeah, that wasn't the great over from McKenna there. He was 2 boundaries and just a couple of balls which were hit-me balls. The last one and the first one. It's loosener to start with, but that one just drifting away, just on outside leg stump, and Burgess just lapped it round the corner into the gap, and easy 4 runs for him. Alex Thompson to continue at the Birmingham end. He'll bowling to the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, who's on 49. Will Rhodes didn't figure in the T20 side, and I have to say, when you see him play, you just wonder, because with bat and ball, he could have been a useful addition. Here's Thompson into him, bowls, and this is opens the face, runs it down to third man. There'll be 4 runs for that, and a 50 for Will Rhodes. It's gone for 64 balls, and Will Rhodes has played a very deliberate shot there, just went back and late cut it away, and it raced down to the boundary. So the third ball, that's 3 boundaries in 8 deliveries, so Warwickshire just beginning to pick up the rate there. Thompson in this time. Rhodes is forward carefully and watchfully to play this one back and field it up his own bowling.
4 in 8. 4 boundaries in 8. One off the last ball of
the... Oh,
the,
yes, 4 in 8. Yeah, so you're right, sorry. Yeah, 4 in 8. Yes, 2, 1 or 2 and a 1. Thompson in. That one beats Rhodes. Rhodes is pushed forward and the ball goes through to the keeper. Whips the bails off, but not out.
What never ceases to amaze me is how the batsmen always know where the field is. When I used to bat, I had no idea. I just basically hit the ball and hope for the best. But he knew obviously there was no slip, but the third man was up at the edge of the circle, so it's a perfectly fine shot. Just guided down to third man. He's got and it's Saranga Lakmal who isn't the quickest, so you've got a fairly high percentage chance of getting a boundary.
Thompson's brought slip in for Rhodes, who plays this one away back through backward point. It's going to be 2 in the end, because the initial dive is missed and has to be tidied up from now. I haven't got my sheet with the numbers on. Is that dull then?
No, it was Haider Ali who did the fielding ultimately, but it was Saranga Lakmal who dived over it.
This next one is turned away through mid-wicket, and they'll get another single to Rhodes, 132 for 2. The runs beginning to come a little bit too readily here at the moment.
Yeah, they've decided to go, haven't they?
Yeah, just accelerated and worked it. We were just saying wouldn't want to be getting to much more than 5 and over, but they're beginning to make it look quite comfortable now, and the field beginning to spread for Burgess particularly. Sending another man out down to the deep mid-wicket. So we've got a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, and a cover. Man out on the cover boundary. As Thompson in, Burgess turns this one to mid-wicket. There's no run. That was the last ball of Thompson's over. Yes. Yeah, so 132 for 2. And we've had 28 overs. So 22 overs remaining, and Warwickshire require a further 16.
Well, Matty McKinnon's going to continue, as you might expect, but he did concede 12 of his first over, a couple of boundaries and a couple of twos. Lewis Rees deep in conversation with his skipper Brooke Guest. Anuj Dahl is the vice captain. David Lloyd has been chipping in as well. As the skipper Lears Deploy is away, so to Wayne Madsen, who tends to make a lot of the decisions out on the field, although he isn't the captain.
So is Lloyd coming next season?
Yes,
to Derby?
he's already signed a
coming.
three-year contract.
Right.
Yeah. We think as captain, but that we're just surmising, really. For good reason, though, as McKiernan is in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Rhodes, fielded by Connors. And in his quotes when he signed Lloyd, before we spoke to Mickey Arthur, he said he would be invaluable for his leadership. So we all jumped all over it and decided he was going to be the captain next year as McKiernan bowls down the leg side, wide. Also, Brooke, obviously Lears Deploy's leaving. Brooke Guest is captaining the 50 over side, but he bats at 3 in the championship.
Right.
I can't imagine keeping wicket, batting at 3 and captaining the side would do him any good at all.
Did he do the tees as well?
Yes, indeed. Yes, McKiernan bowls to Rhodes. Well, he washed this white kit, which is now blue.
Obviously, yes, he put it in with his socks by the look of it.
Signal taken by Rhodes. He was a 57, 134 for 2. No, I like this kit. It's just a bit different.
Is it the first season with this kit?
Second with this one.
Oh, right.
Yeah. There'll be another one next year, won't there? You don't get more than 2 seasons with the same kit. In comes McKiernan to bowl to Burgess, who goes back into his stumps, pushes the ball out square on the offside, and off the boundary comes Hayder. Single taken.
I haven't seen many replica shirts around the ground today of this kit. You know, having watched the Phoenix here, they seem to have sold absolute shed loads of merchandise.
Club shop was full of them when I walked past it this morning. Next delivery is clipped by Rhodes up towards long on. Lackmell Fields. Rhodes takes a single, moves to 58.
I didn't see any of these around and in fairness, I didn't see any of the Warwickshire ones either. I don't think they're big on this competition on the replica shirts.
No, you see 1 or 2 back at Derby. Goes back into his crease again. Nice stop by Sam Connors, but the ball just gets away from him slightly, and again they go through for a single. Burgess up to 26, 137 for 2 with 1 ball left of the 29th over.
He's just a fraction short, isn't he, McKinnon? He's allowing the batsman to go onto the back foot and play their shots and pick the spot.
Give them time to see it if it is turning. That's better.
Yeah.
As the ball is pushed back to him by Rhodes, almost with the outside edge of the bat. McKiernan fields, and it's the end of the over, an over which yielded 4 more runs, 137 for 2. Burgess 26, Rhodes 58, 111 to win now, Warwickshire, from the remaining 21 overs.
And that required rate has dropped from nearly 5.8 down to 5.2, just over 5.2, with that little spurt. So we are going to see a bowling change at the Birmingham end.
Sam Connors back.
And he replaces Alex Thompson out of the attack. So, a bit more pace on the ball.
He's probably Derbyshire's quickest bowler. Certainly the quickest they have available to them. Well, I don't know, they say that Harry Moore's quick, but I've never seen him, so it's difficult to judge, really.
So Connors comes in from the Birmingham end to bowl, and Burgess checks a drive just straight up to short extra cover, and there's no run. Sun gone in, but it's still a very pleasant afternoon. It's quite mild out there, and a decent crowd in. Trouble is, a decent crowd at this ground doesn't look very many, but if you put them into a smaller ground, it would be an excellent crowd probably.
If you want to come, there are seats available.
Just a few. In comes Connors, and again Burgess plays this one out defensively into the offside.
I'd get here quickly though.
You won't be charged full price.
Yes, it was bouncing here during the T20 when Derbyshire were here.
We had some good crowds for the T20. Been a lot of big crowds here this season, which is really good to see. In comes Connors bowls. Burgess goes for an expansive. Well, in the end, I'm not quite sure what sort of shot it was, because he didn't get bat on ball, but he was aiming it, I thought, initially over extra cover, but where his feet went, he was more of trying to slap it over mid-off. But he may have been fortunate he didn't get anything on that one in the end.
Yeah, just sort of waved his bat in the point region.
Yeah. Anyway, he survives. The ball goes through. Comes in again, and this one is squirted away to backward point. But, again, can't get past the infield. But, it raced off the bat, but straight to backward point. So 4 dot balls for Connors, which is just check the scoring rate.
I wonder if the ECB put cricket on at a time when people could come to the grounds, that would help with the tendencies, or they're just going to persist with playing no cricket at weekends and things like that.
Connors in. This one is lifted by Burgess into the gap between extra cover and backward point, and he will get a single. That's all it will be. It's an interesting point, actually. Should you play cricket in August?
I'd like to play slightly more cricket in August. Derbyshire played last Sunday at home. That was their last home weekend day of cricket of the season.
And I can understand the frustration on that. As Connors comes in and bowls, and it's played out into the offside, and again there won't be any run. It's straight to extra cover. End of an over. Good over, that one from Connors. I suppose to a degree we don't see quite as bad because we have the Phoenix here during August. So we've got 4 days of the Phoenix. We've got 4 days of the 50 over competition. So it's only 8 days cricket in August. It's not a huge amount, but it's certainly more than 4 days because you only get the 4 50 over games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They play on Sunday down at Northampton, and 2 of the 4 games in September start on a Sunday, and they're the only remaining weekend. Well, that is the only remaining weekend cricket for Derbyshire between now and the end of September.
Which is hastening upon us at frightening speed that the end of another cricket season is on the horizon.
They've got 4 games in September.
I think most have, haven't they? Most
hopefully they'll
counties
win
have
one
got
of them
4.
because they haven't won a game yet in the Championship, but 3 of them are away.
Oh, so just the one match at the ground.
6 more days at Derby. Watt begins a new over from the pavilion end, replacing Matty McKinnon. The first ball is cut away by Burgess down to the backward point boundary for a couple of runs. Hayder does the fielding.
Is the ground used at all for anything during the winter? Obviously, presumably they have weddings and that sort of thing.
Yeah, oh yes, yeah, absolutely. There are enough spaces in the ground for lots of meetings and societies and all that kind of thing. Mark Watt bowls this next delivery. It's driven up to Sam Connors at extra cover rather. It's an extra cover rather than a mid-off.
It's a huge arena and area though to be empty, isn't it?
That one's horribly down the leg side. I thought he was going to leave it, but he's just swept it away for 4 as Burgess. Nice shot. He didn't want to get anything on that because it was a long way down the leg side. He moves to 33, 144 for 2 now. Just 104 more runs left to win.
A little bit of a freebie that one was really. As you say, he did well to actually get as cleanly as he did, but at the pace you just can't afford to be there.
I'm sure if you want to hire the ground, if you get in touch with Jimmy Drew. This one is cut by Burgess out to the cover boundary. Just a single this time, fielded by Hayder out there in the deep.
Yeah, what's this one? Well, all through the summer as well, there's functions and conferences and exhibitions on here. Big wedding venue, terrific size and weddings they have here. I wouldn't like to be picking up the bill for some of the weddings which we have. Huge number of people come to them.
Around the wicket, Mark Watt to over the wicket because he's left-handed. You fool! That's twice he's done me. and I've no idea why, because I know he's a left-arm spinner. Over the wicket, balls to the left-handed Rhodes.
Well, you know, he could
Tucks it
flick
into
it to
the
the
leg
other
side.
hand.
Well, yeah, Billy Root did that in the
Yeah.
championship match up at Derby this season. Watts in again. That's a slightly quicker, flatter delivery. It's turned round the corner, but straight to the man at short, fine leg, who I think is David Lloyd, and he throws it in. I don't think his ribs have recovered from being struck. He's still got his hands on his knees.
Yeah. Was that the one where Henry Brooks hit him?
Yeah,
earlier
he's
on?
just feeling his side
Yeah.
there a little bit. It hurt him, didn't it?
Yeah.
When Brooks hit him. 145 for 2. Burgess has 34, Rhodes has 58. 103 runs to win off 19 overs. It's all fairly straightforward at the moment for Warwickshire. And I'm going to have to go and do my 4:30 update and see if they come to me. It's a sports bulletin, so the chances are they will.
So Connors to continue at the Birmingham end to bowl to Michael Burgess. In comes Connors, bowls. Burgess launches this one away over mid-wicket. He won't get a boundary. It's been chased round and collected back and returned back to wicket-keeper. And 2 more runs go to the total. 147 for 2. Mike Taylor rejoins us.
Yes, I'm just sort of on patrol because I might have a 4:30 update for one of the stations in a minute.
So
You can never be quite sure.
I shall stop talking if
you
it
hear
comes
it,
through.
yes.
Yeah. Here comes Connors in again and bowls, and Burgess drives beautifully through extra cover. This is going to make the boundary. They're not going to go stop that one. That driven up and up towards the. I've just forgotten the name of that stand.
barn
The
stand.
barn stand, isn't it? Yeah, over with. It's the edge of the hollies and the barn. It is
Yes,
the barns.
The barns, yeah.
Yeah. And it's the temporary barn stand. Andrew was asking about not being able to see the names of the stands. There are no stands here where you can pick up the names.
Not on the front, no.
This next one is whipped away behind square. It's a long chase round and won't prevent Burgess getting back for another couple. He's really getting a move on here, Burgess. Rhodes has become a little bit becalmed by comparison. Burgess has moved quickly on, and he's on to 42. And the total on to 153 for 2. Watching that down below the 100 mark.
30 from his last 21, Burgess.
That's really shifting now, beginning to push on. Connors in, and Burgess is going to get more runs, pulling this one through mid-wicket. They're going to come back for a second. Connors going to have to, Burgess is going to have to make Rhodes run into the danger end. In the end, there's no danger at all because he's comfortably home. 2 more to Burgess.
I think this is the fastest spell of scoring I reckon we've seen from any one batsman in this match.
Yes.
And it's changed gear, this innings, in the last 20 minutes. And it's making all the difference.
44 Burgess has moved to 155 for 2 as Connors comes in again and bowls, and Burgess will get more runs here, hitting out through backward point for a single. So he's really got foot on the gas. 156. The Bears moved, Warwickshire moved to. They need a further 92, and we've got 1 ball left and then 18 more overs to get them. So that scoring rate has now dropped to literally 5 and over. It's pulled it back considerably in the last 2 or 3 overs. Connors in, and Rhodes just plays dead bat to the next one. Almost like you carry on, Burgess, and I'll just keep this end quiet and make sure we keep the wicket intact.
That's not a bad approach, really. And so they're back to where they started, which was 5 and over chase, give or take. Just while I'm loitering here for a few minutes, waiting to. So I don't think I am going to get a 4:30 up there, but I'll give it 1 more over. It's an email from Michael who's arrived just now. Because I was referring earlier to Ray Hitchcock, a Warwickshire player from the 1950s.
Yep, part of the 1951 championship
yes,
side.
and this is partly addressed to you, Andrew, isn't it? He says, with reference to that Ray Hitchcock score, his century against Surrey in 1955, he says Ray was a fellow New Zealander who worked his passage on a steamer to play in England here for Warwickshire. But alas, I'm informed by Michael, passed away quite recently. There's Watt bowls and Burgess cuts for a single away into the offside.
Used to have a sports shop in Solihull.
Did he?
For many, many years. Yeah. Used to. When I was a kid at school, Ray Hitchcock used to put the score in. They used to have a board in the window of his shop
Oh,
with the
yes.
score on it. So when
Gosh.
we left school,
Still
we,
scored.
we used to go and look at what the score was.
Before the internet, folks.
Long
This is
before.
where Watt bowls and road sweeps and there's no run. But Michael goes on to say he was the last survivor from the Warwickshire team that won the championship in 1951. So remembering Ray Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Michael. That's very good to hear. Very good to hear those memories.
He
of,
was
a
also,
good player.
just another little interesting fact with Andrew here, he was one of 3 New Zealanders who played in the 1951 championship side.
There were 3. I didn't realise.
Yeah,
there
there
were
was Tom Pritchard, there was Ray Hitchcock, and there was Taylor who played.
3. He's Watt bowling to Burgess, who has a big swing. And
He's
Watt
given.
has got him LBW, and Burgess is somewhat surprised by that. He was aiming away to the leg side and must have thought that it was going down the leg side with the angle from the left arm spinner.
And
But umpire Tridwell didn't.
I'll be honest, I don't think that's an unreal. Do you know, that's 2 of the worst LBW decisions in this game.
It was,
all that I can say is he's levelled up the first one.
Well, Burgess wasn't very impressed, but
No,
anyway.
absolute shocker, that is.
He's 46 from 43 balls, has changed the tone of this match. Whether it has made a decisive input into what the result of this match is going to be, we don't yet know. But he's LBW to Watt's first wicket. And it's 158 for 3. Rhodes is 60. The new batter to join him is it going to be? It's Bethel. It's
Bethel,
Jacob
yeah,
Bethel's
Jacob
coming
Bethel
out.
coming out.
So I don't think I am going to get this update for commentary awards. I don't think you're interested. So I'll let Andrew come in for a bit, and then perhaps Phil.
I'll move over and
yeah,
Dave
we'll-
back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Jolly good. Right. Yes. So what are we now?
And I shall reflect on
158
that
for 390 to win.
decision. Well, 2 LBWs today, which I think you'd have to say are LBW question mark should go in the scorebook. That one probably worse than the first one, but still wasn't criticised. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Be back in.
Put you back on air so they can
that,
hear you.
that helps. Well, depending.
Well,
Some listeners are probably unhappy about that, but nonetheless, that last one, that dismissal of Burgess, even with the naked eye, and we're not in line at all, I felt it was going down the leg side, but who am I to say when the umpire's, 24 yards away, and I'm probably about 224 yards away.
yeah, the television doesn't help the umpire, does it, the screen? This next one is given as wide down the leg side. And for Bethel's first ball, 159 for 3. Good innings from Burgess, though. He's got the board moving. This next one from Watt is played solidly by Burgess. There's no run. We'll let Dave in here at the end of the over, and he can take over from me.
Short and sweet, our stint, Phil.
Yes.
One over of left arm spin.
Well, not even 1 over. 3 balls, I think we managed. This one is driven, but Bethel can't beat the infield. End of the over, 159 for 3. We've had 33 overs. Warwickshire require a further 89 for victory.
Yeah, going along fairly comfortably here, Warwickshire, although there's a small blip, of course, in the over that we've just finished with the dismissal of Burgess, who's yet another one of these wicket keepers who has a place higher in the order in limited overs cricket.
Terrific decision, I thought. Really good decision. About on a par with the one that dismissed Hayder earlier on, which wasn't out either.
Yes, that's true. So it's
one apiece.
One apiece, exactly. Exactly.
Dear, oh dear. It's not for us to criticise umpires, though. I don't think.
So who have we got coming on here?
Alex Thompson.
Alex Thompson is coming on now. So the right arm off-break bowler bowls to the captain of the Warwickshire side. That's Will Rhodes. He's there on 59 and he just defends that one away quietly and there's no run.
Yeah, they need to see a few more wickets in quick succession here.
Here's Thompson once more, going wide on the crease this time from around the wicket, and Rhodes just drives that one up to long off, and it's fielded there. I think that's Dahl out there, if I'm not mistaken. And one further run to Rhodes. He moves on to 60 off 80 balls, and Warwickshire move on to 160 for 3. So despite that wicket, Warwickshire is still very well placed here at the moment. One feels. Thompson into his 6th over. He's got none for 24 at the moment. Here he is, and this time it's Bethel, the left-hander. So another left-hander defending, and there's no run. There's Thompson once more, and it's a good ball on the line of middle stump, and Bethel is defensively forward.
You've just made one of Derbyshire's quick bowlers very happy. I'll tell you why after this delivery.
Oh, really? Here is Thompson once more, and it's driven by Bethel up to a wide mid-on, and it's fielded there by Anuj. Oh, no. In fact, that's Sam Connors up there, isn't it?
That's why he made him very happy.
Number 59.
If he thought he was as good a fielder as Anuj Dahl, he'd be very happy. He's a good fielder.
Yeah,
very good fielder, Sam Connors.
Yes. So here it is, last ball of the over from Thompson, and Rhodes once more runs up to complete a single as that man Connors comes in off the boundary for the 3rd time in the over. That is the end of the over. That's the 34th gone now, so 16 overs remaining, and Warwickshire are 162 for 2. Bethel was off the mark with 1, and with him is Captain Rhodes on 61.
It is remarkable. I've missed half of one session of Derbyshire cricket all season, and you sort of get to know the players by the way they walk and their gait and all the rest of it, and I still get Matty McKinnon and Harry Kane mixed up, and they don't really walk in a particularly similar way, but there's just something about them. Kame is at
I can see where I got confused now. I can see exactly what it is.
The arm
it's
guards,
the
isn't it? Yeah.
Armbands, that's what it was, yeah. Mind you, there's a bit of a height difference, but in fairness to me, Connors was a long way away.
No, I will let you off. As what begins a new over, it's turned into the leg side by Rhodes, out towards Hayder in his ridiculously green boots. Rhodes moves on to 62 off 82, 163 for 3, 85 more runs required for victory. Just
half the Pakistan team wear those green boots. I'm really keen to get a pair one day, if I ever make it back.
Just don't go with anything. Except the Pakistan kit. This one's been launched out into the leg side by Bethel. He hasn't got it cleanly though, and Hayder will come around the boundary. They'll keep them down to a couple. Going for the big shot. And anybody who's gone for the big shot, more often than not, it hasn't really come off.
He just didn't time that, did he? He got to the pitch of the ball okay, but just didn't find the middle of the bat.
165 for 3. Watt gives that one a bit of air, and it's driven back to him, and he throws it back to the keeper. Got to be careful. Not allowed to do that anymore.
His action's very similar to Ashley Giles, I've just noticed. Watt. It's just the way his delivery movement is very similar to Giles.
If he's as good as the King of Spain, he'll be all right. Here's Watt. Pavilion end. Bowls to Bethel, who pulls him backward a square on the leg side. I think that will go for 4. It will. I was looking to see how quickly Hayder was chasing that, and the answer was not very, because he knew he wasn't going to get there. He walks back to his mark. Does Watt, shaking his head. 4 to Bethel. His first boundary goes on to 7. 169 for 3. 79 off 15 overs and 2 balls. The requirement now. Still hovering around that 5.2 kind of area where it's been for much of the innings. What in again this time is an attempt to drive it. I'm not sure he was trying to drive it up to long on, but that's where the ball has dribbled to, the edge of the circle, fielded by Rees on this occasion.
Another man with those blue I don't even know what you call them.
They're like elbow protectors, aren't they? It's just like a tubey grip thing to stop them rubbing their elbows should they dive. I'm not sure how much Lewis Rees does dive. That one is turned around the corner by Rhodes, straight to David Lloyd, who's fielding at short, fine leg. And there's no run, end of the over. 170 for 3. 15 overs to go then. 78 runs to win. Bethel has 8. Rhodes has 62. As long as Warwickshire don't do anything silly here, they should make it 5 out of 5. Derbyshire in desperate need of some wickets, and as a result, there's a very lengthy conversation going on. Alex Thompson is part of it. They've call for Saranga Lakmal was the upshot of that discussion. Lewis Rees has now joined it. I'm trying to work out who else is there. Who is that? Matty McKiernan was part of it. In fact, the 2 spinners, McKiernan and Thompson, were there with the skipper, Brooke Guest. So he was clearly saying, should we carry on with some spin? And they both got, nah, you're all right. Let Saranga do some work. He's going at the end of the season. So Lakmal is back. 5 overs, 1 for 20 at first up. So tidy enough figures. Yeah, he has had a difficult 2 years with Derbyshire, though, sadly. Having retired from Test cricket to come and play for them on a 2-year deal, joining Mickey Arthur, who had been his coach with the Sri Lankan national side some years ago.
Yes, so this is the second spell by Lakmal of this innings. Of course, he's bowling this time from the Birmingham end, having been at the Pavilion end for his initial burst, as he comes in now round the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, and they scamper through for a single, and Guest tried to fling that ball at the stumps, and he didn't hit the stumps, and in fact it's called wide. So just
a bit messy, really,
slightly offline there, and 1 run through to the keeper. Schoolboy stuff.
All a bit messy, I'm afraid.
It's a bit like Johnny Bairstow, wasn't it, when he was running through for everything?
Yes.
Not so long ago in the Ashes.
Seems like a lifetime ago when the Ashes finished.
Here is Lakmal. Very side-on action, and this time it's Rhodes working it behind square, but McKinnon's out there, as he has been for much of the afternoon, and he restricts the scoring to 1. So Rhodes moves on to 63. That brings Bethel on to strike, who's got 8 off 9 balls, and he's been looking quite aggressive. So yes, Lakmal's first spell, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22, and he'd be looking to improve on that from here. Here he is. And this one's just defended by Bethel, picked up by David Lloyd at short cover, and there's no run.
So I think we're going to be speaking to David Lloyd at the close of play. Unless a bowler goes right through the Warwickshire team and emerges as the hero. Top scored with 65 off 92 before trying a scoop shot Pretty much turned into somebody standing immediately in front of his stumps without playing any kind of shot.
To a Yorker. Here is Luckmail, and Bethel gets one down the leg side. It's another wide. Can't catch up with it. It's taken by Guest behind the stumps. So umpire Peveril signals wide for the second time in this over. So a little bit untidy here from Luckmail. It's not what his captain would have wanted.
He's only bowled 2 legitimate deliveries in the over so far, but he's run in 4 times. Not good.
Yeah, it's just not enough maidens in this innings. Only one. Sam Connors bowled a maiden, but otherwise that's it so far from the Derbyshire side. Here is Luckmail. It's a short ball, and once again Bethel tries to pull that one away, gets a bottom edge. So no timing there, or misjudging the pace perhaps, and they just dribbled through to Guest behind the stumps, and there's no run.
That cut-off has drifted to 7 minutes past 6. If they can't bowl the 14 overs and 3 balls in an hour and leave them 20 minutes inside that cut-off time, something's seriously wrong.
Here's Luckmail once more, steaming in. Digs that one in short again, and once again Bethel tries to pull that one away, but doesn't time it at all, and can only find Harry Kame at cover, at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I do find it kind of interesting with the whole discussion about over rates. Other test matches in the world didn't seem to have too many problems this summer with over rates. Domestic cricket, everyone's very aware of how fast you have to bowl, but for some reason some test sides can't seem to grasp it. Here is Luckmail. Once again, it's another short one. So he's hammering away, and that time Bethel wasn't able to lay bat on ball. I think he took that one in the shoulder, but no harm done to Bethel and no run.
See, I don't have an issue with not bowling enough overs in a day, because I can't imagine there were many people left a single day of the Ashes cricket thinking they'd been shortchanged because 5 overs hadn't been bowled or something like that.
Yeah, the problem is it was a lot more than that. It was more like 8 or 10 sometimes on occasions. Here's Luckmail, and he angles in this one in towards leg stump, and Bethel's defensively forward. There's no run there, so at the end of the 36th over, it's it is the end of the over. Warwickshire are 174 for 3. Bethel's there on 8, and alongside him Rhodes on 63. But yeah, I agree with you on that point, Dave. I don't think it's that the spectators will be too upset about it, but it's the players that are now complaining, saying, well, the rules should be different, and I just don't understand it, because I was at West Indies, India for one of the test matches, and I know that the Pakistanis and Sri Lankans didn't have a problem with it, and yeah, that it just doesn't work for me, that argument. People talk about the DRS and everything, but it's the same for everyone.
Yes. Oh, yeah, yeah. So I always look at football. I do football in the winter, and you go to watch 90 minutes of football, and I know they've added more extra or added time on this season than they ever have, but the ball is not in play for a lot of the time. Alex Thompson, we're getting a new over, blimey, from the pavilion end. There's a swish of the bat at that one from Rhodes. I'm not sure if he got anything on it, did he? Oh, he did. He's edged it. And it's not too far away from the wicketkeeper either. There was a chase all the way down to the boundary. And David Lloyd almost got there, but not quite. And it's 4 more. But it was a genuine edge for a ball that turned away from Will Rhodes. He's moved on to 67. He's now the leading scorer in the match. 178 for 3. 70 to win.
Yeah, it's very disappointing too as a spinner, when your whole job's there to try and probe away on a line and get the odd one to turn, and you see a ball like that take the edge.
It was an excellent chase by Lloyd, because as he was walking, he's still holding his ribs there from where he got hit
Did that one go through between keeper and slip?
No, there was no slip.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't think he was there.
They've closed the door after that particular horse has bolted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a slip now. Thompson is in, and that one is shorter and chopped into the offside, where it's fielded by Dahl. But he put the dive in, having chased the ball all the way to the boundary from sort of short third man, and then walked all the way back, holding his ribs again. Next delivery from Thompson, again pushed out into the offside by Rhodes to Dahl. Just hope he's okay. Not to speak to me, but for the remainder of the tournament. Derbyshire back in action on Friday. Next delivery is short and chopped out to the offside. McKiernan will field. Single will be taken. Rhodes moves to 68, 179 for 3. Now that single had already gone on. What would have happened if it had gone straight through? Not that it does very often, but straight through McKinnon's legs. If they'd have got the extra 3 runs on the board quickly. They just try to kill me here. 179 for 3, 69 to win. Thompson around the wicket bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Bethel.
I think Lloyd wants to come off here. I just see him waving to the dressing room.
Just looking to spot a bowler, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I certainly don't think we're going to see him bowl again. If it's a side strain, that wouldn't be good. Thompson bowls. That one does turn. It's played off the back foot up towards long off. Rees gets there. They take a single. 37 overs gone, so 13 left. 68 to win. 180 for 3. Warwickshire, Bethel 9. And Rhodes 68, and that required rate and the run rate, there's not a lot between them now. It's just under 5 the run rate, just over 5 the required rate. Lackmal speaking to Brooke Guest, is captain and wicketkeeper, and you're right, David Lloyd is being replaced by Tom Wood. He struggled to get all the way down to the boundary's edge here, and Ali Mackenzie, the Derbyshire physio, has made his way around just to see the stricken Lloyd, who may not come out to speak to us as it happens.
Yeah, he might be on his way to the local medical centre. So it's going to be Luckmile to continue in bright sunshine. The shadows from the lighting towers are creeping over the ground, but the ground's bathed in sunshine as Luckmile, with the sun on his back, comes in now to Bethel, and Bethel's defensively forward, pushing that one up to mid-off, where Sam Connors fields, and there's no run.
Luckmile's the second Sri Lankan who's played for Derbyshire. In my time here, they had Jivan Mendis a few years ago, and I've never seen anybody wear as many sweaters. He was constantly cold. But Suranga Lackmile seems to have got used to the British weather quite quickly.
Here he is, Luckmile, and he bangs that one in again once more, and this time Bethel pulls that one away, times it beautifully. McKinnon was coming round to his right from square leg, wasn't able to cut it off, and it ran away for 4, much to the delight of the crowd, although they're probably not that happy about it being a 4-2, well, they will be happy that it's a 4 for their Derbyshire side, because it brings the required rate down, or the required number of runs down, to 64 needed now, as Akmal comes in once more. And again, it's short, and Bethel's pulling this one. McKinnon comes round to his right, slides and stops it, and then he just waits for Rees to pick it up. And 2 further runs to Bethel. He moves on to 15.
Yeah, that boundary was the 20th of the innings. Derbyshire managed 18 in their 50 overs.
We haven't seen a 6 today yet, have we?
No, we haven't. Big boundaries, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying that. And also with Mike earlier, the boundary rope is actually fairly close to the natural boundary, which you very rarely see that these days. I imagine the blast on... Here's Luckmile bowling to Bethel. He's defending and there's no run. I imagine the boundaries and the blast and the 100 are a lot shorter than these ones.
Yes, and the IPL. Look at that. What a hit that is. 55 metres.
That's kind of funny, isn't
Well,
it?
they've been claiming that Lewis Deploy, who plays down at Hampshire, but he was playing at Cardiff, the Derbyshire skipper, had hit a 100 plus metres at Cardiff straight. Well, it would have been in Newport.
Here's luck. Wow. Comes in once more. Bethel's driving, and it's a substitute fielder, Wood, who does the fielding there. Of course, he's just come out onto the field in place of David Lloyd, who we think is suffering from a rib injury, or a side strain even, perhaps, accentuated by the dive he did a couple of overs ago when he chased one down to the boundary. And of course, earlier in the day he got hit in the ribs by Henry Brooks, and he's also bowled, so it's been a tough day at the office for David Lloyd as Akmal comes in once more. Once again, it's short of a length. Bethel's pulling that one away through mid-wicket, and McKinnon comes round, and it's another 2. So it's just a little bit too easy here for Warwickshire at the moment. Everything Derbyshire's trying isn't really paying dividends as Dave leaves the commentary seat, and it's going to be Mike Watson to come back into the attack, so to speak. Oh, probably more into the batting crease, given that it's Warwickshire's run chase. So what have we got here? Looks like I thought we might have another bowling change. No, in fact no. Alex Thompson's going to continue. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you. You see, they're going to have to change something, aren't they? Because we've seen probably the freest scoring we've seen all day in the last 45 minutes. First with Burgess, and now this pair taking it on. It's a 5 and over chase, which is basically where we started.
Yeah, 60 required, 12 overs to go. I guess the question for the fans will be whether the captain, Will Rhodes, can get through to triple figures. He's on 68 at the moment. It's batted very well. Aggressive early on.
He's a young captain, but he's a good captain. He's had a bit of experience now in all competitions at various times. He's a talented all-rounder, formerly of Yorkshire. Here's Thompson coming round the wicket to bowl to Rhodes, who defends. Back up the pitch. Still only 28, but I think this is his 3rd season as captain. There's Thompson trotting in, and back goes Rhodes to cut for 1 run. Got a radio update coming in just a few seconds, so I'll just do that. And this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are seemingly on course for a 5th victory in 5 games in the One-Day Cup. They're ideally placed, needing just 59 more runs to win in a little under 12 overs. Will Rhodes and Jacob Bethel now in possession, taking them towards the target to beat Derbyshire. They were sped up towards it by Michael Burgess, who accelerated nicely in making 46 until he was given out LBW to the left-arm spinner Mark Watt. But if Rhodes can see them most of the way to the chase, they'll be pretty confident in keeping their 100% record. He's now 69. Warwickshire requiring 248 to win, or 190 for 3 in the 39th over. Thompson bowls and Rhodes sweeps, and he's going to runs here. He's got it past the short fine leg. It's not quite going to make the rope, but they will have time to come back for 3 runs. And Rhodes now up to 72, his biggest contribution in the competition so far, leading his team towards 5 wins out of 5, and in the long run, maybe to finish top of their group. Thompson around the wicket. Oh, and he's got away with that. That was fallen down the leg side, and Bethel's managed to sweep it straight to Watt at short fine leg. And he wouldn't have had to miss him by much to get 4 runs. 193 for 3. Thompson just trot up to the crease, and this is a bit short outside the off stump, and Bethel hits it hard off the back foot. So hard that he's only going to get 1 run because it's skidded out to McKinnon on the boundary. So 194 for 3. Bethel's 19, Rhodes 72, and they are continue to be on the way. That should disappear out of our ears in a minute. We're hearing BBC commentary Warwickshire down our ears, but you probably can't hear that, hopefully. 194 for 3 with 11 overs left and 54 runs to win. So I think that's the first time so far that they've dipped it under 5 runs and over to get.
Yes, and they've done it very comfortably so far, the home side Warwickshire. Not surprising, of course, being top of this Group B in the One Day Cup, the Metro Bank One Day Cup, with the very interesting advertising, calling themselves People to People Banking. It's really inventive.
I'll have to try and ring the Coventry studio to ask them to turn it off.
Yeah, this is, I'm listening to Young Man at the moment, I think it is. I forget who sings
pull
this one.
wire a bit, that might help.
Oh, that's...
Does that help a bit?
Except I can't hear you now,
well,
Mike.
That's all right, I'm only here. I'll speak up.
Here's a new over beginning. It's Reese, and it's short once more, and it's pulled by Bethel onto it in a flash, past the man at mid-wicket. That's Harry came out to the boundary for 4, sort of wide mid-on. So, nice shot from Bethel. In fact, takes them on to 23, and yeah, Warwickshire now 198 for 3, and one gets the feeling that Warwickshire are very much in control here now. So
yeah, when Derbyshire tried to change gear, they lost wickets in a hurry near the end. Warwickshire at the moment seem to be moving through their gears quite effectively.
Yeah, and Derbyshire trying everything, lots of different bowling changes. Here's Reese, the left armour, his second ball of the over, and Bethel just pushes that one to the leg side past umpire James Treadwell, and it's picked up there by the man who's done a lot of fielding out on the side of the ground there, out at the mid-wicket area, and that's McKinnon, of course. So one further run to Bethel. He moves on to 24 off 27 balls, so another very good contribution. Let's look to play his shots right from the start. Here is Reese once more, and Will Rhodes does more or less exactly the same shot. Of course, both left-handers at the crease, and it's the 200 up for Warwickshire. You can hear the cheers from the crowd, and Warwickshire now 200 for 3. They trail by just 47 runs, so 48 required, and it's going to be Reese once more. From the Birmingham end, that's outside the line of off stump, angling in ever so slightly. Bethel's defensively forward. I see a no ball signalled there. Quite saw umpire Peveril stretch his arm, but it wasn't at the full length, so we'll have to wait and see there. Here's Reese again. This one's a straighter delivery. It's timed nicely by Bethel, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, and that is Harry Kane. Not to be confused with Harry Kane, of course, who now plays for Bayern Munich. Lost his first match in the German Super Cup on Sunday. Here's Reese once more, and this time Bethel is trying to cut that one away. It's tightened towards his body, but he can only find Dahl at backward point, and there's no run. So that is the end of the 40th over. So 10 overs remaining and 48 runs required now by the Warwickshire Bears. One would feel that they're going to get these fairly easily, given that they have their captain Rhodes at the crease on 73 off 92 balls, and Bethel is on 24 off 30 balls. As Mike's just been attending to some technical duties.
Yeah.
But I think I can hear you fine, Mike.
That sounds better now. I think they've done it.
Out.
Yeah, that's better now.
Yes,
so, yeah.
there we go.
No, that's it. Jonathan Agnew has to do this, you know.
I tell you what, I'm always full of admiration of commentators back in the day, like Brian Waddell, the New Zealand commentator.
Oh, he was marvellous.
When he used to go off to Pakistan and India, and this is back. I mean, the cell phones didn't even exist back then.
No.
It was all, what did you call it, hardwired or something like that. So there's just this little bit of a hold up and play here. Not sure exactly what the reason is.
Well,
I've got 10 overs.
yes.
To get in. No, there's 53 minutes. No.
But yeah, they're not in a rush.
53 minutes they've got to. 57 minutes. Sorry, they've got to complete these overs.
Well, that ought to be well within their compass. So they might just be having. In the 100 game, I was here the other day, we had a strategic timeout. I know it came up on the board. It said strategic timeout. So there we are. So I think they've just had one of those.
So, influence from another league, Mike.
Yeah, I should say so. Watts bowling and Rhodes with a big sweep down to deep backward square leg and gets one. They do need to change something here because the game is drifting towards Warwickshire's victory at the moment, and it feels like Derbyshire trying to pull the handbrake.
There doesn't seem to have been as much turn for the Derbyshire spinners either. No, and maybe we overplayed it earlier on when Warwickshire was in the field.
It doesn't seem to misbehave. The odd ball skidded on a bit, but Watt bowls and Bethel defends. But no, I was expecting it to look like there was the ball would assist the Derbyshire spinners in the way that it seemed to for Warwickshire's, but so far, not a lot of evidence of that. Watt bowls, it's drifting down the leg side, and Bethel's flicked this into the gap at deep square leg, and he's going to get just one because it's quite smartly fielded. 202 for 3. It's been a nice day to come and watch the cricket today. Yeah. You get the best of the sun down at the Birmingham end. Well, Watt from his 24-yarder, he's bowling onto the pads of Bethel, and of Rhodes rather, and he gets a run. 203 for 3. You get lots of people sitting in this pavilion, which we can't see. We can't see them from here in our level, but it's mostly in the shade if you do that.
Yeah, I was down there just before lunch, just to watch those final 5 or 6 overs or so after I came off commentary, and there was probably the fullest part of the ground.
Can be a bit chilly if it's a windy day. Watt bowls and Bethel turns it into the leg side, and there's no run.
I'm sure it's nothing like Wellington, my home
ground,
the Basin Reserve.
I can imagine, yeah.
On a sunny, windy day, it can be absolutely freezing.
But the best of the sun here is these days is at the Birmingham end. That's where to go and get it. In the top of the press box stand, you can go brown or red quite quickly there. It's the old press box stand. There's a little 2-tier one next to the scoreboard. Top level of there is a great view. Watt bowls, it's very full, and Bethel's taking him on direct over the bowler's head for 6. First 6 today to take Warwickshire a little closer. It was full in the slot, and Bethel couldn't resist. And it's 209 for 3, and it's starting to feel as though the credits are beginning to roll on this match.
It certainly does. Is there a final scene to be played out? I guess we'll just wait and see, won't we? But yeah, that was a shot of real intent on the one hand from Bethel, and on the other hand, the fact that we're kind of cruising, and why not just have a whack? Let's get it over and done with.
Feels it's been a pretty well-paced chase to this point. And Warwickshire very firmly in control with 9 overs to go, and they need, now it's only 39. Gosh, it's come down quick.
Yeah. And the sort of Reese here bringing the man up from long off doesn't really need to do that, but it's sort of more as Reese bowls this one to Rhodes and it's defended. It's almost a bit symbolic. It's just like saying, well, we know we can't afford to give away singles easily. So yes, Watt came up from the long off boundary or the long on boundary up to a more regulation mid on. And here we have Rees once more coming into the attack, and it's chopped on. So is there a twist? So Rhodes, who's played beautifully for his 75, just tried to dab that one away behind point. Got a bottom edge, cannon into his off stump, and he makes his way off for a very well made 75 off 96 balls. It's been a great hand by the Warwickshire skipper. He's got his team into a position of great strength, and he makes his way off to the applause of the home crowd, and Warwickshire now 209 for 9. Sorry, for 4.
For 4, yes. Well, that of course, the panic. He has been applauded generously. He'll be pretty irritated that he's not seeing it through to the close, and it does just mean that a new batter has got to come in, and that's sometimes a tricky thing to do. They still need another 39, so they're not quite over the finish line, but Rhodes has taken them a long way there. It's the second wicket that Rees has got off the edge onto the stumps. I think Yates looks as though he nicked his on, and Rhodes definitely did.
Well, that brings Ethan Brooks to the wicket. He didn't manage to get a bat the other day at New Road, with the match being over so quickly and the Bears not having to chase a large total. They of course just had to chase down 109 in response to Warwickshire's 108, and Barnard and Yates more or less did the job on their own that day. So yes, Ethan Brooks gets to come out at number 6 to join Bethel, who's been there for a while now. He's on 31 off 34, but still you would think this is very much Warwickshire's game to lose. But Derbyshire's keeping the pressure on. They've got 5 men inside the ring now. In fact, sorry, they have 6 men inside the ring. Here is Rees bowling to Brooks, and he's just defensively forward, and there's no run. So yes, we've got a backward point, a cover point, a short extra cover, a mid off, a mid on, and a mid wicket. So not required, of course, to have this many people inside the ring, given that we're into the final 10 overs of the innings. The previous power play, if we still want to call it that, is finished. Here is Rees bowling to Brooks. He's beaten outside the off stump, and Guest, who's standing up to the stumps for the medium pacer, takes it nicely.
Yeah, just fiddled at that one, Ethan Brooks, taking a moment to settle down. Made a quick 38 in the closing overs against Glamorgan the other day. His only significant contribution in this tournament so far.
Here he is, Brooks, facing Rees, and it's on the line of off stump, angling in, and it's just defended, and McKinnon there at point does the fielding, and there's no run.
He's just been a little bit tricky, hasn't he, for the batters. 2 for 24 Rees has got at some medium-ish pace.
Yeah, and this is the last ball of his 6th over for that 2 for 24. Here he comes, and it's a thickish outside edge from Brooks. It's Ethan Brooks. He runs that one down to Alex Thompson at third man. It's time for a single. That gets Brooks off the mark. He moves to 1 along with his batting partner Bethel, who's on 31. Warwickshire now 210 for 4, reminding you that the target is 248 after Derbyshire scored 247 for 9 earlier today. And so now just 38 required, 8 overs remaining. And in the old days, Mike, you might have said this was still a bit of a tight chase, but these days it doesn't really seem to make any difference.
Yes, you'd be surprised to see it not got now. This is the only game in this group today, but there are 4 games going on in the other group. I'll just very quickly wander through the scores during this over. It'll have to be quick when Watt's bowling. At Old Trafford, Hampshire 234, which was something of a decline after an opening stand of 131 between Middleton and Gubbins. Round the wicket comes Watt, and Ethan Brooks sweeps and gets one to deep square leg. Lancashire, though, struggling to get to their target of 235. They're 172 for 7 in 40 overs. That's at Old Trafford. At Radlett, Middlesex ran up 365 against Notts. Martin Anderson with 100, Ryan Higgins 88. And it looks as though that's going to be plenty, with Notts 170 for 7 in 31 overs. Watt bowls, and Bethel is forward in defence. At Kibworth, which is in Leicestershire as far as I know, but Essex 250 for 8 in 50 overs. Charlie Allison 85. For Leicestershire, they're on their way. 212 for 4, needing 39 to win in 12 overs. Forward comes Bethel, drives it back to the bowler. A century for Sol Buddingher, the Leicestershire opener, made 102. Peter Hanscom is 64 not out, so they're looking good. Leicestershire against Essex. They made a lot of runs in this tournament, Leicestershire. And a little bit left in the game at York, as this is flicked off his front pad by Bethel for 1 run into the leg side, and 212 for 4. At York, which I think Warwickshire played there a couple of years ago, and I'm told it's very nice. Surrey were all out for 241, with Ben Geddes 92, the big contribution there. And Yorkshire 200 for 8, need 42 to win from, still got 14 overs to get them in. So, and Harry Duke, the opener, 73 not out. So that could still be a tight one there. Here's Watt round the wicket to Ethan Brooks, who drives him down to long off. Lackmal is coming into field, and they'll have 1 run.
Is Alistair Cook playing for Essex?
He's playing in the Championship. I don't think he's playing in these games.
Yeah, I remember a year or two ago he was playing in the One Day Cup. I just thought that given he's got no commentary commit, well, he probably has actually. He's probably commentating on the 100 now, isn't he?
I don't know, but no, he's not. He might well be back in for the remaining Championship games, though. Still got the appetite to score plenty of runs.
Had a really good interview with him on. Come back to that.
Watt to complete this over, and Bethel flicks it into the leg side. He's only going to get 1 though, and that was quite a well-controlled over from Watt, in which only 4 more runs were scored. So 214 for 4 at the end of it. Warwickshire still needing another 34 runs to win in 7 overs, with Bethel 33 and Brooks 3.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, weren't we, Mike, about players carrying on after they retire, and there was a really good interview with Jonathan Agnew and Alistair Cook and Michael Vaughan about when's the right time to retire, and it ended up going on for quite a while. But Alistair Cook talked a lot about how in 2019, with Essex winning the Championship, he said it was absolutely brilliant just to be playing at county level again and not have an interrupted season. Here's a new over. It's Rees bowling to Bethel. Oh, in fact, yes, it's to Bethel, and he works that into the leg side. It's fielded there by Harry Kame. Bethel moves on to 34.
And if at this point of his career he still wants to be, because it's a full county season is a big commitment. It's a lot of time away from home and a young family, and no doubt he's been away from home an awful lot in the last 15 years. That's still a major commitment. So you've just got to just like playing cricket. I think some of these guys just like playing, and why not?
Here is Rees bowling round the wicket this time to the, round the wicket this time to the right-handed Brooks. And there's a shy at the stumps there from Mark Watt, and I have a feeling that might have been quite close if he had hit. Bethel, Brooks there, he may well have given up there. But it's 1 run to Brooks as Rees comes in again, this time to the left-handed Bethel. He works that one away, as he's done so many times in this innings, out to deep square leg. It's fielded out there by McKinnon. One further run to Bethel. So this is a very useful contribution by him. 35 or 40 balls. And 31 more required off 6.3 overs.
Yes, and it'd be good for a young player like Jacob Bethel if he can steer a team to a target.
It's Brooks this time, and he gives himself room, outside leg stump to a ball on the line of off stump, lofts it into the covers a little bit airily, but racing out to the boundary for 4. So very nice shot there, completely in control, bisected the fielders, and very nicely done indeed by Brooks.
We made that look easy, didn't he?
Looked like Harry Brook, actually.
Yeah, well, quite. That's he wouldn't be a bad chap to model things on.
It's amazing how he plays spinners, Harry Brook. You know, you see, like, I look at Kane Williamson, who I've watched, you know, obviously a lot of, being a New Zealander, and he loves to play the off spinner through the leg side, whereas Brook just loves to play them through the off side. It just suits him.
If you've got a method and it works, don't change your winning line.
Here is Reese once again to Brooks. He's defending this time. I guess also with Harry Brook, he obviously is so confident that he's not going to get bowled.
Yeah.
But then the temptation for the bowler is to bowl it exactly where Brook wants him to bowl it, on the line of the stumps.
Lure him in.
Yeah. Hard to set a field to as well, because I'm sure as soon as the fielders go onto the offside, he'll just hit them through the leg side. Here's Reese once more, round the wicket to Brooks, and he can't make contact with that. It's not gloved cleanly behind the wickets by Guest, but no run conceded. That is the end of the over. 44 gone now, and in reply to Derbyshire's 247 for 9, Warwickshire are 221 for 4. Bethel's there on 35, and with him Brooks on 8.
And that boundary in that over just lifted them a bit closer to the target. I don't know, have you got a 5:30 update, Dave? Yes, yeah. So perhaps he'll pop in for the closing moments after that. I expect to have one or possibly two 5:30 updates at different times, but that's the excitement of these things, you see. So they tell me now.
It's incredible, though, the radio scene here, Mike. You've got all these updates for slightly different networks. It's all localised. I mean, in New Zealand, domestic cricket doesn't have any coverage at all.
Well, it's the local radio stations have generally always followed the county teams, but these services started around 20 years ago. It was our colleague Mark Church who does Surrey now, was the first to try it with BBC Radio London. Obviously, in the early days of being able to get live radio through the internet. And to start with, it was literally just him, and he would just sit and talk to himself all day, which he's remarkably adroit in doing, even now. And yeah, he's got looking forward to seeing him at the Oval next month. And then Radio London took it on with Middlesex. We at WM and CWR began working with Warwickshire to get a similar service on. And eventually there were enough of them going that somebody in the BBC said, well, look, if we can get all the local radio stations to be able to commit to this, then we've got a sort of a network. Lackmel bowls full outside the off stump, the start of a new spell, and Bethel jamming the bat down on that. He's nudging it down to third man for 1 run. So for the last 10 years or so, these commentaries have run, many of them in sort of rough conjunction with the county club, as we do a little bit here. And in recent times, certainly since the pandemic, a lot of the counties, as you know, and those of you watching this on YouTube will know that that's a Warwickshire County Club production, and they take the BBC commentary over it. So it's gradually built into a sort of network. This is turned by Brooks, and a good stroke, and it's well fielded. Tumbling stop by Reese running round at mid-on, keeps them down to 1.
It's a nice collaboration, though, isn't it?
It is.
You know, I was listening back to some commentary I did at New Road the other day. I wanted to send it to my mum.
Yeah.
You know? So I had to work out exactly where it started and stopped. And it just works really nicely, the radio over the pictures.
Here comes Lackmal round the wicket, and it's a short ball, and Bethel's into position early as it pops up, and he pulls it out to deep square leg for 1 run. And it's obviously bolstered increasingly by the BBC Sport website, which not only is the platform for the commentaries, but they, with all their coverage, and many of us doing the local radio reports, contribute to that from time to time. So, collectively, obviously, the BBC nationally has got Test Match Special and all the coverage of the national things, but there's only one reason why the BBC wanted to go to the trouble of doing that. Lackmal bowls a short ball, and it's pulled away by Ethan Brooks, away to deep square leg, and they get 225 for 4. And that's because, for all that people have not county cricket and said, oh, not many people go to watch it, it's because of the times when it's played. But there is the latent support, and the people running the website tell us at the end of every season that they've had so and so many million hits over the course of the summer. Because people are interested. They might not be able to be here in person, but they're interested. And for you listening and watching today, you've only come to this because you're a county cricket fan. I'm pretty confident in saying, and that's what it's here for. Lackmal bowls, and Bethel's hit this more up than away, but it might carry all the way for 6. It went really high, and he's hit it over long on for 6. So it might have gone straight. And he's 17 to win now.
Yeah, very aggressive there, coming down the wicket to the former Sri Lankan test bowler, launching that one, and actually I had a good view of that. I'd stood up from my position here, and that sailed comfortably over the boundary. At one point I thought it might have been coming up here, which actually happened in Jamaica when I was there. Glenn Phillips smashed a window right next to me.
I had one through the old box on top of the roof here, the old pavilion. Lackmal with a full toss, which he's bunted to mid-on. Oh, and that was a tight run that Bethel took on. He might just about have made it had the throw hit. But he gets through for a single anyway, and it's 11 from the over, 232 for 4. The old pavilion before this one, which was, I mean, it was the pavilion, but it had sort of grown over 100 years, had various bits bolted onto and round the side of it. So it was a sort of a collection of buildings and a shed, which BBC Radio had on the top. It was just a garden shed. And I was in there one day with our friend Brian Halford, who writes so much on Warwickshire cricket, and we had to take cover. And I was picking bits of glass out of the kit for a week. Don't half get your attention.
Indeed, it's going to be Reese coming in from the Birmingham end once more, and it's a straight ball, and Bethel swings across the line. He's struck on the pad, and he's given out by umpire Peverell, and he doesn't look too happy. I doubt batsmen are ever happy when they get given LBW. But he has to make his way off Bethel. He's made a very well compiled 44 off 45 balls and taken his side to the brink of victory. So now Warwickshire, in reply to Derbyshire's 247 for 9, are 232 for 5.
And he has indeed played very nicely, but that was perhaps a rather unnecessary stroke. With only 16 needed to win, so it means another new batter's got to come out, and Warwickshire are still very hot favourites, but this has still got to be finished off.
There, Mike.
Yeah, possibly.
I think it just stayed a little bit low. I think it was there to be hit, and he's played that shot so well. I just think it maybe stayed down a little bit.
Yeah, it might well be the case. There's I'll have a radio update in the next couple of minutes. Hamza Sheikh, the 17-year-old, another youngster that Warwickshire are very excited about, has come out. He played in this tournament having just turned 16 last year, played a couple of games and generally shaped up well. So this is an interesting little tester for a young batter to come in with only a few runs to win and what should be enough time, but Rees has got 3 wickets now.
Here is Leach bowling to Shake, and he plays that one edgily down to third man. It's fielded there by Thompson, and Shake is off the mark. But he was tentatively forward, I would say, and the ball took a thick outside edge. Beat Dahl, who was at a kind of a, let's say, a fine point. Is that even a word?
I'll just interrupt you here. Just forgive me just a second. Just going to update BBC Radio WM. Well, Warwickshire are close to the target. They've had a couple of stumbles just in the last few minutes, but at 233 for 5, with still 4.5 overs to go, they should still have plenty in hand. Will Rhodes and Jacob Bethel have taken Warwickshire close. Both will be perhaps a little bit irritated, not quite to see the job through. Just now, Jacob Bethel, shortly after hitting his second 6, the only 2 sixes in the match, was LBW playing across the line to Lewis Rees for 44, and a few moments before that, Rhodes, who had made a well-made 75, under-edged the ball onto the stumps. But on the whole, on a pitch which hasn't encouraged attacking stroke play greatly, this has been a well-paced chase, and Warwickshire should get there to make it 5 out of 5. 13 to win with 4 overs left at 235 for 5. And they picked up a couple of runs while I was wittering on there, Andrew.
They did, and here's Rees into Brooks, who works that one away through mid-wicket, takes off rapidly down the wicket to look for 2. Yes, Mike, just while you were doing that update on the other network or on the main network, Brooks just played one behind square, and there wasn't really 2 there, but he's so quick between the wickets. I've just noticed that since he's come in. Here's Shake this time facing Rees, and he plays that one up to Sam Connors at mid-on. That is the end of the over. There's no run off that one, that ball, and it's 236 for 5 Warwickshire. So just another, what do we got? 12 required, 12 off 4 overs. So they're doing it in a dawdle here.
And that is obviously going to keep them, if they do it, in very much in control of the group, which they already top. None of the other teams are playing today, but they will go on, if they win, Warwickshire to 10 points. 4 clear of Northants. It's 2 points for a win. Northants will have a game in hand. And also 4 clear of Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. Dave Fletcher is moving in for the closing moments here. Thank you, Andrew. And here is Sam Connors coming to the pavilion end, I think, for the first time in this innings. And he bowls to Brooks, who's shuffling down to meet him and taking a short single to mid-on, but judging it well as Rees fumbles to pick up with his left hand.
I always like to be on air when Derbyshire win.
Well,
I can't remember the last time I was, but
be a story if they do from here.
T20, I think, was the last time I saw Derbyshire win, because I wasn't there for the victory over Sussex. People are talking.
Off goes Connors, bounding in, and that was just wide enough to tempt Shake, and he poked at it a little bit indeterminately. And there's no run. There are still 22 balls to go, and they require only 11 runs to win. Lovely day to come and watch county cricket today, and I think this has been a decent enough crowd. Hard to tell,
absolutely.
But it's been a chatty crowd. Connors bowls a short ball when he hits Shake here, possibly on the glove as he looked to fend that away. And that was quite a sharp delivery.
Yeah, it was decent, wasn't it? Picking on the young kid. It's a bit harsh.
You've got to take.
It's a bit harsh.
If they're old enough to play, they can handle it.
Well, there is that. Yeah, if you're in the first team, I'm sure he won't mind. Actually, he looks a fairly useful young cricketer, doesn't he?
There's 3 or 4 that they really fancy here. Well, I think probably more than that. I mean, Jacob Bethel's a couple of years ahead of him, but they've been bringing him on steadily for a while. He's played quite a bit of age group cricket for England. born in Barbados. This is down the leg side and helped on its way by Sheikh, and he's going to get 4 runs. It's not the neatest boundary he'll ever score in Warwickshire clubs, indeed not the neatest boundary he already has scored for Warwickshire. But he's knuckled it down to long leg for 4 runs, and Warwickshire need only 7.
Yeah, he was always going to get another short one at some point, wasn't he? And he's dealt with that really nicely, just stepping inside the line and helping it round the corner. Doesn't matter which part of your bat or body you help it round the corner with, as long as it gets to the boundary.
Angles in his favour. The long leg is quite wide, deep square. He's on the boundary as well, and here's Connors pitching that up, and he's got it past the outside edge. But he reached the wicket keeper on the second, or conceivably even the third bounce. It scuttled a bit after it went past the bat, and Connors is looking a bit cheesed off with that. He's got none for 42, which doesn't feel as though it does him justice, really. I think he's bowled all right.
Yeah, he's probably been the pick of the bowlers throughout the course of this campaign, in fairness.
Rees has 3 wickets, 3 for 36, and has wobbled it a bit from the Birmingham end. Connors pitches this up, and Sheikh drives off, might even edge into his boot first, and it rolls up to mid-off anyway. That's the end of the over. 241 for 5 Warwickshire. And Brooks has 14, Sheikh has 5, and they need 7 more runs from the final 3 overs to overhaul the Derbyshire total of 247 for 9.
Which they will almost certainly do in the next over and a bit, I would suggest. And Lewis Rees, I'll talk until they can do it in one blow.
Okay, right.
So when he takes a single off the first ball, that's the end of me.
It's a bit terminal.
Rees is coming at, oh dear, that's a wide, and it's 5 wides. And, well, the end is nigh for Derbyshire. 2 runs required to win now. That ball swinging down the leg side, missed by the batsman, Ethan Brooks, missed by the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest, all the way to the boundary. And when I said in the next over or so, what I meant was in the next few balls.
Yeah, that was a bit untidy. Will this, I haven't done the maths, but this defeat might count Derbyshire out.
I think pretty much.
This
I
competition,
think they were
more or less.
virtually out anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be quite...
They'll not get through with 4 wins.
No, I think they won't.
They'll not win their next 3 matches.
No, well, there's 2 things going against them already.
So it's a little bit iffy.
Here's Rees round the wicket and hits Brooks on the pad. How's that? He's out. Oh, Brooks is not the first batsman today to look somewhat underwhelmed at being given out. But there he goes. 246 for 6, and there's 2 to win.
Yes. The umpires are quite keen to get this moved on, I think, now. Look, everybody knows, but come on, there's no need to give people out, is there really? 14 off 17 for Ethan Brooks, and with just 2 to win. They might as well just allowed him to stay out there, although I'm sure that Lewis Rees with a 4-fer would be more than happy.
And got a few runs at the top, didn't he? He played quite nicely for 37.
Yes, yeah, no, he's been good this season as Lewis Rees.
Who's next? Jake Lintott is stepping forward. I was half expecting Henry Brooks. I can imagine him with 2 balls to go and the winning hit to be made. I was half expecting to see Henry taking the pavilion gate off its hinges, some of that. But Lintott, he has made a few runs this season. Had one really good score in the Championship. He's played very little red ball cricket, but they played him at Chelmsford, where he made 78 in the second innings in a losing cause, but took the fight to Essex to some degree, and Warwickshire were up against it. And now with 2 to win, and the glory there to be grabbed, Rees bowls, and Lintott, quite the opposite of grabbing the glory, has nudged the ball out square on the offside. Fielder up, and you've got to really, haven't you?
Yes.
So there's 5 in the circle on the offside and 3 on the leg side, and
They've left Saranga out of the circle
Yeah.
because he's not much use in it.
He's looks a bit friendless down there at the moment. But he'll be first one in the showers from there. Here's Rees round the wicket, and Lintott pokes that into a gap on the offside and take rather a tight single. Oh, and that must have been a photo finish. Derbyshire think it's out, and this time umpire Peverill disappoints Derbyshire.
Yes.
That was not really a very good run.
No, I'm not sure there was a run there. Direct hit from Matty McKiernan.
Well,
so, good piece of fielding.
So Lintott's going to be leaning on his bat, one not out. Hit it over the top. I'm standing here. There's a gap behind square on the leg side. There's one down to fine leg, if you can get it down there. Rees bowls, and Sheikh has found the gap. That's a nice moment for the teenager to hit the winning run. The scorers will hesitate to see if it's going to go all the way to the boundary. It doesn't, actually. So it's one to Sheikh, and Warwickshire have won. And it is, in the end, quite a well-paced chase. And what could have been an awkward one, you could imagine another replaying of this game where you could get into a little bit of bother chasing that on a pitch that didn't encourage fast scoring particularly, but it encouraged steady scoring. And Warwickshire have judged it nicely, and they've got 5 wins out of 5. They've beaten Derbyshire by 4 wickets.
You said it. Well-paced chase by Warwickshire, and Derbyshire suffer their 4th defeat in 5 one-day cup matches. And again, probably didn't have enough runs batting first. It's happened twice before where they clearly didn't have enough runs, and they have been beaten with, by my reckoning, 14 deliveries to spare, which in the grand scheme of things is a fairly comfortable win in the end for Warwickshire. Yes, they lost a couple of wickets late on. Lewis Rees picking up 4, but sadly they're going out of this competition, and I think Warwickshire are almost certainly going to qualify. I don't think there's much doubt about that, is there?
No, they are very much in pole position. They've got 2 more games here against Northants and Durham, and then away to Sussex over the next 7 days, but they are looking pretty good. Lewis Rees 4 for 43, the most successful Derbyshire bowler, but their 247 for 9 in the end was not sufficient.
Yes, well, Derbyshire back in action on Friday when they entertain, if that's the right word. Who are they playing on Friday? Worcestershire on Friday, Northamptonshire on Sunday, and then Somerset sometime next week.
Yes,
which we're all looking forward to.
So, whether you're a Derbyshire or a Warwickshire supporter, then you'll be able to see your teams, or see and hear and follow your team's next game with us on Friday. But as the teams shake hands below us, both Dave and I will both go off and get comment from the respective camps, which will be appearing on your local radio stations in the fullness of time. But the close here at Edgbaston is that Warwickshire at 248 for 6 in the 48th over have beaten Derbyshire by 4 wickets.